where ironically what worried him most was having to return to school, and suddenly, the city plunged into darkness. And under the shadow of the colossal being that dominated the sky, it was pierced by an enormous flash of light that sent a radiant ray directly onto a house. And from where a warrior emerged enveloped in a glow, who without hesitation launched himself against the demon. This was the protagonist of this world, who without wasting time began to attack the creature with multiple quick slashes, and precise in different parts of its body, so that in the end, with a simple movement, the monster disintegrated into pieces, falling to the ground. The Proto smiled, watching the sun rise right when his group of friends arrived, a handful of young warriors whom the narrator still saw as simple children. Some time later, a heavy rain was falling on the city, and there in the middle of everything, in a mansion engulfed in flames, the protagonist Tyler Mikloff protected his friends from a subject who did the impossible to block the way, advancing through the fire with determination, directly towards the true protagonist of this story, Ed Rothtaylor, a simple third-rate villain in that world. Amidst the flames, Ed watched Tyler's furious attack approach, but he stopped upon noticing that the supposed villain was there, without moving or defending himself, until suddenly he stood up firmly and aimed an arrow directly at his rival. This subject knew that in theory at that moment, he was nothing more than a Don 80, with a couple of appearances in the game, turning his bow towards the girls and releasing the arrow, shooting it without hesitation towards one of them. This was Ed Rothtaylor, the third-rate villain, who had no problem using third-rate tactics, since he knew that he would end up falling under Taylor's sword, and yet he smiled, while looking directly at the rage in the swordsman's eyes. With Ed aware that it was the only way, he didn't need them to understand him. He only remembered what truly mattered to him, what he wanted to protect. And he knew that, whether someone liked it or not, there was only one way to do things, the way of a third-rate villain. And for all that, he had to survive. And so, going back a long time, in a luxurious room, the rogue son of a noble family, he read his list of sins, among them disrespecting the honorable Princess Vienna, tampering with academy exams, despising decency, and tarnishing his family name out of simple jealousy. As a consequence, he had been officially removed from the family register. That rogue was Ed, and at that moment he felt that even God was mocking him. He had just lost his social life, and now he was kicked out of the dormitories, walking through the academy, receiving mockery from his classmates, recognizing him as a disgusting noble, being a crying loner, mainly because he wasn't even the arrogant person everyone hated, being a simple nobody who entered his favorite game, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, where unlike the mangas he had read, he was not reincarnated into a powerful character, or broken, but into the worst possible option, a simple third-rate villain expelled from the academy at the start of the game, shouting at the sky about that injustice, since he had never done anything wrong in his simple and monotonous life. Although saying it out loud only brought more disdain from his classmates, who saw him as shameless, making him feel like a scolded child. Then he picked up a mirror that surprisingly showed him his status window. Currently, he was 17 years old, and poor stats, which made him a terrible mage due to his low intellect, and his bad physical condition, even for a lazy noble, and it didn't surprise him, since in the game he was just a clown who slightly hindered the first few scenarios, to the point of forgetting what happened next, until he remembered that his future was to be a simple vagrant, a logical end for a fool, although the good thing was that at least he was still alive. Even so, this Ed did not intend to accept such an absurd destiny, and he got up, determined to change it, remembering Sylvania as an academy as large as a city, located in the Arkan Mountains. There belonged a wooded area, little explored, where Ed could finally escape the mocking looks of his classmates, achieving some peace, after half a day's walk, deciding to recap his problems. First, the main scenario, in which Ed was repudiated by his family and expelled from the academy, which was the central scenario of the game, and if he managed to graduate, he would have a guaranteed future. Furthermore, it was the perfect place for him to navigate as an expert player, seeking a quiet life. And comfortable, his only option was to stay and graduate. The main problem was how expensive it was to study there. Although he assumed the semester was already paid for, he had to look for a scholarship to continue, but he doubted he could achieve it with that stupid brain. Still, he had to focus on his current survival, so he needed clothes, food, and fire, So checking his belongings, where he only had a dagger, a grail, and plenty of clothes, solving the first problem. But he knew it would be hard to find a job, being so hated, and his only refuge was that forest, where he must become fit for the academy in just 10 days. Starting his work, happy that at least he could use magic to cut wood, although he was exhausted in the process. And he got hungrier and hungrier. And desperate, he remembered that his grandfather had told him that theoretically tree bark could be eaten. So he cooked one and devoured it, imagining it tasted like chicken. Things clearly did not go well. He barely managed the first day and spent the next 2 between hunger and vomiting, so he concluded that wood should only be used for fire. And in this way, he fought to raise the phases only to be crushed by them, but he did not give up. And with the determination to survive, he got up and managed to tie the supports. But this was barely the first step of his odyssey. Using his clothes as a blanket, and after one more night, he finally finished his shelter. Exhausted, but increasing his craftsman level due to that crude and not very functional shelter. And although he was exhausted, Ed knew that hands were better than magic. Right now, that was what he needed, taking advantage of this to create an improvised spear and level up again with a clear idea in mind, to hunt fish, aware that after so long without eating, he should be collapsing. But he remained standing, moved only by the desperation to survive, stabbing the water once, and desperate again until he managed to catch 2 fish, which he cooked excitedly, just when he finally started to eat, thinking that if things continued this way, maybe he could survive. And his meal was interrupted by the appearance of a blonde girl, recognizing each other instantly. She was one of the main protagonists, and one of the reasons for his expulsion, Princess Vienna. The protagonist remembered that his character appeared from the beginning, taking advantage of his noble status, to flirt with the real protagonist's childhood friend. Obviously, that didn't end well, and in revenge, he tried to manipulate his exam, but he was caught in the act by Fianna Elias Clawell, a covert princess, user of Inzic and ocular skill, which by forming a scale in her pupils could detect lies. Although with Ed it wasn't necessary, since the original was nothing more than a pathetic liar being kicked out of the dorm. In the present, Fianna was clearly not happy to see him there, although she insisted that he was still a student. And the aggressive princess assured him that she would take care of expelling him for his dishonorable act. Ed, annoyed by his hunger and unnecessarily long speech and her talking power, decides to act, approaching with a sinister look, stating that he didn't understand how she was there alone, and without an escort, interpreting it as a threat. Rel knelt before her, thanking her, making the girl activate INSIG to discover in surprise that she was not lying, since the protagonist really thanked her for freeing him from the influential family, who were also degenerates who used humans in experiments. Seeking eternal life, that was something the game's protagonist despised and would eventually execute everyone except him, who was repudiated, and although his sin was burned, he at least felt that being hated by her was an advantage, trying to convince her, although she remained confused while he analyzed, knowing that the fact that she was there in casual clothes and without an escort meant she was on Professor Glass's quest, needing to find magic beads in the forest. Knowing this, Ed assured her that Glass was very ingenious, that it wouldn't be easy for her to reach his class. She thought he was being a hypocrite, but in reality, he was just trying to help by telling her the truth. If he lied, he could be expelled without problems. But he made it clear to her that, on her own, she would never get far, so he sent her to Myrlva's guardian tree, where she would find her gift, with which he confirmed that Ed had changed from being an unsub to the one he was, to his current version. Later, when the event ended, many students brought their magic beads to Glass, hoping for good results, but most ended up in Class F, as the real objective was to find those with a high level of power, and only 3 managed to do it. 6, Loratail, and the one who had found hers in Myrlva's tree, being named first in the class, although before that we died with Ed, exhausted and lamenting his burnt food, trying to find more with his new fishing rod, remembering that the princess lived surrounded by hypocrisy, having learned to distinguish lies to the point of creating an innate skill for it. So lying to her was useless, although that meant changing the history of who would be known as the Princess of Love, who after her failure falling into Class F, grew and improved, being vital in the main story. So if everything changed, his knowledge would be useless, but that wouldn't happen, as first place went to Lucy Merrill. Because the proud princess, although she confirmed that Ed was telling the truth, did not want an easy way to win. That was why she kept her identity hidden, avoiding preferential treatment, deciding to do everything on her own, returning the bead, since her title of Princess of Love was not a title from the game, but one earned through her own effort. But since Ed had told the truth about the bead, and that he wouldn't achieve anything without her help, she couldn't expel him, although she was determined to watch the curious boy, who in the forest only seemed happy to catch a fish. And so the days passed, and finally the first day of Sylvania Academy arrived, towards which Ed should run at full speed to arrive on time. And after the opening ceremony, he enjoyed the nice whispers of his classmates who clearly still hated him. And although he was focused on his true first victory, food, devouring everything he could, ignoring everyone, since his real goal was graduation. However, a group of girls kept talking about him, and as they moved away from the place, one of them turned to look at him, feeling that he had completely changed. And so the first day of classes began, where everyone listened to motivational speeches, except Ed, who left the dean's office, pale as a ghost for having narrowly avoided expulsion, complaining that Fiona, in the end, she had talked to him, although by the old man's smile, he suspected that she hadn't said anything too serious. Surviving this, he decided to avoid more changes to the story, concentrating on his own things, learning in the forest, the best skill for survival, and improving his terrible magic. This was the arc, with which he just caught a rabbit, which became his dinner. This weapon was the best option, since over time he could inject magic into his arrows, although he completely discarded using spiritual magic. And just then, a pink-haired girl reading a book appeared in front of him, named Hanukkah Failover, second-year student, first in spiritual sorcery class and a genius, who in a second approached to cheerfully greet the boy, mentioning that she was exactly who she was talking about, with her friend Matilda. Ed didn't understand anything, but apparently he had been watched by a forest spirit, who found him funny. This spirit was always alert to unwanted visitors, which made Ed uncomfortable, who seeing his prey, and his tree cutting implied they were referring to him. Hanukkah assured him that it wasn't like that, getting even closer, which made him nervous, looking away. Grateful that at least the big bad wolf of the forest allowed her to stay there. Hanukkah noticed his nervousness, but encouraged, she wanted to show him something adorable, the last spiritual contract she had made, although Ed didn't understand it, preferring to tell her clearly that he couldn't see spirits, deciding to walk away coldly, since he knew perfectly well that he couldn't be her friend, or he would interfere with the main story where her role was vital. Hanukkah, disappointed, did not fully believe him, since she knew that Matilda was a giant wolf. Still, she felt disappointed, throwing a tantrum in the fur of the enormous spirit, and tried to downplay it, hoping not to see the boy again. Meanwhile, he continued with his life, traveling a long way to get from his shelter to the academy, which at least increased his stats, although he barely arrived on time, not noticing that he was being watched by Hanukkah, who also followed him to class, watching him write on a stone with burnt sticks, and also while washing his clothes, with him struggling to get everything ready to sleep the 4 hours a day. Exhausted, he asked the girl to stop following him. She was surprised that he knew, but he would be more disturbed if he didn't, and she reminded him that he was facing the scoundrel, Ed Rothtaylor, the biggest disgrace of the academy, but for her he wasn't, smiling, affirming that he was just a person she didn't know yet. Hearing that made him nervous, since he knew that girl well, apparently foolish, but actually quite determined, feeling bad for not being able to answer as she wanted, because he knew that Hanukkah's future was to become the sinister final boss, and to avoid interfering too much, he opted for the lowest strategy he could think of, asking her for money. Hanukkah turned pale and paralyzed upon hearing Ed's shamelessness, who knew very well that the fact of being first in her class was not just due to excellence, but because if not, the girl of humble origin could not study at the academy, thus striking her greatest weakness, money. That was enough to give her a critical hit, completely shattering the banner of friendship and Hanukkah's illusion, and so 3 days passed, and although he didn't feel proud, he was determined to stop altering the main story. However, his plan went overboard when having an encounter with a character who was still more important than Hanukkah, the adoration of the class and the most powerful genius, the failed swordsman, Lucy Merrill, who was sleeping comfortably in his shelter, waking up annoyed because his noise wouldn't let her sleep. And although he should complain, she denied it, since it was the love behind him that wouldn't let her sleep, and he was begging her to one day save Hanukkah at all costs. And after the 2 days, he dealt with Lucy. In the camp, he had time to analyze other possibilities, realizing that he had forgotten the joint combat training, fight simulations that, although performed with fake weapons, they faced rivals like Fianna, the Golden Daughter, Doloretel, the Green Spear, Higgs, the Spiritual Sorceress, Hanukkah, the Lazy Lucy, the Evil Clavius, and an endless list of strong characters. But the most important of all is the protagonist Taylor. Ed watches these fights excitedly, although he already knew the result of most, won by the main cast, except one person, Hanukkah, who just appeared again, very happy, surprising him with her low self-esteem by running towards him after asking him for money. Seeing her like a loyal puppy, although he tried to ignore her, she was surprised to see that he didn't want to know who his rival would be, which made the protagonist sweat cold, remembering that by not being expelled, he would also have to fight, paying attention to the girl for a moment, trying to figure out who his rival would be. But he immediately got distracted again when he saw Taylor entering the combat. The protagonist, excited like a child, put everything aside to watch the character through whom he lived hundreds of adventures in each of his gaming sessions, facing multiple terrible routes and excellent endings that left mixed feelings in every playthrough. Remembering that there was no easy route among them, so now all his support was with the game's protagonist. However, his attention shifted to the loudspeaker that kept calling, desperately calling Taylor's rival, Lucy Meheril, who was no longer where he had left her, but arrived sleepy onto the battlefield, being introduced as the first in class facing Taylor, the two protagonists of that world. The boy became serious, adopting a fighting stance, attacking at full speed, although he had never held a sword before. He was so strong that he managed to disarm Lucy's lightning spell, who was surprised by the unexpected move, leaving herself defenseless against Taylor's speed, who was about to hit her. And this awakened her instincts by using a powerful light spell that hit hard, raising an enormous shockwave in the place, who hadn't even finished waking up, surprising everyone, seeing it as a waste of time. However, from the ground, Taylor, still injured, he remained conscious, feeling the weight of his life as a failed villager, who hadn't achieved anything, listening to people mock the fight, but he seemed to find new air, firmly taking his sword, getting up moved by his determination. To Ed's excitement, who knew that even in despair, Taylor never gave up. He stood up looking for a second attack, while the protagonist prepared to watch the epic scene from the game, observing how it changed when Taylor was blocked by Lucy's magic. Although he remained firm in his attack, the girl unleashed all her power, forming a colossal being of wind that turned into a whirlwind, launching it directly to the highest box, passing right next to the protagonist, who, incredulous, didn't even turn to see where his hero ended up, who ended up like a fly on the wall and then falling, and so the victory went to Lucy. Taylor was defeated and Ed astonished, and with this a new problem appeared on the scene. Seeing how Lucy used a technique called wind protection, an automatic defense against sudden attacks. This technique comes from Matilda, the wolf spirit, which the girl learned because of the protagonist, so he ran desperately, passing by Lucy, who was asking him for jerky, and also brutally ignoring his newly announced opponent, Fianna, since his objective was Taylor, and he was aware that without that victory, all his confidence could crumble and ruin his plans, running to where a large group of people was, and he found him trying to save his good vibes, shouting a speech at the top of his lungs to inspire him not to give up or be disappointed, hoping to cheer him up, since he needed him to face all the problems that would arise at the academy. And on the other hand, it is shown how Emperor Cleo was the first to notice the blessing with which his daughter was born, one that did not come from any god, but from a mechanism devised by Fianna to learn to live among conspiracies and lies, and she trusted her ability, although she had to live with the dark intentions of people who pretended to admire her. And Fianna, now facing Ed, who was seen by the public as a scoundrel, who pretended to be good while continuing to bother Taylor, maintaining his image as scum. And although for Fianna he had always been trash, who messed with her juniors and who, after being humiliated for it, sought revenge, but since that day, Ed was different, and upon hearing those words he said to Taylor, Fianna was sure they were sincere. Confused and determined to test her theories in that duel, she made the first move with a water spell, thinking that Ed would use his fire or wind abilities to counter it, causing a dramatic exchange of blows, the end of which would clarify the doubts that man left in her heart. Although the fight ended there, taking the attack head-on, falling defeated and receiving mockery from the entire audience. A humiliation that far surpassed Taylor's, and they congratulated the winner, Fiona, who was annoyed that the boy didn't even try to dodge, knowing that he was lying when he said he was giving up. So ashamed that he couldn't even look her in the eyes. Although Ed only wanted to stop getting involved in important events and concentrate on Taylor, whom he quickly began to look for, but he ran into Fiona again, who was exhausted from chasing him, and she burst into fury when she added Ed's oddities to the long list of problems she already had as a princess, spitting fire with anger, until Ed tried to calm her down, placing his hands on her shoulders and asking her to breathe, which worked. And although he managed to calm her down, he left her visibly embarrassed, and she tried to take advantage of the moment to try to leave, but she began to tell him her long story, from her trust issues from living surrounded by lies, from always trying to guess what others were thinking. Ed, with bleeding ears listening to her, only thought about leaving, but she wouldn't let him, until she answered that she had intentionally tried to be expelled from the dark Rothtaylor family, using his idiot attitude as an excuse. Ed was surprised by her insight into the darkness of her family, but still denied everything. This angered her again, since she did not doubt her theory, but he did not want to reveal information from the game, pretending to be nice to Taylor to improve his reputation, and Fiona didn't need her ability to know he was lying, with her nose growing with every lie, which caused the girl to throw a desperately furious tantrum. Without managing to get the determined Ed to change his version, determined not to alter the story anymore, resigned by the lack of evidence, she showed understanding and let him go. He thanked her, however, seeing her so upset and knowing her great burden due to her role in the main scenario. He apologized for being another burden to her and suggested that at least at the academy, she should relax a bit. Those simple words finally reached the girl's heart, who for the first time felt that someone saw beyond her cold facade. Meanwhile, Ed continued on his way, looking for Taylor, although he had no idea what to tell him. But before he could think too much, a girl stood in his way, tearfully asking him to stop bothering Taylor. That was the main heroine, Isla Triss, trying to prevent him from continuing to harass him. And Taylor finally stood up under Ed's gaze, who saw that fighting spirit resurface, typical of someone who never gives up, and who now protected his friend, and the protagonist understood him. While he fought Fiona, Taylor's childhood friend and greatest admirer went to comfort him, proving that with her by his side, he would always get up, opting to skip the compliment, although Taylor remained distrustful. And the truth is that Ed felt uncomfortable depending so much on him. At the same time, he was relieved to notice that the story was returning to its course, and feeling good seeing the Taylor who had accompanied him so many times in the game again, happily leaving under the strange look of the two friends. However, Ed knew that something important was still missing to see: the battle between Loratail's golden daughter, who with an ice spell tried to contain Haneka's enormous dragon spirit, a scene that, although different from the original version, Taylor watched happily, as it would be his first big challenge. The final boss, Haneka, who with her enormous power smothered her rival in fire, while maintaining a big smile. And after the fight, everyone congratulated Haneka, and although she smiled at the compliments, she didn't stop looking at Loratail's wounds. And from afar, Ed noticed that by being the only one to win against the first years, she would now be surrounded by new friends. And that made him happy, because finally she would be gone and he would stop getting headaches because of the protagonists. And so 2 weeks passed, in which he didn't have to deal with any problems beyond studies and survival. Thanks to this, he improved his stats and got in shape, and although he still had a long way to go, he could be calm, with the perfect physique to model in the river, being watched by the perverted Haneka, who blushing complained about her nakedness, although she was the spy. Later he dressed uncomfortably because of her constant presence in the place, but she saw this place as her secret adventure base, and that she also wanted to ask him for advice, telling him that she was worried about having hurt Loratail during training. Although later she didn't know that the Red Fighter had used a forbidden spell in their confrontation. But for Haneka, however, that was no excuse, and no matter how much she tried to forget it, she couldn't stop thinking that she should apologize, although all her friends told her not to do it, and the protagonist concluded that if she wanted to do it, she should follow her desire. He perfectly knew the adorable and beloved Janica, always surrounded by people who wanted to comfort her, and who never dared to make her feel responsible. That was exactly what surprised the girl, who hid timidly between his knees. thanking Ed for not supporting her, which sounded very bad to him, although she saw it from the positive side. Noticing how much he had changed in her terrible situation, even remembering how, at some point, he came to ask her for money to go away. Still, that boy had a side that calmed her, wishing everyone were like him, because somehow he gave her a strange comfort. And so the next day arrived, where Ed was very nervous, remembering that although this game was considered a masterpiece, few managed to see its canon ending, since most novices got many bad endings, like the one where if you save the Hobbit girl, you witness the Golden Daughter's secret, and Taylor is executed, or if in a monster-killing mission, Taylor allies with the Golden Daughter instead of his childhood friend, and the latter would fall off a cliff, resulting in another tragic ending. And if Taylor protected the Golden Daughter from Hanukkah's fire attack, he ended up in ashes. That's why Ed could no longer pretend not to hear the little, an annoying cause of bad endings. The Golden Daughter of the business magnate, elite Lorettle, who with a big smile was asking him to talk to her, the recognized hidden heroine, who acted as a villain throughout the beginning of the game. It wasn't until the middle that she began to empathize with her secret pain, which forced players to make a difficult choice between her and Fienna. However, now, Vera Musk, a dangerous viper, whom he preferred to ignore, but she was very clingy, and she wouldn't let him escape, although Ed did everything possible to evade her. She cut him off again, and stated that she admired Ed for staying there under such difficult conditions, showing great interest in his apparent arrogance. Then she made him her first proposal, 3 gold coins in exchange, for getting her close to her friend Janica. The protagonist looked at the money with some temptation, since with that, he could live quietly for at least a month. But he still didn't intend to be bought. And the malicious girl insisted by putting the coins in his pocket and suggesting that he side with her. Ed was surprised to see that she was already instinctively planning her battle for political control by looking for allies. So he smiled hypocritically at her, asking her to seal the deal with a handshake. Satisfied, she accepted. But Ed knew that people who have lived in wealth and experience poverty often break easily for a single coin, coming to sell their family, their dignity, and themselves. They were easy prey, but he was not one of them, and during the handshake, he returned the coins. And he left, leaving the girl even more interested. And although Ed would have loved to accept them, he considered it more dangerous to bring those two together at this part of the story. And later that night, Hanukkah enjoyed the darkness when Lorettle arrived to greet her cheerfully with a malicious look. And her clear objective, after the protagonist's rejection, she decided to play on Hanukkah's stubbornness to make her ally again, starting with an apology for the trick she used during their confrontation. However, Hanukkah turned her attention to the sale, although the redhead tried to downplay the importance, and inwardly, she fully intended to use her guilt to manipulate her, whom she saw as a fairy tale girl. But Hanukkah felt sorry for being the plan B, after failing to convince Ed, and apologized for all the meddling spirits surrounding her, who had overheard their conversation near the forest, feeling the sting that the adored daughter wanted to invest in her. But her loyalty was not compared to money, but to the touching way Ed had supported her. And she left to look for another spirit, leaving a confused Lorettle. Seeing her leave, she no longer valued her as a fairy tale girl, but seeing her arrogant smile. When she apologized for the injuries, she classified her as someone who had seen the darkness of the world and still maintained her nature. And with this, Lorettle was surprised by another failure, although at the same time, she did not stop noticing her instability. And she was right, since Hanukkah on the other side was suffering. For his part, Ed dealt with the immature Lucy, who threw his newly washed clothes on the ground, just when he received a visit from the maid of the Academy's best dormitory, Opheles Bailamai, the same servant who had kicked him out, and who clearly wasn't happy to see him. However, she was interested in everything Hanukkah said about him, examining the place with a strange aura, which Ed had to deal with. Knowing that Samade was walking perfection in all existing tasks, including cooking, and in her basket, she carried the finest ingredients she had collected in the forest, Ed remembered it from a game mission. She asked them to continue treating each other like in the dormitory, like the old and annoying Ed as always, but he putting aside his usual hostile attitude. He was completely kind and polite to Belly, because she did not interfere in the main story, so it didn't hurt him to get along with the extras to get information about secret ingredients. So later, with his craftsman skill level 2, Ed formed a fishing net, with which he organized good rations of food. In addition, he raised his ignition and wind blade skills to level 10, managing to prepare quality herbal tea thanks to his survival mastery. And he could finally watch a sunset while resting peacefully, feeling that for the first time he was having fun, until a flash fell in the sky, in the form of a huge ray that sent him flying, destroying his entire camp and leaving a huge crater, and in the center of it was Lucy. Terrified of having almost died, Lucy faced an annoyed and confused Ed, who doubted that anything could scare the most powerful mage in the world. And she trembled remembering that Bella had supposedly arrived furious just because a class had been assaulted. But this time, she arrived completely furious, with an aura so terrifying that Lucy preferred to escape using her teleportation spell, appearing there very calmly to ask the protagonist for jerky, which he would have kindly offered, if it weren't because she had already blown up his things before, to which he responded with a smack on the head, which to his surprise connected. Lucy thought her magic had run out, and that she was defenseless, which Ed took advantage of to take revenge with a rain of slaps in the name of his destroyed house, and on behalf of the benevolent Bella. Thus he ended up in the library reading how to build a new house. When a girl notified him that it was time to close, he apologized for the delay. However, the girl with pigtails smiled at him, admitting that seeing someone study so much motivated her. She was Elka Islin, a first-year student in the Faculty of Magic, who after introducing herself looked at him like a puppy waiting for a reward, waiting for the boy to do the same, immediately erasing the smile from the girl's face, understanding that his reputation preceded him. Although Elka, upon meeting him, saw him differently from all the rumors. For her, Ed was not only pretending to be smart, but he was really trying hard, feeling identified when meeting someone who also shared the same personality problem. And she promised to support him. However, when the girl was leaving, everything began to shake, and several shelves fell on her. And meanwhile, on the outskirts, a huge flash in the sky marked the beginning of Episode 1, the invasion of Glasgow. 2 hours after the chaos began, Taylor and the other main characters managed to get everyone they could to safety at the train station. Jael observed the huge circle in the sky, identifying it according to a book he had read as an invocation of the dark spirit Glaskin. Fienna quickly understood, concluding that the only one with enough power to invoke him was the strongest spiritual mage in the place, her Zener's Hanukkah, which generated a dead silence that Taylor broke by stating that they had to hurry, since the spirit was about to wake up and cause even more victims. And Claire, the captain of the Royal Guard, suggested focusing on bringing down the barriers to receive reinforcements. But Elvira Aniston, from the potion faculty, doubted they could bring down such a strong barrier, and even more so without Director Ovel, although Loretal was confident that among them they could face the evil spirit. Clevius Nortondale did not think the same, terrified, having no intention of fighting, denying being able to cross the minor spirits, and much less reach the building to confront Hanukkah. In addition, there were still 2 high-ranking spirits, the fire spirit Taken and the dark Veloper, completely refusing to go. Lord Tay doubted that Hanukkah could control such powerful spirits. Hyla suspected that she was being manipulated by Veloper, unable to keep her mind away from the spiritual darkness, being now just a puppet. But none of this mattered to Higgs, who left the next move to the only leader they had. Fienna, feeling the pressure of all eyes on her, remembering that moment when Ed suggested she relax, wishing she had the same calm, and biting her lips, she made a decision. She would enter the academy in an hour. She would lead, along with her escorts, Claire and a platoon made up only of Class A students. However, she received the report that the other faculties were under siege, and she doubted they could receive reinforcements. And at that moment, a girl with glasses arrived agitated, warning that her friend was trapped in the library with another student. It was Elka, which immediately upset Higgs, who tried to abandon everything to go save her, although the others tried to stop him. And Fina asked him to calm down and trust that the other student with her could protect themselves. But Higgs turned back to shake the girl with glasses, demanding to know who it was. And without any other choice, she answered Ed, Rota, and Laro. Higgs was petrified, while the girl apologized for leaving her friend alone with such an idiot. And everyone aware of Ed's degenerate personality feared for the girl. Everyone except Fienna, who, although without much conviction, asked that this time they trust him, and her words left everyone pale, who felt sorry for what she had just said. Everyone except Higgs, who was furious, shouting in rage, destroying all the spirits in his path, determined to seriously hurt Ed if he had done anything to his friend, and they mentioned that he was known as the Green Spear, someone who went beyond simply going from poverty to being born in the prairies of the Empire, a wild and lawless land, as part of a nomadic tribe that hunted to survive without trusting even themselves, to the point that before coming of age, he was abandoned by his tribe without understanding why or how to return. So he had no choice but to learn to fend for himself, becoming a savage hunter who also had to trade what he obtained, receiving looks of contempt in the city, where they saw him as a descendant of cannibals. His life was too hard, until one day Elka appeared with the same innocence as always, telling him that he looked like a wolf walking on two legs, a comparison that unintentionally made Higgs realize something. All those endless hunts and so many lonely nights meant that he was an abandoned wolf, completely alone, breaking down in tears in front of the girl. And the day he met his first friend was the day he understood loneliness, which gradually faded away. And he was soon taken in by the girl's father, where he learned about civilization, leaving behind that savage life, a life he wouldn't have problems returning to if necessary to save Elka, destroying everything that stood in his way. Upon reaching the hallway, he remembered the rumors about Ed and worried about Elka, but when he finally found him, the only thing he saw was an exhausted and very beaten guy. Still, Jiggs, true to his custom, shook him to tell him something about Elka, and as soon as he did, he threw him away as if he were dirty clothes. This way he ran until he found her lying unconscious, covered by a jacket, safe, and thanked God upon seeing her well. But he immediately noticed that he was in a fortress made of shelves, formed to protect her, with curtains placed to hide her, and then he saw a message asking him that, when she woke up, to remain calm and stay there until everything passed, not understanding who had done that, until he saw the name on the blood-stained jacket, and he discovered it was Ed, who still wounded, gave his all to protect her. Ed was still exhausted, remembering that moment when he defended the girl, getting injured and her unconscious, while wondering why the episode was advancing so fast, observing the summoning circle, where the key characters surely were, needing to avoid being there so as not to alter the story, concentrating on taking refuge. However, he remembered that Hanukkah came from a good connection with spirits, unlike him, who couldn't even see them. But now, the girl's uncontrolled power had caused the spirits to incarnate, seeing them perfectly and thinking about using them for training. And currently, his stats had risen a lot, except for his spiritual magic, although he considered that if he kept insisting, he wouldn't make it out alive. So satisfied with the result, he rested, until Higgs arrived carrying Elka, wanting to know why he was there. Ed, as a terrible liar, told him he was just training. The savage boy didn't believe him, but he understood and thanked him for saving Elka, promising to repay his debt. And seeing him, Ed finally remembered that Elka was Jiggs' beloved, whom he didn't remember because she wasn't important in the main story, unlike him, who was Taylor's best friend. So he asked him to keep the girl safe and continue with his work in the center, asking him to trust Taylor to fix everything. Although Jiggs didn't understand why he trusted him so much, Ed knew that Taylor possessed the elemental slash ability, the only one that could harm Tarkin, so he sent Jiggs to continue his work while he rested. However, seeing him leave, he remembered that because of the boy's attitude, he understood that he still didn't know Taylor. And if they weren't friends yet, it was because their duel hadn't happened yet. And without that, Taylor would never master the key ability for that battle. All because the event had been advanced by a month, so his assault team didn't even have a chance against Tarkin. Accepting that contrary to what he thought, the story was already falling apart. For his part, Jiggs returned to the group, apologizing for his recklessness, and although seeing them all hurt, Fianna told him that even with him, the first invasion attempt would end the same, failing, awaiting reinforcements to try again. Claire, encouraged, wanted to join again despite his almost destroyed foot, with Fianna refusing, and ordering him to rest, although this went against the soldier's pride, who begged her to withdraw that order. But she didn't want to lose him, seeing that at 100% effort, they barely made it out alive, with several wounded, and without many abilities to win, but still wanting to try again. But a voice told them it would be a waste of time, attracting everyone's gaze towards Ed, who knew that with the ritual in that state, he had no other option. And although the squad clearly didn't take him seriously, he had to take the lead, dividing the squad into two groups, doing what he feared most, intervening in the story. Knowing the guide for a successful mission which included gathering the squad. But to improve results, he had to get the romantic Della, the lazy Lucy and Bella, and they only needed to defeat a couple of enemies on a specific route. However, currently, he had to improvise, with no one willing to follow him, with Clebius being the most agitated just thinking about it. Being calmed by Jix, who did plan to listen to him, Ed thanked him and explained what they already knew. They had to pass Tarkin to reach Hanukkah, possessed by Veliper. However, the dragon scales were unbreakable, so they would split into two groups. One would distract the dragon, and the rest would go for Hanukkah. Vera doubted immediately, considering that it would be useless if the dragon eliminated the distraction team, or didn't even pay attention to them, which would result in having to face the two colossal spirits. Fienna saw it as the only option to reach Hanukkah. Jiggs, on the other hand, noticed the main problem, the distraction, which Loratail described as a disguised sacrifice, and the only one who volunteered was the brave Taylor. But Ed stopped him, expressing that he himself would go for Hanukkah, even with the boys' complaints. Still, Ed didn't plan to sacrifice anyone, and everyone would go for Hanukkah, except him, Clavius, and Loratail. And although these two did not agree at all, Ed assured them that he had a great plan, and so Fienna, with her authority, decreed it, dividing the group and taking advantage of the little time they had left, asking them not to die just before separating, starting the mission with the trio of sacrifices, or heroes, who reached Tarkin, with Loratail being the first to doubt the plan. But Ed fully trusted Clevius's abilities, who, although he had low self-esteem, was very strong, so he encouraged him, although the fearful one saw him as an arrogant boy, since he only stayed there due to Fienna's great strength and confidence. But now seeing himself accompanied, began to gain confidence. And with that confidence, he marched terrified towards the battle, facing the dragon head-on. And Clebius turned to alert his companions, but they had already vanished, with the dragon breathing down his neck, having nothing left but to run away, desperate, begging in tears for someone to cover him, and thus returning to a small flashback, 1 second before when Ed, after encouraging Clebius, stopped Loratail, who thought he was sacrificing Chico, which he partly agreed with, although it didn't seem morally right to him. And Ed clarified to her that it was not a sacrifice, because even if he was fearful, he was still the strongest in the group. In addition, he needed Loratail for something more important outside, to use the forbidden ice spell she had cast with Hanukkah to destroy the building's doors, and thus open the way for the second group. And although everyone was confused by the explosion, there was no time to think, so they entered. Loratail admitted that Ed was a very good strategist, especially for having remembered that training move. And with the second group inside, a new problem appeared, Clebius, as he was not willing to die alone. And he dragged the problem all the way there. Although still scared to death, he preferred to forget about revenge. And he desperately asked them for help. And Loratail remembered that basically no one could harm that dragon. But Ed had a plan, asking her to stop him when she could. But her enormous ice wall was easily pierced. Meanwhile, Ed ran towards the highest part of the building, needing overwhelming power, which he finds in the form of a sleepy Minnie. She was an extra achievement in the game, difficult for anyone to get, but he had managed it several times. So he picked up Lucy, who was still exhausted from escaping Bella like the time before, but he had a way to return her energy, waking her up by choking her with jerky. And he prepared his throw with pure faith, took the final impulse and threw the projectile, Diego, at Lucy, who, crying in the air, flew towards the enormous lizard, feeling that this was an exaggeration. And annoyed, she ended up activating her rewind magic, divine punishment, which caused a monumental explosion. That threw everyone around her into the air, leaving the dragon still alive, with its scales burned. So Ed ran at full speed, knowing that only one final blow was missing now. For her part, Hanukkah remembered how she was always the pride of her mother, her friends, her colleagues. And with that pressure, she felt she had to live up to everything, ending up like a lonely girl, carrying everything she could bear, falling into despair as if every expectation were glass she had to walk on. And just when she was trapped in that dream, an explosion abruptly pulled her out, marking the arrival of the squad. And as always true to her custom, she greeted him with a big smile, even while trapped between Beloper's chains. But now tears were streaming from her eyes, and Ed heard the beginning of the knowing that the end was near, just when he returned to the battlefield, where Clebius was fleeing and Loratail was trying to help him. Upon arriving, Ed asked her about Lucy, who apparently after her attack fell and rolled into a corner, where she kept sleeping. and she told him that she hadn't managed to pierce the dragon's skin. So Ed headed for the weak point, the head, although she reminded him that they were mages, not warriors, to do something like that. And besides, the only warrior they had was very unwilling. So Ed would do it, asking her to cover him, running to the front, risking his life, appearing a bit arrogant according to the girl, giving his all in a simple bet. But Ed clarified that risking his life was not a bet, but an investment. That changed the girl's perception, who decided to follow him in his idea of risking everything, preparing her spell. And so Ed took that moment as a starting point, relieving the exhausted Klebus. And running head-on, he understood why Klebus fled, yet he kept advancing towards the neck. And a noise disconcerted him. Klebius, terrified, saw the enormous arm of Glaskin descending from the sky, the final part of the confrontation. And that had disconcerted anyone, but for her part, not someone like Lorettel, who protected him from the dragon's attack, giving Ed the necessary time to decide to deliver the final blow. Then using that spell he had used so many times, Wind Blade, defeating the monster, cutting off its head, increasing his spiritual magic stats, and achieving a spiritual contract slot. Falling to the ground, watching Taylor ascend to the sky to face the enormous hand, throwing himself against it with all his power, until shattering it and then plummeting at full speed. Victorious, and the protagonist looked at him, admiring him like a true protagonist, and everyone witnessed how the barrier broke, letting the light of dawn pass, and so everything had ended, and the four who defeated Tarkan rested under a tree, Lorettel being the most surprised of how they managed to resolve the situation, and she introduced herself again before a tired Ed, and indifferent, offering him a handshake which he accepted, but was surprised by 3 gold coins, with which the girl planned to pay him a favor. Ed saw it as a way of telling him that he would keep in touch, even if he didn't want to. And at that moment, Taylor arrived with the appearance of having awakened the elemental sword buff, just like in the game, with the difference that now, even with some resentment, he stood in front of him to thank him. Klevius told him not to show respect to the traitor who left him stranded, but everyone else silenced him, leaving him like a scolded child, and Fienne affirmed that for his help, she would speak to the council, although Ed rejected it, giving more credit to Lucy and Taylor. However, Elvira, knowing that they had done the work, didn't quite believe that humility. And then Jiggs scolded her for not being respectful to her elders, starting an argument. And Ed felt that until that moment, he had stayed on the sidelines to avoid altering the story. But seeing them up close felt very warm, and he, like Taylor, got stronger with every challenge, which in turn strengthened Isla, who matured more and more, accepting her role as leader. Geeks found his way through civilization, Clavius gained confidence, Elvira stopped being so childish, and Lorettel began to question life. All the main characters had a role to fulfill, but he was different, so he headed to the place he couldn't enter while the mission was underway. The reserve warehouse, where Lucy used to take naps, a place that usually didn't make sense to him. However, he knew that for the main characters to shine, someone had to be overshadowed. There he found Hanneke smiling, even despite her injuries. Still, Ed doubted why Hanneke would lose control, but Lorettel seemed to know after spying on her room, full of gifts and motivational phrases, all loaded with affection and sincerity, but each one increased the weight on the girl's shoulders. And although anyone else would have simply set them aside, Hanneke was someone who wanted to reciprocate everything, which plunged her into a darkness that Voliper took advantage of. However, Ed couldn't get out of his head that all that was supposed to happen in a month, or at least that's what he thought, thinking that everything started when Taylor was defeated, and she became the star of the second year, all thanks to Lucy learning something when meeting Matilda, and that was only because she had found a good place to sleep in the forest, a place that technically belonged to someone who shouldn't even exist, but she admitted that she also wanted to hide a little longer until she could cry enough. Ed watched her vent, remembering how Matilda asked him to save her, and although maybe Matilda didn't know the future, but she sensed that Janica needed someone who didn't adore her like the others, understanding that Janica failed when she tried to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit, trying to meet expectations. That left her mind vulnerable to the control of evil spirits. Ed saw it as an ironic ending, and he didn't know what words would soothe the girl. But as ironically as that ending, he couldn't think of anything better than congratulating her on her hard work. While the protagonists advanced, receiving cheers and joy, backstage was Hanneke, overshadowed in darkness, in complete solitude, until Ed was stunned. seeing how hundreds of spirits approached to comfort her in a beautiful scene, which he now considered the end of Act 1. And so 10 days passed until the first disciplinary session for Hanukkah arrived, supported by her friends and professors. In the second session, Fiona dismissed any kind of attack on the royal family, leaving Hanukkah as a victim. Loretal also helped by paying for the Academy's damages, taking the opportunity to evade taxes while doing so. And yet Hanukkah lost all Academy benefits, being suspended, but her expulsion was annulled. And so her trial concluded, with all her friends celebrating, like the end of a teenage drama. Despite everything, Hanukkah didn't stop looking tense, so her friends Anissa and Clara helped her, preparing a nice and refined celebration for her, chatting casually, although she remained distant, until she dropped a bomb. She was basically in love. Her confused friends tried to change the subject, but upon hearing Hanukkah's courses and dreams about being a lady in the forest, who finds her knight on a white steed, Ed, whom she crowns before childishly strolling through the forest. While they preferred to talk about something else, when Hanukkah dropped another comment, what happened to Kersey? And Annie got together with Thomas and escaped with a very bad excuse, leaving the problem to Clara. She, nervous, tried to think how to tell her something without hurting her feelings, or letting the gossip spread throughout the academy. In the end, she suggested that she be honest with what she felt, but not shout it around, and even less say such cheesy things that caused anger. Hanukkah understood and thanked her friend, happily leaving Clara exhausted, thinking that she managed to avoid disaster. For his part, Ed got many tools thanks to being exempted from tuition fees by Fiona. And he had plenty of money from Loretal, so he was walking towards the forest when he ran into Hanukkah, who after finishing Act 1 could stop pretending not to know him, and he greeted her, only for her to scream and roll exaggeratedly through the forest, hiding and then making up a bad excuse to flee from there, leaving Ed feeling the pain of rejection, trying to compensate himself to concentrate on his mission, building his new refuge, choosing a good piece of land, cutting wood, and so his days went by. Happy because his grades went up, but frustrated because Hanukkah kept running away when she saw him. Besides, the murderous aura of her friends didn't encourage him to pursue her, although he really wouldn't. And in this way, the summer vacation began, which he would use to build his cabin, still dealing with the giant fiery Lucy, who activated her plots, and also Bella, who brought him fine herbs, and was getting more and more confused about her relationship with Hanukkah. Although Sabanzi kept raising a wall that collapsed, and Hanukkah kept ignoring him, at least Jix came to help him, with the information that he was now friends with Taylor like the main story, until after a long time. His rustic cabin was finished, which allowed him to feel safe and at home. With his carpentry skill increased, he can finally rest in peace, without knowing that he was being watched by a stalker Hanukkah in mode. And although his new refuge was not yet finished, Ed felt comfortable, except for the giant cat sleeping on the roof. Lucy, who half asleep, ended up unintentionally revealing Hanukkah's location, who was around, greeting like a complete lunatic, while remembering how Bella basically incited her to visit the talented Ed's new cabin, where she herself admitted that she wanted to enter to test how hard, solid, and resistant her thick walls could be. That left Hanukkah very excited, who arrived with all the innocence in the world to see the resistance of the cabin, pretending she had never seen him before. Ed was surprised that none of the spirits told him, but they were too busy filling the girl's head with sultry images of the protagonist's muscles, and all the pervert's request, who was bleeding from the nose just remembering it, just when they invited her in, with her happily accepting. And during the night, Hanukkah opened up, feeling that the pressure to pay her debts was affecting her. Ed told her that if she kept being so good, she would end up becoming a simple stereotype, knowing that if she continued like this, she would explode again from the excess of expectations. And those same expectations had led her to change from a more economical dormitory. But that includes living with more roommates, who would eventually be filled with envy, changing one problem for another, so when she wanted to get away from everything. Ed offered her his camp. She smiled upon hearing it and accepted, asking him to ask her for help without hesitation if he ever needed it. And although Ed smiled, at the same time he knew that he wouldn't need it because, with the arrival of the second semester, Act 2 began. There, the hidden grimoire of the sage, which contained information about celestial magic, would be Loretal's main aspiration, not knowing that the fight for that book would devour the academy. But Ed was calm, because the one who would have a hard time in this act would be Taylor, and that would allow him to keep his distance. Starting the second act with the takeover of the Oakley's Hall, where the Academy's honor students resided. This place was full of benefits, which also increased during the heavy rains that lashed the Academy, receiving special boats, carriages, and tolerance for those who did not return to the Academy in the middle of the storm, which infuriated the students of the Dex Hall, who were dealing with the fear of not surviving the weather and still being penalized. This sparked a protest supported by the merchant Loretto, who had sent his plan to the leader of the lower students, William, who agitated the masses to march furiously with students and servants on the side of the beloved daughter. And the troops were looking to review the students' benefits, and although they were not yet taken into account, officially they were already causing great damage. And this damage would start with an incident that spread throughout the Oakley's Hall, full of artwork and furniture from artisans, with the goal of hitting the Academy's finances, which were already suffering since the incident with Glaskin, thus supporting Oretel's plans to buy the sage's grimoire. However, the rain was awakening. In her Memories of the Old Slabs, worn out from the slums, an even more ironic image when compared to the opulence she lived in now, but a life full of conspiracies. And in her reflection, the girl recognized herself as someone who had only lived by stabbing people in the back, not trusting anyone and doubting everything she did. Despite all this, she wished, deep in her feelings, that there was another being who understood what she felt, someone else who was also a sewer rat. But denying that someone like that could exist, she had to continue living in the shadow of darkness. And as the protest increased in intensity, the maids tried to inform their superiors. Now Taylor had to stop it, but inside the hall there were intermediate enemies supporting the lower students. Among them Tote, who captured Unamaid. He was also a rival who hated Taylor, who coincidentally had to fulfill two tasks. The first was to deal with the maid and open the door for the students to enter to make their statements. The second was to detain the protagonist group. This was Tote's role, which ironically ended up being Ed's new role, who for some reason had been promoted to an intermediate boss. To explain it, we must go back 2 days, when the incident broke out, where Ed still felt he was mediocre in combat, having to hunt with a bow to try to improve, although his slow progress frustrated him, and his biggest problem were visitors like Vila, Jiggs, or Fiena's spy, and although he had other visitors dominating the ranking, starting with Visitor A, the most powerful mage, who used to visit him randomly, just to annoy him about the progress on his cabin, and although he constantly kicked her out, she always ended up coming back. And Visitor B was the always well-received Janica. She brought him food and helped him with his trivial chores. Ed was grateful to her, although she sometimes still got nervous and also showed her jealous side when she found out about Visitor A. But the reason he told all that was because of Visitor C, the beloved daughter and villain of the second act. Loretto, she was putting her plan together, in which Ed didn't want to participate, since everything was supposed to take its natural course, until he discovered that Tote was very bad, diverting the story again with Ed, wanting to know more. Because according to the original script, Tote was supposed to annoy Taylor and then be knocked out, seeking revenge later. But this time he also insulted Ed, which unleashed Jig's fury, who sent him to the hospital. So Loretto asked Ed to fulfill his task. He asked her to find someone else, and she refused, stating that she didn't trust anyone else, no matter how much she paid them. And Ed then understood that she looked for him because his reputation was also bad, and she tried to appeal to his sense of revenge against the hall that expelled him. But he wasn't interested. However, he agreed to help her only on conditions, 20 gold coins and the intention to do her task, and leave quickly so as not to distort bad things. And returning to his campfire, he noticed that once again, the events were accelerating. In the fight for the grimoire, Loretto planned to cause an economic crisis by taking advantage of the weather, all to create his own group, the Summit, an association with real power, which would seek to rival the student one. It was basically a clash between realism and idealism. But in the end, everything would depend on one thing: what Taylor decided, because the group that joined would be the one to win. Thinking that, just as he arrived next to him, he was soaked by the rain and surprised by how hard it must be for Ed to always live in such weather. And although he seemed fine, the girl took advantage of the fact that she would soon move dormitories and leave many things, so she asked him if she could give him some. He accepted quite excited, still something bothered him, the cat on the roof, or rather Lucy, who stared blankly with seriousness, almost dramatically. And Ed remembered that with that weather, even her chaotic head left laziness aside and began to question her existence. Still, he tried to ignore her, which excited Hanukkah, but Ed thought the girl would be in danger. When everything started, they had already activated the protection runes, locking everyone in their rooms. And although he knew she would escape, he preferred not to risk her and asked her to meet in the rose garden at 9. And although he was very serious, she interpreted it as a love confession. Becoming so nervous that she ran into the rain, Ed was confused but let it go, wishing that when the incident was over, he could enjoy the end of the rain again and the sunlight. Meanwhile, on the day of the event in Oakley's, Jiggs was training, worried because Elka was upset by his exaggerated reaction the other day. But when he finished, he saw a hooded figure enter the hall, recognizing him as Ed. He arrived at her conspiracy. They had been gathered by their boss, and it would be them who would block the entrance, giving Ed everything he needed for his job. And so the event began with the enraged mob marching in the rain, demanding equality, led by their representative William. And so we return to the moment when the doors opened, revealing that Ed was Loratail's envoy. Although he was slightly uncomfortable that William let his name slip so calmly in front of the hostage, and he told him that he had always agreed with his cause. That was enough to excite William, who even thanked him for being such a good person. But Ed inside already wanted to get rid of him, so he threw all the blame for the plan on him and sent him to move on, just as his hostage was escaping. But there was no danger anymore, since they had no one to check. After all, Alice, the head of the maids and who controlled the runes, was on Loratel's side. And with the runes activated, everything went according to the scenario, including the black veil she had prepared. All of this was the work of the manipulative Loratel, who congratulated him on his work and also complained about being soaked. Although Ed didn't care, leaving the rest to her. However, before they separated, Loratail strangely asked if he had ever eliminated anyone. Ed hesitantly confessed that he hadn't. She apparently hadn't either, but throughout the fight for survival that she called life, she had done similar things. Since she was little, she ruined and trampled lives to advance, and once she was on top, she stabbed as many as she could in the back, out of fear of being betrayed. Although, of course, she claimed not to care, but Ed knew that all of that was just excuses, knowing very well how many she had sunk to earn the name of the beloved daughter, and he also knew that he could not aspire to empathy. Therefore, deep down what she was asking for was sympathy, and she was asking him for it, who understood that people like her only looked for someone to wallow and sink with them in the swamp. Only then did they stop feeling alone. But Ed would not be that person, and he ended up rejecting her, reminding her that actions always had consequences. Then he took his next position, knowing that Loratel and Alice would talk about the next plan, one that would become more complicated, in which they would give all the energy of the runes to William, who would end up going crazy from the excess power and would become the boss of the 4th floor. Meanwhile, Ed would simply be on the 2nd, where he just had to wait for Taylor to arrive, have a small fight with them, and then let him pass. And although he knew it could get a bit rough, he preferred to keep things easy. Meanwhile, in a rose garden, Hannock watched a carriage with golden horses pass by, doubting whether to leave, but she remembered that Ed had left her a note saying he would be late. That would keep her there all night, since that moment had left her sleepless for days. Even more so after finding out, thanks to Matilda and other spirits, about the whole harem that visited her beloved, which made her even more jealous. However, there was something that would make her return, not knowing if her hairpin was suitable for conquering. So she went to change it, and while outside the Opley's hall, Elvira desperately tried to get her potions back, and medicinal herbs, very agitated. And although Taylor sent Isla to stop her, Elvira insisted she could take care of herself. But the protagonist clearly told her that he was worried about the protesting students, who could be attacked by the violent girl. So he tried to stop her before she went up to the 4th floor. And although she said she only wanted her herbs, she would not hesitate to use brute force to get them, kicking the door and finding Ed sitting mysteriously in the place since it had been looted. Elvira smiled, as she did not expect it to be him, and would try to stop them, and Ed seriously affirmed that he would not let them pass. But Elvira was only amused, and although Jiggs told them that Ed's magic was decent, while next to them they had a great swordsman, a great intermediate-level mage, and she, the best alchemist in her class, Taylor asked Ed to explain what was happening. But seeing that he didn't want to talk, he decided to force him. Starting the attack, Ed blocked it by raising a chair and prepared a basic level spell under Elvira's gaze, who saw him as predictable. However, his movement changed, pointing upwards, using Wind Blade to cut the base of a chandelier that fell directly onto Taylor, who barely managed to dodge it. And the impact raised a huge cloud of dust, resonating to the dormitories where Klebus was, as always terrified. And while Taylor and Isla organized themselves, Elvira received a blade cut that tore off part of her hair and her bag, causing her potions to fall to the ground, which began to make her nervous. Not knowing where the next attack would come from, and defenseless without her potions, she tried to reach them. But before succeeding, the entire floor caught fire, courtesy of Ed, whom Elvira now saw as too ingenious in battle. Realizing that Ed was much more cunning than he appeared, and with the scene burning around her, Elvira, who had always considered herself the strongest for being a genius in alchemy, found herself facing her greatest weakness. Without her artifacts or magical potions, it was clear that she was mediocre in combat, like most alchemists, who usually only solved things using some magical object. And in her arrogance, she didn't believe she would need it. And she was surprised to see that Ed's strategy consisted of taking away precisely those resources. But Elvira had some options. A small sphere that she threw released a tender spiritual rabbit, which she induced into a berserker state, transforming it into an enormous beast ready to attack. And Ayla, for her part, desperately tried to put out the fire when a wind cut was directed straight towards her. And it was Taylor who stopped her, asking her to stay alert. And the original Flop couldn't hide his frustration, since Ed's plan was clearly to keep him away by attacking his friend, the weakest of the group. And Elvira knew it too, and hoped that between the two they could break through. And so her counterattack would begin. And the little orange-haired girl sent her giant rabbit directly towards Ed, while Taylor surrounded him from another direction. And Elvira but took advantage of the moment to throw herself through the flames and recover those potions she loved almost exaggeratedly. And Ed noticed her intentions, so he dodged the rabbit, while a wind cut headed towards Elvira. And she, seeing it coming, remained confident, throwing one of her potions, which not only stopped the attack, but also released a special reaction that affected everything around her, including the rabbit, which ended up lifeless due to the reach of the magic-suppressing effect. And this left Ed defenseless, desperate, resorting to his bow, although Elvira felt confident, believing that she could never beat Taylor. But Ed retreated, blocking the swordsman's path with an enormous wall of fire, created without using any magic. Elvira sensed the danger, realizing that if the fire spread to the rooms, there would be victims. This motivated Taylor to end everything, using his elemental cut to dissipate the flames. And the alchemist strangely noticed that the windows were open, and there were no flammable objects, which led her to think that she was still being manipulated by Ed. And at that moment, Ed watched as Taylor approached badly, and the virus tried to stop him, but failed. Taylor was determined in front of Ed, who already had his bow ready, and the swordsman was confident that he could block it easily. But his certainty vanished when the arrow passed by his side, seeking its true target, Ayla, and there, he saw the arrow coming without being able to do anything else but wait for the impact. And at the last moment, the arrow was barely stopped by a magic dome created by the alchemist, who used her claw hand, an artifact that allowed her to hold objects. And although when taking the arrow, she noticed that it didn't even have a tip, feeling increasingly frustrated at being manipulated, screaming at Taylor, who seemed to have everything under control, while Ed just endured until he heard noises on the second floor. Then he noticed the presence of an agitated Clavius, who had freed himself and was running like crazy. This was the boss of the second floor. With his appearance, Ed considered his mission fulfilled, relaxing just before being brutally beaten by Taylor, being completely injured, and he visibly agitated. He didn't understand why Ed had done all that. Meanwhile, Ed remained completely calm, even when Elvira, annoyed, began to interrogate him, and she already suspected it. From the moment he appeared, everyone had fallen into a kind of game, wanting to know why. Ed, without losing his composure, only asked if they had finished venting and suggested that it would be best to keep going up. The whole group was confused, but Elvira, moreover, was furious at feeling used, demanding an explanation. And just at that moment, an in-love girl entered, now undecided about her brooch, lost in her imagination, only to encounter reality. of the boy who thought like a white knight in the garden now, was covered in blood, surrounded by a violent group, awakening a homicidal side in her. And since the Glasgow incident, she had begun to idealize Ed, thinking that he would solve any problem. With that confident smile he always showed her, but now seeing him in that state, she understood that in the end he had rejected her help, not understanding why he tried to push her away from the hall with that invitation. Until she understood. After the incident, getting into another problem could mean her expulsion from the academy. And although she understood it, she couldn't control what she felt, making her angry to think that while she was worried about her outfit, Ed ended up like this, entering a terrifying trance. And Taylor, unaware of everything, was only happy to see her well, thinking she came to help them to recover the dormitory. And annoyed, Elvira snapped at Taylor for not realizing that he was facing their next enemy, who unleashed enormous power. Ed tried to stop her, but she was furious. She decided to help him even if he didn't want it, leaving everyone armed upon seeing how suddenly the girl was surrounded by numerous spirits. And seeing that, Elvira decided it was better to retreat, and if they had barely managed against Ed, they had no chance against the best spiritual mage. So she proposed escaping through the windows, but Taylor refused. He couldn't risk having more injured people, and bravely stood in front of the spirits. And as a good protagonist, he accepted the challenge. For that very reason, Ed grabbed him and threw him far away, expressing that he should follow to the second floor while he dealt with the others. The friends were confused by his sudden change of attitude, and Elvira doubted he could make it out alive from that confrontation in the state he was in. But Ed, throwing the bag directly at her head, only apologized for hers and suggested she use all her potions. Still confused, she decided to trust him, and so the three of them continued advancing. Meanwhile, Hanukkah watched Ed, who she asked to finish what they had started, even if she told him the details later. And he advanced towards her, and although what he was about to do was considered rude, he asked for calm while placing his hands on her shoulders. And that worked immediately, making her extremely nervous, to the point of creating a small blizzard that almost knocked down the battered roof, now asking her to lower the intensity, to which she, full of nerves, agreed, withdrawing all the spirits and the Vera, and the others were confused by how easy it had been. Red only asked them to hurry up, just before passing out. And so time passed, and after being healed by Hanukkah, who was still angry for not being able to help him, and getting injured, so she put the other three on her blacklist, and Wide apologized for not telling her anything, and promised he would do it next time, being pressured to promise not to get so injured again. And with this more calm, he felt that his role as intermediate boss had ended, wishing to return to his quiet life. And his illusion was broken when Hanukkah told him that while she was waiting for him in the garden, a carriage had arrived carrying a golden crown. Ed was paralyzed upon recognizing that symbol, that of the elite merchant and Loretel's adoptive father, who had eliminated his biological parents, the Golden King of Elt, and this man was supposed to disappear courtesy of his stepdaughter at the end of the second act. But he had appeared too soon in this story, once again distorted. Meanwhile, at the top of Oakley's, Loretel melancholically watched the rain, while she was told by her maid, Elise, that she had been rejected, by whom Sumate supposed was the boy from the forest cabin, so she was surprised by her mistress's tastes. Loretel did not deny his decent appearance, but what caught her attention the most was his familiar aura, which led her to open her feelings only to be brutally rejected, although it was something that people like them should already be used to. Knowing Eli's the one in charge of the Oakley's Hall, who started as a maid when she was young, and quickly ascended to her current position, and for her it was her greatest investment. She had put a lot of money and effort, and a lot, into buying his honesty, so she saw him as a great investment, not for profit, but because by doing so, she found her equal, a person who would set aside their beliefs and values in exchange for money, a comrade who helped her soothe her loneliness, which could be justified by a hard childhood in the poor neighborhoods, where it was kill or be killed, and Alice affirmed that William would take control of the barrier magic, something they both knew would go wrong. But Loretel accepted, with a big smile, and it was understood that after all, she was not a victim of her past, but a villain. And with the plan finished, Alice would go to the warehouse and Loretel to her room to pretend to be scared. However, Alice watched her from afar with pity upon recognizing her as a sad human being, incapable of opening up to anyone. That's why she felt bad when she placed her sword on her mistress's neck, denying that they were the same, feeling sorry because she knew she would die alone. While Taylor and his group defeated the second boss, the grim Clavius managed to calm him down, uniting him to his group, and thus they advanced to the third floor, where they defeated the next boss, the maiden Kelly, who was supposed to be accompanied by her twin sister, and finally they reached the last floor. But the difficulty had dropped so much that it already felt almost like an easy mode, and thus the last part began. Confrontation against an out-of-control William, who terrified all the students, who begged for help, witnessing Loratail's plan, and Ellis, who had left the administrative room the magic orb, along with several runes, which went from being the students' protection to becoming the most powerful weapons, now in the hands of poor William, who had to be stopped by Taylor. And so the entire building shook from the battle, terrifying the students, who used any means to escape the place, making the combat more chaotic, with constant explosions, as the protagonists tried to contain William, seeing Taylor, who was in charge of blocking the attacks, while Elvira looked for something to neutralize the magic. Fortunately, she had something better than before, a total magic blocker. However, now she needed the others to take care of the end. And Taylor, with his determination, and Clavius, panting, charged together, dodging the multiple explosions to face William, who upon seeing them, burst into tears, relieved that finally someone came to stop him, and the intense clash ended up causing an explosion on the entire fourth floor. Meanwhile, Ed watched from outside the carriage of the Golden King, while Hanukkah was upset to see him move with his unhealed wounds. But Ed knew that if he had arrived without a parade announcing his presence, it was because he was moving in secret. And this was the false boss of Act II, who apparently had advanced his arrival due to a letter. And from his position, Ed saw Chanay, Kelly's twin, who were supposed to be bosses of the third floor, and Ely's subordinates, so he assumed that if they now supported Elt, it meant that Ely's had betrayed Loretto. This created a new unprecedented route, in which the Golden Daughter would fall, completely altering the conflict with Fienna in Act 3, and everything that happened against the Rothtaylor in Act 4. With Ed understanding that replacing such an important role was simply impossible, and the Golden King got out of the carriage, followed by his mercenaries, and he knew he had no more options and asked Hanukkah for help, who, without asking for explanations, put herself at his disposal. As the king entered the academy, he remembered that letter in which Ely's told him about Loretto's entire conspiracy and her plan to overthrow him, after learning the truth about her biological parents, using the purchase of the sage's grimoire as a lure to bring him to the academy. In exchange for that information, Ely's asked for money, specifically double what Loretto had given her. And Ely's also revealed that her health condition had caused her to lose part of her sight and hearing, knowing that this would be the last year as a maid. That's why she asked for her payment to be distributed among her secret finances, mainly being orphanages. In return, Ellis fulfilled her mission to stop the girl until the king arrived. However, she couldn't help but be surprised by Loretto's reaction, whom she had always seen as cold, and she also considered her a hypocrite, seeking revenge against him when in reality there was not much difference between the two. And at that moment, an explosion marked the entrance of Taylor's group. They were extracting an unconscious William, and upon seeing the scene, Elvira assumed that the boy had only been manipulated by the real culprits, Ellis, who at that moment held Loratail hostage. However, Loratail, who could have confirmed this version, showed such a confused expression that it ended up worrying all her friends, until suddenly she ran off, completely desperate, and in her mind the only goal was to complete the plan, to flee from the Golden King, and send the message to the investors to bring him down. For this, she had to reach her room, but her steps became slow upon remembering how she had been rejected and belittled by the only people she had opened up to, trying to convince herself that this must be normal for a merchant like her. But she couldn't stop the sea of tears coming from her broken heart, and still, she had to reward herself to move on. For his part, Elt saw his path blocked by Ed, who did not plan to allow him entry to the hall. So the Golden King approached, wondering if he had been sent by the professors, but Ed replied that they acted on their own judgment, seeking a reward and fewer injured. Now one of the three key characters of this arc stood before him, Aratel, who tried to overthrow Elt and Elt, who desperately sought the sage's grimoire. But to this equation, Ely's had been added, whose betrayal Ed still couldn't understand, although he knew she should be on the 5th floor. So he decided to leave this matter to Taylor's group, trusting that they could handle it without problems. And his mission was clear, to prevent Elt from reaching the hall. So he suggested to Elt that he present himself to the academy managers to receive the appropriate welcome for his status. But seeing his evasive gaze and the fear in Ed's eyes, he immediately realized he was facing an enemy. And now we go back 10 minutes before, when Ed knocked down the wall of Jig's 4th floor, who remained serene, training his muscles and following Elka's advice to the letter, not to be reckless. Besides, he knew that even if the building fell on him, he wouldn't die. The only thing that worried him was the new hole in his wall, and cold air would enter at night. Jed seemed very confused by his reasoning, while Hanukkah and he introduced themselves appropriately. Although Jigs was still a little confused by what happened with Glass Khan with her apologizing, until suddenly the doubt arose whether they were a couple, which made Hanukkah overreact. Embarrassing Ed a little, although he assured that his feelings weren't hurt, he did consider Jigs rude. He apologized, and finally they returned to the central point, and back to the present Ed, he was in front of Elt, who assured him that Lorettel's beauty was dangerous, knowing her bitch blood, and it was only a matter of time before she stabbed him, so he suggested taking the safe money, offering him double what they would have paid him, just to get out of the way. But the protagonist reminded him that double zero is still zero. Elt, realizing that there would be no negotiation, ordered his men to eliminate him silently. Ed tried to escape, but ended up cornered, until a green shot opened a path for him. It was Higgs, who had arrived with Hannock to help him buy time. The savage boy hadn't forgotten that he still owed her one, and was ready to fight. Elt noticed him as a threat, and sent all his men against him. And the protagonist now looked for Lorettel, whom he found scared and confused, asking her to follow him to escape quickly. However, she had spent her life believing that every act of skill came with a hidden interest behind it, just like all her allies did, even her pet. And while running, she couldn't help but think that Alice had betrayed her. And all because of Hanukkah, because that girl was raised with kindness and love, which she gave back to the world. And that day she made her proposal to Ed. She saw them together by the campfire with a passionate look. Invaded by the need to understand that type of relationship, she ended up telling Alice everything. Although she always supposed she was broken, she regretted having seen that scene, the same one that for a moment made her forget how dirty and awful she really was, and that pushed her into a ridiculous delusion of romanticism, remembering how she had bribed 5 people for that plan, 3 maids, William, and the fallen aristocrat, knowing that most had already been bought by Elt. So only Ed remained, who finally noticed that the girl had stopped, and now against her own common sense. She confessed that she couldn't pay him, thus breaking the last alliance she might have had. But this one, taking her hand, urged her to escape if she really wanted to fulfill her plans. Lorettel was confused by his warm presence. Her philosophy of life began to crumble due to a new opportunity to trust, and contrary to everything she thought. She told him her plan, which consisted of manipulating company prices, all because after the fight against a monster, the arms market had become scarce, and thus Elt planned to monopolize the supply market to overvalue all products through illegal transactions. And to achieve this, he needed money, which he planned to get by stealing and selling the sage's grimoire. This being Lorettel's mission, Ed understood that it was waste trading. This system required 3 parties to rotate products to control the market and its price. But if any betrayed, it would leave the others in ruin, with millionaire losses. Exactly that was what Elt feared, who knew that Lorettel had bought and allied with the other 2 parties. But for everything to work, the Golden King had to be expelled from the company so that the others could take their share. And the Proto understood immediately. Everything he had done was to force the sale of the grimoire and get Elt out of the central office, leaving control to the others. And what it all came down to now was sending a message. And she affirmed having a direct line to them through a messenger pigeon. She just had to give the order to win, and then survive, and Ed saw it as complicated, so he sent her to look for a carriage, which they would use as a distraction, while she went to his cabin in the forest, where he would hide her for 3 days. Meanwhile, Elle would run to the room to send the message, and although he challenged her, Elle still confused Ed too much. He took her forcefully by the shoulders, telling her to escape quickly. She obeyed, but in her mind she couldn't stop thinking why. How with all her experience as a merchant she had ended up trusting him. And then, seeing his concern, She tried one last time to get an answer and asked him why he was helping her. Elle was speechless, knowing she couldn't answer with the truth. So she simply said, "Because I want to," and left to fulfill her part, and left her sitting there on the ground, blushing, panting heavily, trying to figure out where that intense sound was coming from. And it wasn't between the fight between Taylor and Ellis, nor the chaos on the first floor, it was something deeper. Closer, the strong beat of her own heart. Meanwhile, under the rain, Cheney watched in amazement who came out of there. It was Ed. And for him, all this was nothing more than the last annoyance of an already too annoying incident. Meanwhile, the hall's defenses were activated thanks to a Chinese sword maid, capable of stopping geniuses and powerful warriors using only her sword, and without messing up her hair. Her name was Eli's, but not even all her skill was enough against Taylor's determination. And with their clash of skills, the final battle of the first act began. Meanwhile, Cheney prepared to block Ed's path, who saw that as a problem, since he barely had mana for a couple of basic spells, and she moved with superhuman speed directly towards him, with a brutal thrust, which he dodged with ease by knowing her pattern perfectly, stepping on her sword, being faster than her reaction speed, and easily snatching the rest of the weapons from her hands, subduing her. However, that was not enough against her, because as part of the twins blessed by the stars, she could exchange abilities with her sister once a day, using her sister Kaylee's telekinesis to throw knives at the protagonist, who simply received them, and the maid, who until then seemed confident, froze when she saw him standing, with the knives stuck all over his body, as if he felt nothing. Ed removed them without much trouble, since as it was a borrowed ability, the cuts were not deep, and he completely disarmed her and immobilized her on the ground, with Cheney writhing, refusing to disappoint her boss. But Ed made it clear to her that she had already lost. And still, the furious maid denied it, remembering the hard battles Ellis had endured, who at that time was still resisting the fight, attacking with all her power, and he fondly remembered her for all the orphans she had saved, including herself. And although Ed knew nothing about that because of the game, the girl confessed to him that thanks to Alice, she had gotten a job, money, and a life. However, Alice saw her maximum power being pierced by a decision of Tyler. In his transformed version, ready for the final blow, the protagonist, listening to the servant's entire heartbreaking story, was not really moved. Just when an explosion resonated behind him, marking the end of the fight, Cheney furiously swore never to forgive him, but the protagonist simply broke her neck, getting up annoyed, knowing that in the end he couldn't understand, nor was he allowed to intervene in the lives of the secondary characters. And even if he could, it wouldn't change anything, limiting himself to dragging the servant's body to a hall, while thinking that although Eli's life had value for following her own convictions, that didn't change the only thing that mattered to him, surviving. And with that action, he gained the pain resistance ability and reached his objective, the extremely tidy and neat room of Lorettail. One messenger pigeon waited to send a message that bluntly said that everything had to be sold, releasing it to the wind, knowing that when he returned, he would bring with him Elt's head. And so he walked full of wounds through the forest, thinking that thanks to Jix, Hanukkah, and other timely moments, he managed to fulfill his plan. Although he hoped that if everything went well with the carriage trick, Lorettail would be in the cabin waiting for him. However, she appeared right behind him. He tried to greet her sarcastically, but quickly noticed the dagger in her hand, receiving a bucket of cold water. He had forgotten how dangerous it was to be complacent with the beloved daughter. Only 5 people knew that she was the mastermind behind the entire plan. Yili's was one of them. Her silence could be bought, but he was priceless, and now seeing that she had no other option, she decided to finish him right there, in that dark corner of the forest. This way, she would try to close her macabre plan, and he saw her cold gaze approach, and understood that the girl's true character had always been to get rid of people once she used them, seeing her as what she always was, a villain, and without options and seeing them come, he tried to think. But his body didn't respond. However, at the last moment, the dagger fell to the ground, and she touched his wounded body, affected by seeing him so bad, trying to cover him up, and helped him reach his cabin, where she had already lit a campfire, hoping to warm up together. And now they finally rested together by the campfire, with her telling him that she managed to get the driver to even put his life at risk so as not to be easily captured. Yeth thought that either he was very loyal or the girl had threatened his family, but she confidently reminded him that if everything went well, he would become part of the elite of merchants, and it would be good to give him a favor. And although he wasn't interested, so he just asked for payment for his services, that made Loratail nervous. Not because of the money, but for another reason. Ed thought that maybe she still feared that Alice would talk, but she would take care of that later. And now she wanted to know if he and Hanukkah were close. Ed confirmed it bluntly, doubting the strange question, but Loratail limited herself to saying that she respected Hanukkah and considered her a good person, the complete opposite of herself. And some time ago in Oakley's, Ed received a message from his assistants and quickly retreated, leaving his mercenaries with whom Higgs had to deal, not in combat, but trying to keep them alive. Because Hanukkah, who at first seemed nervous, ended up completely unleashed, trapping everything that moved in a huge whirlwind of magic. Higgs was worried she would lose control, but she was simply enjoying it. And so everything ended, according to Higgs's information, who even lent his uniform to Ed, since his was in tatters. He also told him that William was blamed for what happened, while Elise was being interrogated, clearly without intention to talk. And with this, Loratail would not be arrested, and all that remained was to receive the news of victory. And the protagonist, after all that, had to return to his daily tasks, and upon checking his statistics, he managed to get 2 new slots, which allowed him to learn elemental infusion and magical engineering. For elemental infusion, he had to look for a spiritual contract, and for magical engineering, he had to assemble or disassemble the magical object, starting with the search for a low-ranking spirit. Just when Hanukkah appeared, who was pretending to be sick to skip classes and relax in the forest. But mainly she was watching her new rival, Loratail, and apparently she was still in the cabin, reflecting under the sun's rays on the things he still had to do, like preventing Eli's from talking, or negotiating the grimoire. But at that very moment, she felt anxious and happy just being close to Ed, watching him chop wood, and feeling an unrequited warmth and support, and something that perhaps for anyone would be normal. For her, it was a feeling worth more than gold, so much so that she didn't want to share it with anyone, especially with the sickly sweet Janica, whom she considered to already have many friends, so she wanted to keep Ed only for herself. And true to her habit, she would play dirty, especially during the next 3 days. She was already analyzing her plan of action. Her first great idea was to fill the cabin with gold coins, until she remembered that her budget was at rock bottom, so she opted for something more realistic, to pay his tuition in the most natural way possible. But the worst part was that to do it, she would have to act crazy, and just imagining it made her die of cringe, banging her head against the wall, being stopped by Lucy, who appeared quite normally, claiming her favorite napping spot, until Ed picked her up to take her to the outside shelter, leaving her quite confused, who asked him if the girl came often. Ed told her yes, considering her already a natural disaster, while Loratail considered her a new rival, so she wouldn't change her plan during those 3 days. And the next day, she tried to be the typical cute girl, but Hanukkah completely overshadowed her in that aspect. Besides, the kitty was already there, lying on the floor. Meanwhile, Ed managed to improve his stats, creating a brick by hand with which he would build his new fireplace. And then, with everyone gathered, they prepared a gourmet meal with fine herbs, celebrating that they finally had peace. And although she shouldn't be complacent, Loratail was clear that she still had a debt, but she also wanted to give him something extra. Ed took the opportunity to ask her for construction materials and a magical engineering artifact, while Annika became jealous, until he turned to her to ask her to be his spiritual magic teacher. She excitedly gave him her first lesson by summoning a spiritual fledgling, which Ed could see, although he barely understood what it was saying. And luckily, because just then, it began to mention that Ed was careless with his magic, due to everything he had to do to survive, as specified in his weekly report. And Hanukkah crushed him to shut up, but she didn't do it fast enough to prevent Ed from feeling the harassment. And Loratail also demanded his attention, reminding him of the magical artifacts, which Ed hoped to get with a good discount. Although at first she wanted to give them to him for free, then she saw it as an opportunity to have him visiting her more often. And Hanukkah didn't like this, starting an argument which Ed ignored while eating, until they were interrupted by the arrival of Vila Maid, the new head maid, who brought news for Loratail about Elise. And although before all this Vila remembered when Clara, very mysteriously, confessed a big secret to her, that it wasn't actually a secret, Hanukkah was in love with Ed, something that Vila, honestly, had already noticed. Even so, Clara was still worried, as she found it hard to accept that her friend had fallen in love with someone so strange. And even more so that lately she hadn't stopped repeating Lorettail's name with hatred. Precisely the girl who missed the opening ceremony, along with Ed. With the girl worried because Hanukkah didn't understand the push and pull of love, and because Ed was so dense that he didn't pick up on her feelings, although Bella defended him, believing that it simply wasn't the best situation for a relationship, even though Clara still thought Ed was a disturbed womanizer. And back to the present with the maiden, they observed the harem of kitties, qualifying them as Lorettal, an energetic street cat in front of a fish store, Hanukkah, an innocent kitten trembling in front of a tiger, and Lucy, simply a cat. And she sighed as she began to understand Clara. But then the important thing happened, Ellis's message. And with night falling only illuminated by the large campfire, with Hanukkah leaving and Bella picking up Lucy, leaving only Ed and Loretail, with Ed trying to get used to his new uniform, while reading the victory letter, with which in theory everything had ended. But he knew that Elt would not leave without a fight, leaving everything in the hands of the organization, and Ed saw that the only problem was Ellis. Although in the end, she did not betray the merchant. Loretail believed it was thanks to the payment. And although a list of orphanages that Eli's financed was also included in the letter, asking to help them, being the will of the maid, who always worked hard without rest with her deteriorating health, leaving everything in that last plan. And for Loretail, that was just changing sides again, joining the winner, and it was difficult to regain trust. And with a sad expression, Ed understood her, thinking that accepting such a betrayal was a sign of weakness. Despite this, the girl still kept the letter, playing the game of the closest person she had had. And with this finished, he had to return, hoping that Ed would visit her for business. He handed her a torch, but she stared at him, still full of nerves, and seeing him so calm, she decided to do something to get ahead. She approached, took his tie, and reminded him that human relationships are a tug of war, like that knot with which she pulled him directly to her lips. After a romantic kiss, she playfully withdrew, while Ed asked her not to try it again, although she recommended that he shouldn't just loosen up, or it would be boring, promising him that next time she would make him the one to pull. Moving away at full speed, Ed, blushing and uncomfortable, felt that despite all his attempts not to get involved, he had simply failed. But his regret went further. Everything felt good, the pretty stars, the sound of the forest, the crackling campfire, but still he was full of anxiety, feeling pushed to the center of the story. And upon entering his cabin, he saw how the quiet life he had planned was moving further and further away, resigning himself in melancholy upon noticing the speed with which autumn arrived. And Janica, for her part, received Tarkin's report on the passionate kiss, which earned her respect upon seeing how manipulative she was. And Janica was just desperately interested in Ed's relationship. Luckily for her, it was so cold that it made the dragon feel pity, who began to doubt the protagonist's masculinity, or if he simply didn't see the redhead as a woman. This relieved Hanukkah, but the dragon didn't let her relax, because Loretail was one of those people who got excited by rejection, suggesting she go on the offensive, advising her to do something bold like kissing him. Although a spiritual panther suggested she not overdo it, and just be herself, looking for something she felt comfortable with. So a pink-haired pained girl only thought about being fed by Ed. Unfortunately, Lucy got ahead of her, with Ed giving her a bite of something that could be poison, enraging the girl for using her as a test subject for his strange combinations. And he, in the meantime, took notes, remembering that he had to go back to dedicating time to his survival. And now between school, his social life, and monitoring the main story, he had little time left. At least Taylor was still advancing according to the story, with Isla fulfilling her supporting role. Fienne also seemed to be going well, with her arc approaching. Although a heroine was still missing, his biggest current problem was Lorettal, the most unstable. And now, he didn't know how the story had been affected, although she looked very good when greeting him, with Han and Khan feeling jealous. And so, among all this, Ed had to make time to watch the next villain, Professor Glass, who was about to discover the Oakley's Hall conspiracy, although this information was discovered by Claire Elfin, who should give the credit to Glass, since he was clearly the one who sent her to keep working. And so she arrived at his office exhausted to continue investigating the incident, focusing especially on Ed, who at that very moment was working in Lorettal's shop, who pretended to forget her contract to get another visit. In return, she offered him tea and snacks, trying to surprise him with a sexy businesswoman outfit. However, in the end it was she who became nervous, pretending that she hadn't dressed up for him, which didn't look good for her either. So she decided to change the subject, talking to him now about her cabin, which was ready although it lacked furniture. And Ed wasn't very interested, since he couldn't afford the expensive items, and as Laurel followed trade ethics, she wouldn't give anything away, so she ended up damaging a chair to put it on sale. Although Ed insisted that it was still expensive, and with all this, Laurel ended up desperate, seeing that even having him in front of her in her best sexy version, and after having kissed, he still didn't react, understanding that he simply didn't see her with those eyes. And Ed tried to reject her gently, but she didn't want to listen, as she was convinced that if she kept trying, she would succeed, seeing him with a seductive smile, worthy of a confident merchant, only betrayed by a tremor in her hands. And some time later, Hanukkah was very excited, starting the first lesson with Ed, where she showed him how to create a connection, summoning the little bat Muck in his hand, a low-ranking fire spirit that immediately submitted to Ed's orders. This was the selected spirit. It was Hanukkah's weekly report, having passed the volunteer tests, interviews, spiritual counseling, an exam, and Ed confused. He saw him as a mini soldier, contrary to the relationship he felt when he played, where contracts were more like comrades. All this was because Hanukkah sought out the best spirit for him through rigorous tests organized by Tarkin, who now handed him over to Ed, who was surprised to feel the heat. She explained that the stronger their connection, the more heat the bat could generate. Ed was excited, and Moog couldn't feel prouder to be admired. And although the boy shone with enthusiasm, just for having a new portable heater, and upon confirming the contract, he gained fire resistance and explosive magic, a perfect tool for his survival. Seeing him so happy made Hanukkah unable to help but get excited too, who in a matter of seconds had already put together a complete class schedule, trainings and activities, but then she stopped dead, pretending to be very busy. And she wanted to make it seem that it would be very selfish of Ed to try to monopolize her, remembering Tarkin's advice, and Clara's about playing hard to get, although clearly it wasn't her thing. Ed apologized for taking up her time, deciding to pay her, but that only annoyed her more, since she could barely survive, in addition to the fact that their relationship shouldn't be so cold, which hurt her feelings. Ed was just more confused, since she was the one who started everything, which made Hanukkah nervous. Then she revealed the advice of the tug of war, although she later changed it, affirming that Clara told her she shouldn't be so nice to everyone. Ironically, Ed understood, seeing her as a good friend, and although she was even happier just not being like everyone else. In fact, she left promising to teach him more, and so she returned home with her new spiritual ability. After disassembling and assembling a magic tool, he also learned magical engineering and moved to his newly installed fireplace. Seeing that with her, Sumana, and Mug, his survival was covered. He just needed to check the forest traps. At that very moment, the End was walking there, investigating, considering that Ed was the main suspect. After ruling out all Oakley's residents, only Hero Taylor and the almost expelled Ed remained, sending all suspicions towards him, searching there for rumors, and although she analyzed that unless he lived there, it didn't make sense for him to be in such a place at night. It was then that a scene terrified her, so she hid to watch Ed dragging a lifeless deer and carrying a girl, whom she immediately recognized as the student, who could even rival the powerful director Oval, Lucy Merrill, so she sentenced Ed as the villain and believing herself to be the best detective. Lucy carried her to his cabin, where he left the house in the warehouse and Lucy in the mini shelter, to then go in to rest. And at that moment, Elfie stealthily infiltrated the camp to rescue Lucy. But before even touching her, she was already behind her, scaring her, leaving her completely nervous, barely managing to stutter that she was just a teacher. Lucy, without paying much attention, simply returned to the shelter, stuffing a bunch of knives into her mouth, as if she were a squirrel, and then flew out into the sky. The teacher was even more confused, but clinging to her theories about Ed, although Glass didn't even know who he was, which she considered a rather cruel comment, and still she tried to convince him that she controlled Lucy, in addition to telling him such a messy story that Glass couldn't understand. So he got straight to the point, showing her the orb in which he had saved the result of the memory recovery from Oakley's Hall, something clearly illegal with Glass waiting, that they present the written apology. She supposed so, and left everything ready before leaving, insisting on showing the orb, where Ed was seen sitting patiently, and with a look that, according to her, was that of a mastermind waiting for Taylor's group, although in reality that proved nothing. But Elfie kept talking about Lucy. However, Glass knew that Lucy would fall asleep anywhere, which left her speechless, so he threw her out of his office, hoping to soon receive her letter of apology. Glass considered everything an unimportant part of the report, where Taylor and his group easily passed Ed. Logically, since he was no match for Taylor's holy sword, nor Elvira's insight. Or so he thought, until he saw the rest of the battle. Meanwhile, in the forest, an explosion resonated thanks to Ed's new explosive dagger, who, after learning spiritual infusion, joined Moog's power to it, practicing with pride, seeing how the dagger with which he had started had become truly powerful. But he still had to endure the flattering Moog, who didn't stop congratulating him with exaggeration, and the last straw was when he tried to improvise a song, which ended up annoying Ed. Without thinking much about it, he grabbed him by the wings, which terrified the bat, who apologized immediately, although he didn't even know what he had done wrong, and Ed asked him to relax, aware that low-ranking spirits were weak, so having contracts with powerful mages like Hanukkah was exciting. But in his case, it wasn't like that, so he interrogated the bat about his deal with Hanukkah. He had no choice but to speak, since they would be together for a long time, and he apologized excessively, because in exchange for being with him, Hanukkah would refine him with her magic, making him grow twice as fast as his peers, adopting that personality to please Ed's bossy side and suffering somewhat from that facade, while Ed carried him on his shoulders, admitting that he understood him since everyone tried to survive. Later, Ed was chopping wood, aware that he still had a long way to go in combat, but his body was now very resistant. He also managed to stock his supply warehouse, and now he had a bed, in addition to improving in memorizing facts and sequences based on pure study. However, just when he was studying, he began to feel that the weight of those days was less than at the beginning. But his body indicated the opposite, almost fainting, until a voice called him from afar, bringing him back. It was Hanukkah, who was very worried about his health, and Ed was very pressured by the 3 letters he had received. One from the academy, one from the merchants, and the third, which was the most important, because it indicated again that the story had been distorted. With the mid-act event, the grimoire negotiations underway, which should simply be a tug and pull between the academy and the merchant guild. However, the absence of their leader, Elt, caused the original buyer of the grimoire to get involved. The Rothtaylor patriarch, Keprin, changing an entire 3-party fight, fearing that the most important villain of the 4th act would intervene, an enemy so powerful that appearing, it would be impossible to stop him. Even so, Ed knew that he must avoid at all costs that this character entered that game. And although giving him the grimoire would be very easy, it could end up turning him into a very broken boss, which would make it impossible to finish the game. So upon reading the letter, which basically Fiona was asking him for help with Keprin, he knew he had to intervene, meeting his escort after delivering the letter, thinking that although Ove had asked him for help due to the difficult financial situation of the academy, to which he could not directly support, remaining worried about the possibility of the grimoire falling into the hands of the merchants, or even worse, of Keprin, without having any idea how the latter found out. Although Clyde blamed Ed, convinced that he must have alerted him with the intention of recovering his surname, but Lorettail assured that it wasn't like that, inviting the princess for tea. Right there they spoke with Fiona, surprised to be there despite Lorettail's budget hatred. Although she denied it, it was made clear to her that if Keprin was there, it was because of Ed, not Ed, since he was the original buyer of the grimoire, and he still wanted it. And Fiona didn't understand why they were competing if they had the same objective. But the manipulator made it clear that she had no intention of selling him the grimoire, since she didn't want to get close to her father's partners. And Fiona asked her why she was telling her that, but she was clear that they shared a common enemy. And besides, she was genuinely worried about Ed's situation, although that only increased the blonde's suspicions, who doubted why Lorettail sincerely cared about someone. And although she didn't consider Ed a bad person, she needed information about him. And at some point, she planned to use him. And that was what triggered something in Lorettail. What at first seemed like an expression of concern confused the princess, until she finally burst out laughing, and she wondered aloud who would end up using whom. This annoyed Clyde, but she paid him no attention and reminded him that they were still allies. But she warned him that he should be careful with Ed, or otherwise, she would be the one ending up manipulated. And so she left with total confidence, leaving the escort visibly annoyed. However, Fira asked her to calm down, since although Ed and Keprin were present in her mind, her real problem was Lorettel, someone immune to her authority, and who undoubtedly had never seen her lose her composure. Unfortunately for Fienna, she would not be there to see that at that very moment Lorettel was losing it. Upon seeing that Ed was completely exhausted, along with Hanneke, who had arrived to take care of him, she tried to annoy her by only bringing him tea, because the rest of what she had was for sale. Although that only made Ed, with his kindness, give it to Hanneke, increasing Lorettel's jealousy. And so, to change the subject, she took him to the magical engineering area, where they began to see new objects. And shining, and Hanneke couldn't hide her discomfort, as she had promised not to give anything away for free. However, all those products had defects, or rather small scratches, which she had clearly done on purpose herself. Although Ed was not comfortable with this kindness, letting the girls continue their dispute, not noticing that Ed's mind was beginning to feel light, starting to sink into a sea of thinking about everything pending. Keprin, the bed, the food, and of course, Lucy's jerky, sinking so deep that none could bring him back. For her part, Fiona was confused by all of Ed's changes for some time, so she summoned him to her royal residence, asking Claire if she had scheduled the appointment. However, the guard, visibly worried, clarified that Ed was unconscious from exhaustion, waking up still exhausted, with a heavy body and a warm stomach, thinking he was paralyzed, until he noticed that Lucy was sleeping comfortably, drooling on him. And although he worried because the girl was so light that she didn't even seem human. So if feeling crushed by her hurt him, it only meant one thing: his body was really worn out. And at that moment, Lucy woke up hungry. Ed, annoyed, couldn't help but see her as if she weren't a simple hungry cat. And although upon seeing him awake, she continued injecting energy into his body, controlling his mana distorted by all the magic practices and spiritual magic, he was surprised and thanked her for her help, although she insisted that she was only doing it because he needed it. But it was so boring that she ended up falling asleep several times, although not comfortably, because there were two aggressive girls threatening his life. And Ed understood that Lucy was really worried, begging her not to get sick. He understood her. He knew she had seen her grandfather die in a bed, so he thanked her for taking care of him. Just when Jiggs, with a new hairstyle, entered, warning that he didn't know how to use a stove, but he only found them in a very awkward position, which embarrassed Lucy enough for her to shoot out through the chimney. Meanwhile, Jiggs approached, expressing that he was exaggerating with his harem, or perhaps he was the one going too slow with his, without yet understanding what was civilly accepted, although now he was in charge of taking care of him, since Hanneke and Loretale were busy, giving him an ugly broth to eat and apologizing in advance because he and Cochlear could have done better, but Loretale didn't want any more rivals, and although Ed was grateful, his priority was to verify the scenario. Thus he confirmed that the chaos caused by Vera with the mandrakes was quickly controlled by Taylor's team, like the incident with a monster, and he ruled out everything except the grimoire negotiation, worried about how long he had slept. Jiggs told him it was 10 days, leaving him in shock while his friend was happy to see him alive. And he still couldn't see the others, but Ed downed all the broth in one gulp, realizing he had wasted too much time. And he had to send an urgent message to Loretale, since in this end of act full of variables, the fight for the grimoire would be defined between Princess Fienna, Loretale, and the man who distorted the event, Duke Seprin Rottiller. For her part, Fienna was eating with Seprin, who was apologizing for the trouble Ed had caused her, assuring that he had disowned him from the family according to her orders. And although he shared the same lineage as Ed, the princess saw in the smiling Keprin a wise, kind, and understanding leader, someone from a recognized family, and respected by his subordinates. However, under the princess's lynx eyes, he was nothing more than a deeply evil person. And at that moment, Keprin noticed the other guest, Loretale from the Elt Company, who introduced herself. Although he only knew her father, she clarified to him that unlike him, she was there only for profit. Thus began the auction, in which each bidder could offer an unlimited amount, and the one who offered the highest figure would win the prize, the Sage's Grimoire, a vital treasure of the Academy. So it had to be kept secret, according to Ovel's plan, who sent Fienna and Vice-Rector Rachel to handle the apparently simple auction. for which Vienna investigated the sales of multiple important books, although she knew that Loretal knew many more. But the important thing was that Khephren was already the winner, with both presenting their proposals. And the princess knew that Loretal was looking for it for benefits, so she wouldn't bid more than what she could resell, surely not exceeding 8,000 coins, so she was preparing for Khephren to offer that amount, or more. However, when the moment of truth came, to everyone's surprise, Loretal's offer exceeded 9,000, with Loretal winning the contract and Khephren withdrawing that annoying one. But Fienna was the most confused by her rival's actions. She had basically prevented the grimoire from falling into the hands of an evil person like Khephren, but she doubted that Loretal did it for justice, so someone else must be pulling the strings behind the merchant. Her suspicions pointed to Ed, whom she saw as someone who knew firsthand the evil of the family that repudiated her, and who was still giving his all in the midst of miserable conditions to stop them. And just thinking that it was she who pushed him to that ruin made her tremble with guilt. Although in the end she ended up helping him, and so Loretal knew that if she wanted to sell it, she would only lose 900 coins. But the reason she did that was the desperate message she had received from Ed, in which he offered anything in exchange for buying it. At first, she savored the idea of everything she could do with that blank check. However, her ambition quickly faded, replaced by love when imagining the possibilities, and she ended up with such a sickly sweet face that if Fienna had seen her, she would probably vomit. For his part, Jiggs saw Ed as quite brave, risking everything by using the excessive attraction Loretal felt for his bones. Luckily, that topic was avoided, as Hanneke arrived, happy to see him awake. Ed greeted her, apologizing for worrying her. Although he already tried to downplay it, Jiggs was already telling him how he cried throughout the academy, with everyone thinking he was heartbroken. And although Hanneke tried to silence him, he didn't stop, so she had to resort to her spiritual bear to get him out of there. Meanwhile, Mook came out of Hanneke's shoulder to apologize, as always, in an exaggerated way. The protagonist calmed him down, but Jiggs, who hadn't gone crazy and had returned, told Moog that he was right to worry. If he had slept for 10 days, Ed only heard 10 days, and immediately thought that all his meat and resources had been lost, leaving him back at zero. But Hanneke and Jiggs, knowing he would overexert himself again, decided to help him, Jiggs being the one who advised him to do what he could, and everything would be fine. Ed, seeing how he went from being completely alone in the rain to having his shelter and good friends, he decided to take the advice, although Hanneke didn't stop worrying, and later she received romantic advice from Matilda, who urged her to take advantage of Loretal being away to make her own move, taking advantage of her current attire. She suggested acting like a good wife, something that according to the spirit without romantic experience was just right. What men looked for, although Hanneke had no idea what to really do, which infuriated Matilda for disrespecting the opportunity to have him vulnerable. So a nervous Hanneke thought of a quick plan, which she whispered in the spirit's ear, convincing him. Meanwhile, Ed savored Hanneke's rich stew, which far surpassed Jix's, while trying to rest, a little before getting worse, but when he was about to sleep, Hanneke's adorable wife version appeared at his door. Ed looked at her suspiciously, but she assured him she wouldn't try anything, and simply sat down next to him, next to his bed, understanding how badly he had fared, knowing very well what it was like to feel bad. Remembering when she herself collapsed, many supported her, but only one person really helped her, staying by her side in silence. That's why, with a big smile, she repeated the words that had encouraged her back then. "You did a good job." Although Ed felt it was a bit exaggerated, an annoyed Hanneke asked him to stop pretending to be strong, and they accepted it at once. And without many options, Ed admitted it. He was bad, and he lay down exhausted, and ended up falling asleep with her by his side, accompanying him in silence. And so the next morning, the sun slipped through the window and woke Ed up. The first thing he saw was Hanneke, asleep next to him and drooling, which made him laugh uncontrollably. And that small moment gave him a renewed air, and for the first time he felt completely recovered. And so a new day began, checking his stats, especially magical engineering, in which he appeared to have reached the maximum as a self-taught person, since the best item recipes were in the main scenario, in which he couldn't intervene, although Taylor wasn't passionate about those missions either. Furthermore, the items that could be made required unlockable materials, although now she told him a way to get them easily. And so she visited him, happy to see him recovered. The The protagonist was also happy to see her well, although she said she was exhausted from the negotiations. And she sat down next to him and commented that she had to change the name of the company. In addition, she needed help with executive procedures and other management tasks, offering Ed the position of co-executive. He nervously listened to Loretto's ravings, who spoke of both working in the same office, separated only by a wall. She even offered him benefits and goods as if they were married, and she had sunk so deep into that fantasy that Ed had to wake her up. She, embarrassed, covered her face with her hood, knowing that he surely thought it was all just a whim of a hormonal young girl, with Ed trying to maintain professionalism. But for her, in a world where money comes and goes, the most important thing was to have someone who would never betray her. Taking his hand, she clarified that she wanted someone who wouldn't abandon her, even in misery. For anyone that could be family, lover, or a loyal friend, but Lorettel feared that when she had him, she could lose him, so like an infatuated maiden, she asked him to stay by her side. He surprised. And nervous, he asked her that when she said things like that, she should at least hide her laughter better. She let it out when she saw that her deception didn't work, admitting that she planned to activate her protective instinct with her tender side. And although she failed, she covered her face again, clarifying that it was all a game. Ed understood her, but rejected her proposal because his goal was to graduate. She, distressed, was speechless until Ed told her that he would consider her when he graduated. That reassured her, determined to wait for him, reminding him that she still had a free pass she could use, smiling at him in a manipulative way. And when she walked away, she couldn't help but feel worried, because with everything that was coming, she didn't know if she could ever pay that debt. And meanwhile she, hidden among the trees, was angry with herself for ending her sentence with a direct attempt at enslavement. And instead, she had said such embarrassing things that now she couldn't even look him in the face. And although she carried his payment, she preferred to leave it in the cabin. And unfortunately for her, she ran into Janica, who had just woken up, who also saw her, initiating tension between the two, which unknowingly would mark a new disaster for Ed, who for his part was being scolded by Mook not to overdo it, or both their lives would be in danger. The protagonist apologized, as his condition caused Tarkin to scold the bat, and although now everything seemed to be going well with the help of his friends, they still only kept the 3 letters in mind, Lorettel's, which was useless because the event passed. Fiena's, with her uncertain intention, and the Academy's, whose sender was none other than Glass. He had summoned him to a meeting that he couldn't attend because he had almost visited St. Peter. Without understanding what the final boss of Act 2 wanted with him, who knew that it had already begun. Remembering Glass as a professor, who thought he was enlightened, convinced that only talented people change the world. And he was obsessed with spectral magic, capable of distorting natural laws, and of which the sage's grimoire contained a lot of information. Having been defeated, Glass fell into despair and madness, stealing the grimoire and performing a ritual where he would inject spectral magic into Ayla, heiress of that type of energy, seeking to bring all progress, but his form and method were basically those of a madman. And Taylor would take care of overcoming all his traps until reaching rescuing his friend. Getting rid of Glass, even if he was a noble heir, his last words were so forgettable that he didn't remember them. But the point of the final act was that Glass had kidnapped Ayla, taking her to the underground canal, where the girl was right now, observing the demon colossus that inhabited the place. And although Ayla directed her hatred mainly towards the person who was there, Ed broke into Eiler, who complained about being treated so badly, considering they were kidnapping buddies, without having any idea how he ended up there this time. And so we go back 3 days, where Ed tried to recover lost time after stalling in magical engineering, until remembering a way to advance faster, the event of Glass's conquest. This was divided into 4 stages, the most difficult being the secret library, guarded by a spiritual slime that protected the place. And although that was Taylor's test, what interested the protagonist was the content of the library, full of magical plans, even legendary grade ones. And although it was dangerous looking at his beloved, or rather Hanukkah, he thought everything would be easier if he went well accompanied. And during classes, Glass announced that Adele and Isla would be promoted to Class A, considering that they adapted to the current group consisting of Lucy, Jiggs, and Lorettel, who knew very well that it was a miracle that such a class still existed. However, he doubted that Isla was strong beyond her affinity with spectral magic, clarifying that giving false hope to people would be dangerous. Laurel understood him as her investigations continued. Muriel, Glass's daughter, was an average mage who had all her father's faith, logically, but she interpreted it as a professor's faith. This filled her with confidence and led her to an untimely death during an incursion. This fact changed Glass, who now only trusted confirmed talent. However, the most important thing was his obsession with spectral magic, created by Sylvania himself. In that, Glass asked Laurel to visit him after class, and she assumed it was because of the sage's grimoire, vital for spectral magic. However, it was already late, because the transposition seal would happen soon. For his part, the protagonist was also in class, remembering the event while fine-tuning his plan, which consisted of following Taylor to collect the objects he left in the phases, and collecting everything. The one from Phase 3, having on the list everything vital, including Glock's eye and Heim's hourglass. Very powerful objects, but whose materials would be difficult to obtain, although they would be more helpful. With Tyler, in addition, he would take the opportunity to recall his days as a player accompanied by an enthusiastic Janica who wished to follow him into a cold sewer. And before that, however, he was stopped by Elfin, who informed him that Glass wanted to talk to him. This confused Ed, since he knew he should be busy with his kidnapping, so he supposed it was about something important. Upon arriving at his office, he found Isla, who clearly still felt repulsion seeing him. Ed thought it was excessive, since his incident, the only thing she had done was throw an arrow at him. And what really worried him was that she was supposed to be kidnapped, and that immediately alerted him, moving like a bandit in front of Isla, who looked at him terrified while he pulled out some documents. And he found her file along with Elfie's investigation, and thus discovered what she had done in Oakley's. Although that shouldn't be relevant, feeling danger near, drawing his dagger, which only scared the girl even more. Upon seeing Glass, she ran towards him seeking protection, only for him to trap her in a temporary prison with a spell. Ed took advantage of the moment to throw the dagger, although the professor did not see the danger until Ed activated Move, causing an explosion in part of the room. And although Glass emerged unharmed, he congratulated him for discovering his plans so quickly. Although he doubted that he was simply smart, Ed told him that if he only needed Isla, then he would step aside. But the professor clarified that he wasn't acting like that because he was a bad person. And although Ed clearly didn't believe him, he knew that if he escaped, he would be pursued, which would further alter the scenario. Furthermore, that was a direct path to his objective, the library. Therefore, he decided to surrender, being captured by the professor who imprisoned him. And Glass recognized the boy's engineering by obtaining such good academic results, living like a savage, considering him exceptional, although not an evil mastermind like Elfie thought. And upon seeing him fight, he considered him insightful in battle, by using every resource to fight. However, that was characteristic of someone weak, and upon seeing his frozen expression, Glass noticed that he reminded him of his daughter, the same one who had promised to bring honor to the family, and that memory that hadn't visited him for a long time. It was precisely what Moog took advantage of to escape and go straight to alert Hanukkah, while until then a man was writing in his diary, finishing his journey south as a full archmage, although he felt that title was undeserved, while nostalgically remembering his teacher Sylvania, who died young and full of beauty. This man was Lucy's elderly grandfather, who even with all his power and experience, wished he could twist reality to see his teacher one more time. But he also understood that those who lose something become stronger, seeing exactly that reflection in little Lucy, who was about to lose him. With her last Alientor, she gave her hat, and his will in the form of the diary that the girl held in her hands. The diary of the Southern traveler, Glock Exert, and Lucy missed him from the roof of Ed's house, knowing that the old man accepted his fate, so she had to do it too, but she still wondered if that pain would ever disappear. For now, the only thing that comforted her was the taste of jerky, which unfortunately ran out just when Mook arrived, alerting Hanukkah, who entered a state of psychosis. Meanwhile, in the Trix Hall, the signing of the grimoire took place, found among the merchants, and the Academy, represented by Laurel and Oval Fursues. She recognized him as someone of Keprin's age, though completely different, remembering when she had sought him out after she bought the grimoire, which she sold to him for 12,000 gold coins, making it clear to him that due to his excessive interest, he should watch him. Still, she had made a good profit from the deal, and returning to the present glass was sponsoring the transfer. But as for Ovell, he renounced his right to the grimoire, and Loratail savored the benefits of the money. Alliances, and most importantly, Ed's slavery and magic got out of control. Golems materialized and attacked Ovell, while Loratail, confused, watched as Glass held the grimoire in his hands. It was disappearing before her eyes, just like her free pass with Ed and back in the secret laboratory. Ed was still being repudiated by Isla, who didn't stop expressing her hatred, while he only thought about advancing in the scenario, enduring the rejection until a strange subject named Com appeared, a spectral magic researcher. He suggested to her that she shut up, or they would wake up the underground demons, regretting not being able to experiment with them. And although Ed showed no reaction, he made the subject uncomfortable, who continued with his own thing. Still, he managed to scare the girl, and with Ed finally quiet, he knew he only had to wait for Taylor to arrive and destroy the library, to then take the recipes, and be able to get out of there, thinking that finally everything was turning out too easily. He just had to put up with the girl, who got defensive with anything he said, despite his attempts to convince her that he had no intention of harming her. She didn't want to listen, and everything got worse when he mentioned Taylor, receiving more shouts. Tired of everything, he apologized for the incident at the beginning of the year, hoping she would let go of her hatred and just wait for Taylor, and the girl was confused by the apology but said nothing. Just then Mook arrived, completely worried about Ed, to the point of wanting to take his blood pressure. He, for his part, was happy to see him and to have at least one kinder company. Yayla was surprised to see the spirit, as Ed, for her, was just a mediocre maid she had met. But Ed now ignored her for his new companion. She suggested sending a rescue request with Mook, but Ed had no intention of causing trouble. Unfortunately, Mook had already done it, remembering the terribly angry face of Hanukkah Furious, who would surely bring the manipulative one and the witch kitten as reinforcements, a real army on his side. This only awoke anger in Ed, who threw the bat through the rafters, now looking for Kuhn to release him before a greater danger arrived. However, he just laughed, seeing that he was finally afraid. Ayla didn't understand what he was doing, but the spirit returned with the keys, praising him for his good throw and instructions. With this act, he removed the bat, while new problems began to arise in his escape. And Ed locked the girl in, who was beginning to get annoying again, deciding to calm things down by giving her a simple yes or no questionnaire, explaining that the place was full of monsters and that he would let her escape once she found her own route. And he asked her if she had bad legs for running away. She wanted to protest, but he insisted that she only answer yes or no, so without further ado, she answered yes. With that, Ed asked her to wait, while Ed took care of the rest. He then checked the game guide, in which several variables stood out. Among them, enemies could be avoided, but it was recommended never to wake the lazy little witch Lucy. Jed was aware that he could handle all the unforeseen events with Hanukkah and Loratail, and the simple fact of waking up Lucy leads to a bad ending, one he had never tried to reach, and that no one managed to overcome. It was so difficult for it to happen, as it required certain event conditions to be met. One was that Glass and Lucy met, so he had to prevent that from happening. For his part, Jiggs was training quietly when Taylor arrived very injured, asking for help to rescue Ayla. And so the team meeting for the pursuit began, which would go from the Tricks Hall to the underground, the library, the Monster Research Center, and finally, the deepest part of the laboratory. But Ed was traveling that path in reverse. Not seeing monsters, he considered this the easy part. However, upon reaching the library, he encountered the problem, Riene, a powerful banshee. And although he could deal with her by knowing her patterns, it was vital that Taylor was there, as that was the way he would perfect his swordsman form, trying not to touch the monsters with greater experience, collecting only the objects he could, and leaving the rest for later. And it was then that Mook confirmed to him that the exit was clear, so he set off to escape. But just at that moment, everything began to shake, betraying his position and leaving him completely defenseless against the spirit. And now we go back a few minutes, when a golem was stopped by Loratail, who was happy to have maintained a low profile during the negotiation, because otherwise all that would have been a scandal, and claiming Ovil, who seemed to be exhausted after the battle. And he promised to recover the book, but he needed time, because Glass could do something crazy by falling into one of the 3 taboos. The first, twisting natural laws, stopping time and defying destiny. Among these, the main sins were immortality, the resurrection of the dead, and time travel. Loretta was seriously worried that Glass would try to do something so risky, but Bee understood him, knowing that the sage Sylvania saw talent as the path to progress, an ideal that Glass imposed as a stigma on his daughter, who ended up consumed by her lack of talent. If Glass had found a way to bring the dead back, there was no doubt that he wanted to correct that mistake. Loretto found no words, just when a soldier entered warning that Taylor had been seen following Glass, who not only stole the grimoire, but also kidnapped 2 students, Ada and Ed Rothtaylor. This awakened a genuine concern in Loretto, who anxiously thought that if Oval intervened, they could recover the book easily. But the vibrations and a familiar sound led her to the terrace. There she confirmed her suspicions. It was Hanukkah in crying mode, riding a giant dragon, and for her that was a new challenge of love. And she joined the battle. But first we met Dorothy, a third-year alchemist, recognized for her excellent combat quality, rivaling the members of the fighting faculty. She was also a top-level student counselor, like Elvira, although Dorothy went unnoticed in her first year. She had stood out thanks to Professor Glass, who recognized her talent, being vital for her to become who she is now. Because of that, considering him her savior, she trusted his intentions. She was determined to guard the entrance to the underground, or at least that was the case, until she saw a completely unhinged Hanukkah riding a giant dragon, asking for her beloved. That was too much for her, fainting before being able to say a word, and Hanukkah landed, and she tried to decide where to go, noticing the girl writhing in fear, thinking that at least she should cover her, although she did it with the same delicacy with which one covers a corpse. At that moment, Loretto arrived, who upon seeing her surrounded by spirits and seeing what she did to Dorothy, she understood that with Hanukkah there, the protagonist would be safe. But then she began to imagine Ed as a damsel in distress, being rescued by the brave Hanukkah, recognizing her as her savior, and for some reason proposing to her. And several children. That was something the merchant would not allow, completely losing her common sense in the name of love, trying to keep her away by affirming that Ed was already home. But Hanukkah, with her terrifying act, didn't believe her for a second. And after all, she had been the first to arrive. And that made the merchant nervous, who had no way to refute it. In addition, she ended up being lectured for acting irresponsibly by bringing untrained employees to that place. And Hanukkah also pointed out that the only one who could have arrived before her was Lucy. But she simply yawned and went to the forest, and both briefly confronted each other until they realized they were the only competitors. So they decided not to get in each other's way and focus on their objective, rescuing Ed. Entering separately, running in different directions, desperate to be the one to find him first, and returning to Ed, he was facing Rione's attack, feeling everything shake. In fact, he collapsed onto the Banshee, crushing her completely, and Ed observed the natural disaster, stretching like a kitten. Lucy, who said she rescued him out of boredom, but for Ed, this was a game over. And in the distance, Oval observed the chaos along with the dean. He thought perhaps he should intervene, but the principal preferred to watch the flowers bloom in the face of adversity. Although the dean admitted that they had golden generations, with talents like Taylor, Jiggs, Glavius, and Elvira, Oval believed they were facing the most talented students in a long time, considering the trials ahead. Meanwhile, from the cabin, a trail of energy remained after Lucy's passage, who had made a giant hole in the mountain, who now approached tenderly to ask for jerky, but Ed, fed up, told her no. Bored, she began to look for a place to sleep, but he stopped her, knowing that the disastrous situation could only be saved if he found the girls to stop them and allow Tyler to advance to the final bosses. In addition, he had to make sure that Lucy did not meet Glass, although she didn't understand why she had to accompany him. Ed reminded her what Hanukkah had said and asked her to stay by his side to feel safe. And although she could easily take him out if she wanted to, he had to deal with other girls. Lou reluctantly agreed, but with one condition, thus carrying her on his back. He decided to look for what he needed and then leave, going back to stop his friends and finish everything. Meanwhile, she kept insisting on the jerky, and on the way they encountered giant bats that the protagonist had to incinerate, which helped him level up. And although it was a good source of experience, he didn't have much time. While Loretto took the lead, as she didn't use spirits but resonance techniques, which allowed her to locate herself faster. Unfortunately, while doing so, she realized that she was worried, genuinely, about someone. not understanding how those relationships worked, stopping to let her heart beat calmly. It was then that a huge explosion passed right in front of her. And out of the smoke came Ed, and that surprised her even more, because for someone who was supposedly kidnapped, now it seemed like he was looting the place. She took advantage of the girl's presence to get rid of some weight, while she calculated the exuberant prices of each stolen scroll, confused because she thought he was in danger. The protagonist admitted that yes, but said he had escaped easily thanks to something on his back. It was then that Loretal noticed Lucy and felt that she had just been cruelly surpassed, thinking that Hanukkah was a coward, while she had done so much to progress with him, including the kiss, which made her so angry that she almost set the entire forest on fire. And she was jealous of seeing him so comfortable with the other one. Although Ed even offered to sell her some of the scrolls, that infuriated Loretal for feeling used, and she was about to demand something from him, but he approached her thanking her for everything she had done for him, since he could only trust her. Hearing that, she understood that he trusted only her, putting aside her pride to put herself at his orders. Like a puppy, calling herself a pushover, until her thoughts were interrupted by one of her assistants, who informed her that they had a problem. Meanwhile, Taylor and his group advanced, with Clavius trying to be convinced by everyone to save Isla. Although little was said about Ed, and it was then that Adele, a romantic clairvoyant with a good degree of accuracy, predicted the arrival of a tough rival, pointing to a path where an explosion emerged, and the elf professor appeared scared to death, along with Tarkan and Hanukkah, again confused by the direction, happily greeting the others, and Taylor and Elvira felt resentment, while Jiggs saw her as a friend. The others didn't think the same, thinking they had little chance of beating her, but they were determined. And Hanukkah reflected that perhaps she had overdone it with Elfie, although she only fainted from fear. And Jiggs tried to restrain Taylor, but he wouldn't listen to reason until through another path Ed appeared, surprising everyone, and Hanukkah immediately approached to check if he was okay, although that didn't calm Taylor's anger. And Elvira, who analyzed how the Proto, using only basic magic, had put them in check, and Taylor, seeing the number of allies Ed had, understood that before only Janica was a problem. But now, with all that firepower, their chances were nil, until Ed approached quickly just to touch his shoulder, asking him to move forward to save Isla, while he would take care of the scenario, while the other focused on the variables, aware that they were being besieged by Elta and his men, and so a subordinate of Loretal, warned about the Demon King and his mercenary, who, being exiled at a different time in history, managed to escape and prepared the counterattack, using a legal loophole, as several council members were trapped there. And although the protagonist had obtained tons of magic artifacts, on that occasion, his best weapon was no more than another, than knowing what he was going to think, having to get rid of the secondary enemy. So he moved forward, not without first warning Jiggs that the path to Isla was clear, and she would give them more details as they passed, along with a clearly concerned Taylor, about whom the responsibility of unlocking the swordsman mod to stop glass before he finished raising the magic towers now fell. That would unleash real nightmares, and he was left with nothing more than wishing him luck, which only made him even more confused. Jed and his group ran at full speed, knowing Elt's plans, needing to alert the Academy about the invasion. But Hanukkah did not agree at all, although Ed didn't even pay attention to her, or at least until she, agitated, stopped abruptly and shouted at him through tears that at this rate, she would hurt herself again over something that in theory wasn't even her business. Ed understood, but it was something he simply couldn't avoid. Confident that Loretal, needing him, would say something to convince her, however the opposite happened. Loretal ended up siding with Hanukkah, comforting her and refusing to drag her beloved into such a selfish fight. It was a scene that deeply moved Ed, it being the first time the girls really got along. But the moment couldn't be worse, so Ed had no choice but to say that he was very involved. That ended with one girl blushing, another jealous, and an Ed trying not to have to explain anything else. Luckily, Hanukkah took the romantic tone out of the comment, assuming he was simply referring to the magic artifacts that Loretal got him. That suited Ed perfectly, although she hardly paid attention to him, remaining just as in love. However, Ed couldn't help but notice that Taylor had been excessively intense in his journey around there, especially with Dorothy, although Hanukkah's guilty little face betrayed her as the real culprit. And Loretal saw it as an exaggeration, while Ed, somewhat scared, listened to her trying to justify herself, although they left the explanations for later, having to reach the carriage at the end of the tunnel. But upon doing so, they only saw Loratail's men devastated by Elt and his troops, including the traitorous old man. And Loratail smiled confidently, but the Golden King knew that expression well. She was cornered, while thinking that he had to get evidence of her treason, even if he had to resort to torture for it. And so he snapped his fingers and revived the men who attacked Ed, and Loratail barely managed to defend him. Visibly annoyed. Even so, Eltez remained calm. Now that Glass had escaped with the grimoire, there was no longer any reason not to bring the best mercenaries in the nation there. So he ordered them to eliminate everyone except Loratail, unleashing a rain of arrows that, although they came very close, were shattered by Janika's powers. And although Ed thanked her, he was not confident, since Elt, remembering the last time, had prepared something special. The magic item Velaris's Detriment, which suppressed mana for 10 minutes, and according to Ed, it was an object too expensive to be single-use, similar to Elvira's potions, but of a higher rank. Although luckily for them, it is difficult to activate. However, to avoid its effect, they had to cross many experienced mercenaries, worsening the situation, since his group was composed solely of mages, and Loretal, seeing him well prepared, that her stepfather arrived, warned her that the academy would pursue her for that, but he preferred that over dying. And at that moment, Ed reflected in silence about all the chaos he had caused, that a third-rate villain was still alive in this world, wondering what would happen if he let the interim boss Elt live, who should have already been eliminated by Loretal. A complete villain who destroyed the girl's life and enriched himself with it, yet he didn't hate him. Only, he saw him as a hindrance to his survival, being equals he couldn't give up. And although he felt selfish, he didn't want her to leave at the end of her story, thus resorting to his strongest bomb. Lucy, who was clearly not in a good mood, unleashing all her power, officially awakened. And they said that the sage Glock ended his life writing his book, in a humble cabin, not at all worthy of his fame, hidden from everyone, accompanied only by Lucy, his granddaughter, whom he instructed to be better, not being complacent despite her power and natural talent. He also asked her to beware of the loneliness that her power would bring, asking her to promise him 3 things. The first, not to eliminate anyone, as he didn't want her little hands to be stained with blood, even by accident. The second was, at least while in Sylvania, to live a student life. And in the present, Lucy unleashed her power in front of veteran mercenaries, the best in their profession, since few in their line of work managed to survive so many years. That experience had made them cautious and meticulous, and that was precisely why they trembled. Their instincts flared up with every step the girl took, and Furious T ordered them to attack, being heard only by a few rookies, who risked their lives by throwing themselves at her, who was calm, who, although she was a mage, didn't even use magic. The superhuman strength granted by her power was enough to tear a mercenary apart in seconds. And in the blink of an eye, Lucy wiped everything out, reaching a terrified T, who could only beg for the scroll to activate. But in a matter of seconds, Lucy was already in front of him, ready to knock him down, until Ed stopped her, seeing Elt lying on the ground, completely defeated. And it was then that a flash disconcerted them. 7 stars shone in the sky, perfectly aligned, overflowing Glass's magical power, which raised enormous towers, initiating the descent of the magical kingdom. And according to Ed, just in time, that being Taylor's problem now, waiting for what he brings on his journey. And with his whole team achieving victory, he only had to wait, letting the event continue. Seeing that everyone was confused, except him, and apparently Lucy too, who understood just by looking at him, while observing the magic absorption towers, getting excited to see a real possibility of reviving the dead. Nervous, Ed watched as everything went wrong again, knowing that at that moment, Lucy should have been asleep, only waking up to hear about the chaos. But if she woke up earlier, she would easily defeat Glass. However, in his desperation, Glass launched an attack that changed everything. Instead of reviving Sylvania, he proposed bringing Gloko back. That would be enough for Lucy to go out of control, destroy Taylor's group, becoming an invincible enemy. And no matter how many players tried to stop her, they would only find a bloody end or a bad ending caused by complicated variables. That could not yet be corrected with the help of Elt, who activated the artifact, stealing magic from the surroundings and sending his mercenaries. However, Ed showed that his magic was still active, and Elt, completely confused, looked at Ed, who already understood that, like any variable, It had limits, just like Belarus, who had absorbed so much energy from Lucy. That now began to collapse, and that only irritated the girl even more, who felt they were wasting time. Terrifying even Elt, who despite having no idea of combat, could realize that he was about to die. Ed warned him, defending Lucy's part, who would only need a finger movement to finish him. However, the boy knew that he didn't really want to do it, and furious Lucy remembered her grandfather's promise. And seeing Ed, she decided to go back to those towers. She decided she would leave, but Ed, contrary to his usual attitude, asked her if she was sure, making her undecided. Nervous Ed awaited her answer, causing Lucy to remember Glock's epitaph. Those who lose something will become stronger, hoping she would do it, since Glock left her his diary. And he passed away with a big smile. With this memory, Lucy disappeared before Ed. And so dawn arrived. Hanukkah got rid of the mercenaries, Loretal took care of Elt, and Ed ran desperately to the starting point of the episode. Feeling increasingly exhausted, almost without strength, he climbed to the roof, putting an end to his reverse journey, leaving the laboratory and returning to where Lucy should be. She was still watching the towers as Ed walked towards her, remembering Glock's Hall and the scholarship that bore his name. And despite the austere life the old man had lived, he had donated everything he earned in his life to that academy. Therefore, finding Lucy was easy. Just look for the tallest building, where the girl contemplated her grandfather's legacy. Lucy asked him if he had any jerky, something so usual that even Ed missed it, although he didn't have any. And he asked her what she was doing there. She simply said she was remembering old times, but Ed couldn't help but think that from that height, she wasn't counting. While melancholic Lucy remembered how much she cried at that time, because something sad had happened, but with time it stopped being so. And no matter how much she looked for an explanation, everything was simple, time had passed. That's why he let old wounds remain, rejecting the idea of running to revive his grandfather with spectral magic. Besides, he would have to see him leave again someday. It could even happen that he, annoyed by the act, would die immediately, considering that for someone who had prepared for him. Being so powerful to revive him would be an insult, and he understood that that simple desire was just selfishness. Ed, looking at her, couldn't help but ask her if she was really okay, even though he had miraculously managed to stop her. He knew that if she changed her mind, everything could get worse, but he still needed to ask. And she was totally casual, seeming like she was going to insist on jerky, but instead she just leaned on his shoulder. And Ed smiled to himself, understanding why she had asked him to sit next to her. And as they both looked at the sky, Ed thought, doubting if he would ever meet someone like Glass again. And with him, the end of the resurrection of the dead. And in the end he understood, what is lost, and that all that remained was to take care of those wounds. Until they healed, Lucy, crying on his shoulder, also understood. Staying next to him, watching the spectacle that, despite being destructive, from that perspective even, it seemed beautiful to her. And in the meantime, a golem faced Taylor and his group, this being the result of the weapon created by Glass, a spectral magic golem that used Isla as an engine. And with the crazed professor, he entered his final phase and the huge golem attacked, but his hand was stopped by Geeks, who contained him, leaving the path clear for Taylor to continue his mission, rescuing his friend. Advancing through the last golem, and Taylor reached Glass, who in his last moment received a mortal wound from Taylor. And although the professor blamed his nearsightedness, at that moment, he couldn't help but remember his static life as a professor, always at his desk, studying, learning, and grading students. While behind him, the landscape changed with the seasons, and every so often, like when it snowed, he met a student looking for help with advanced magic, and with the arrival of the rain, he had to deal with a clumsy professor, and with the wind, the highest-ranking dean passed by. Taking up a tradition he maintained even when he became director, and Glass saw his life buried in work, thinking that would heal his old wounds, but it didn't. And at that wounded moment, Taylor's blade broke in two. And even with his last strength, feeling his memories refusing to disappear, Glass made a time jump, unleashing an enormous power that imprisoned everyone in the same time, even Jiggs himself, only Taylor managing to save himself, hanging from one of the towers, while Glass, exhausted, felt his eyes closing, remembering what he had lost, but he knew he had to open them if he wanted to achieve his goal. However, Taylor returned before the professor's enormous power, determined to twist reality, and Glass charged his energy, but the golem, filled with cuts, vanished into pieces, And then the terrified professor saw Taylor's new swordsman form, but still refused to lose, with his magic losing effect and everyone else freeing themselves. But he tried one more time. But an ice spear pierced his body, courtesy of Jiggs, who released the attack with everyone else, directly against Glass, who, seeing his end, tried to make one last move, but the golem was shattered, with Taylor standing and Glass with nothing to do, accepting defeat, slipping from the top of the tower, and falling to his doom, uttering his last words, dedicated to how much he missed his daughter, before falling into one of the magic circles that exploded. And although that was a trick to manage to escape, transporting himself to the forest, where he tried to survive. However, the hemorrhage was too great to be treated with magic, and knowing the original story, it was clear that he would not survive, but he still lived long enough to see Ed, who still had something to confirm. Then, some time later, Loretal ran worriedly after Hanukkah got rid of the mercenaries, and she handed Elt over to the merchants, quickly returning to the meeting point, hoping Ed was well. And he was, very well accompanied by Lucy, who was hanging from his sleeve, triggering Loretal's alarms upon seeing how tenderly she pulled his clothes to let her know that Dorothy. And Alfie had woken up, seeing that everything was calm, for a second since Tarkin, and Hanukkah traumatized them again, although Hanukkah only wanted to alert them, commenting that his weekly reports on Ed. Matilda had mentioned a tower, similar to the ones that had appeared right in the northern forest, where theoretically there should not be any. This left everyone confused, except for Dorothy, who was still unconscious. Ed considered that if Elt, who was just a fake boss, had caused so much chaos in the story, then if Glass survived, it would be even worse, so he had to make sure. That's how Glass appeared in the forest at the edge of the end, just as Ed and the others arrived, who looked at him full of concern. However, the professor took the opportunity to reprimand them for violating the curfew, stating with a strange sense of humor that they shouldn't worry, since he just wanted to take a walk. Ed demanded his plan, but Glass accepted it, knowing he would lose, although not to a group of students, but to the irresponsible director, apologizing to Ed for the kidnapping, expressing that he discovered his talent too late. And although he planned to use him, exhaustion drove him away, and the second time Ed escaped too quickly. That said, Glass saw that such an end seemed kind compared to his sins, remembering that the only time he didn't feel alone was the 17 years with his daughter. The protagonist listened to him, thinking that time could seem long or short, depending on how you looked at it. But he reminded Glass that it was the same time he had. He had met Alfie, a woman who, although she saw all his flaws, which made him an unlovable being, she still cried for him, just like Dorothy, who, although she felt used, still appreciated his teachings. And no one could deny that Glass had been reckless and had put lives at risk, completely derailing himself, determined to die alone, although that was always his greatest mistake. And Glass was hypocritical, because both Elfie and Dorothy were people without natural talent whom he supported in his own way, despite despising talent that was not innate, as a way to maintain his daughter's legacy, a death that in the end was not lonely. Ed understood Glass had such severe nearsightedness that without glasses he couldn't see anything, not even himself. And although Glass admired Ed's ingenious escape with the magic formulas, according to him it was useless. Taking out a key, and he bequeathed everything that was there, including his safe. He also cast a last look at Lucy, suggesting that from time to time she look around, trusting that as a genius, she would understand him. Ed listened to him, but didn't dare to look at the girl's expression. He only felt her hand gripping his clothes, while Glass, with a calm smile, closed his eyes, and his face, illuminated by the sun, looked asleep, and everyone fell silent. Although this was not over for Ed, since the dean, reviewing his file, saw him as very lucky, considering all the incidents he was involved in and how he was kidnapped and then escaped alone. And although Ed maintained his version that his friends came for him, expressing that he left Isla because he couldn't move, and she didn't trust him, so she just went to ask for help. Even so, the dean maintained understandable suspicions given that there were many coincidences, and he warned him that he knew he was omitting information, annoyed by his serene attitude, but during the Oakley's incident. And now, Ed had suffered damage due to academy negligence, and the young man noticed that the dean's hands were on his file, finally receiving the dean's congratulations and the promise of a reward for his effort. And in this way he left, meeting Hanukkah, who seemed worried about him, although Ed insisted that he was fine. And still worried about her after the fight, he asked her how she felt, and Hanukkah replied smiling that she was perfect, although a little bird on her shoulder suggested she fake a back injury. Ed entering dramatic mode. He pretended that after all the battles he had been in and all the support he had given, now she had hurt herself because of him, feeling like a burden, even asking them to stop seeing each other, causing an agitated Hanukkah to apologize for lying to him. That was all Ed wanted to hear, and he changed the subject to tell her that next semester he would be her partner in the X Hall. And the protagonist watched how everything had passed so quickly and ended well, remembering that the dean had asked him to leave his life as a vagabond and return to civilization. Although looking at his old cabin with all the arrangements, crops, and improvements he had planned to make, now useless, he felt a great nostalgia. But now that he had the opportunity, it seemed that his camping life was finally over. Just when a cat in a state of shock fell from the ceiling after hearing those words. And going back a little, Lucy walked through a cloudy forest, which she immediately recognized as the mountain range she lived in during her childhood. Taking advantage of the sleep, she wanted to see her grandfather's face. However, instead, everything turned eerie, and from her dear grandfather's chair emerged a terrifying skeleton, accusing her for not having revived him. For her, it was nothing more than a simple nightmare, waking up in a bad mood just when Bella asked her to get ready for school. But Lucy disappeared in a second. Moved by her impulse, she arrived at the northern forest to see Ed, who transmitted an enormous feeling of relief to her, happy to see him, until her feeling of storm bothered her when she heard the end of her tranquility. Meanwhile, Ed only saw her as a kit, doing something weird again, whom he couldn't pet, because if he got close, she would get cold and weird, but if he moved away, she would become clingy. And seeing the girl's now incredulous expression, he thought that with cats like that, the best thing was not to show interest, ignoring her, and entering the cabin, following the advice of a muscular professor who had female students in love in the spiritual ecology class, in which he was good, just like in all subjects. That's why he was surprised when the professor called him to his office. There the professor offered him a scholarship, which Ed knew consisted of doing tasks in the professor's area in exchange for a discount on tuition. The professor saw it as an opportunity for him, since he would only have to help Elfie, who was now suffering from an excessive workload for occupying Glass's position, and mainly he would have to assist her with the first-year exams, which Ed remembered was important, as he would meet someone relevant that way. Meanwhile, Loritel felt all the power coming from the grimoire, doubting if it was a good idea to sell it to Keprin, and she supposed that if her beloved had made such a risky move, it was because she didn't want the grimoire to fall into those hands. But that went against her merchant ethics, so she needed to regain her coolness. However, she remembered Ed's proposal to do whatever he wanted, trying to avoid distractions, and concentrating on work, seeing that the camp was approaching. Besides eating at the end of the semester, Hanukkah and Ed should be busy, so she shouldn't worry. Although she had a bad feeling, not knowing that it was Lucy, who was still lurking like a kit, reminding Ed that he lacked firewood for the winter, and that he hadn't married. He was surprised that she said something productive, but he was aware that if he moved to Dex, it would no longer be necessary. And later Hanukkah came to visit him, taking advantage of the little time they had left in that stage, feeling the nostalgia that everything was ending. Meanwhile, Lucy next to him looked clearly sad, and Hanukkah, on the other hand, was excited to have Ed closer, promising to help him. Ed, although smiling, had his head elsewhere, thinking about everything he had to do, especially in Glass's secret vault. And while they were talking, Hanukkah handed him the form for the X Hall, warning him to hurry, or he would be left out. But just at that moment, Lucy appeared, trying to block his way, very nervous, to prevent them from taking him away. And from there, everything began. While Ed trained, receiving praise from Hanukkah, she couldn't feel comfortable because of Lucy's disappointed look, who had clearly run away since the morning. And Ed's day continued focused on learning intermediate spells, using Lucy as his involuntary table or eating with her, clinging to him like his backpack. In addition, he felt the great hostility that the kitten directed towards Hanukkah, who continued apologizing, although it seemed that Lucy felt more resignation than hatred. And even so, Ed was worse off, since he couldn't make progress with intermediate magic, and nervous Lucy asked him what he would do when he left. And he told her that he would avoid freezing, something that after moving out of Dex would not be a problem. But then she suggested following him, and so she accompanied him to the old laboratory, although she suggested that he could have easily brought it down, but he had to make sure to leave everything ready to return. Having a lot of material he wanted to take with him. However, his central interest was the secret vault, whose key Glass kept with him until the end. And as soon as he opened it, a huge light flooded the place, astonishing them, and later he climbed back up. Although he decided to rest, because it was a hard road, thinking about asking Loratail for a ladder. Meanwhile, Lucy wanted to know what he found, showing her the golden phoenix ring, which according to spectral magic, could bring magical power from his future to the present. With that, Ed could even use advanced magic at that moment. But it came with a fuse that disabled him for the entire time the ring had been used, making it dangerous to use carelessly, so he had to reserve it as a last resort in a battle. However, if it wasn't in combat, he could use it for a spiritual contract, unlike Hanukkah, who possessed an enormous amount of mana that allowed her multiple contracts, and the protagonist could barely make a couple. Nevertheless, using the ring, he could perfectly make a contract with a high-ranking spirit. And Lucy thought that with that ring Glass could have survived, but for Ed, that was already part of the past. As he climbed little by little, reflecting that Glass always said he was against lazy talents. But the real difference was the amount of mana some were born with, a barrier that this ring could break. And Glass knew it, and although he preached a different philosophy, in the end, all his research and creations were clear gifts for his daughter. And so he finally reached the top, hearing Lucy complaining about having lost the button of her sleeve. Without having noticed, but feeling uncomfortable about it, she affirmed that she really didn't pay attention to things until she lost them. And it was then that she suddenly got honest, and confessed to him that she had followed him to ask him if he was going to Ulzalan Dex. And with a completely defenseless expression, she asked him not to leave. Ed saw that something impossible had happened, something that made him doubt whether to leave or stay, more tired, and nervous about what he should be. However, he knew that living there during the winter would be very hard, and she understood it, closing her eyes and feeling that sensation of rain she was used to. However, Ed broke that idea, making her see that it was only the feeling of a rain that had already passed. So getting up, he asked her for help gathering firewood for the winter, with her so happy to hear that in a hug she knocked him down, very excited to hear it, while Ed downplayed it, assuming that she was already too adapted to the camp to leave it, only needing a little help to improve her life. And she finished hugging him while Ed, without strength to do anything else, closed his eyes, feeling invaded by thoughts of the conflicts to come, of the characters who would cause problems, and of the other final boss of Act 3, Lucy Myrtle. Although at that moment, he knew that no matter what happened, both would be safe and sound after all that chaos. Or at least that was what he conveyed to Ver for the first time, to a genuinely excited Lucy. And so winter arrived, where although he knew he should ration his work, he was not sure he could do it. He now had scholarship obligations, having to finish his tasks quickly. Although on the other hand, the cold weather helped preserve his food, so he would give everything to finish his pending tasks. Still, he had stopped throwing Lucy outside, although he knew her magic protected her from the cold. But that didn't change his goals, walking towards the forest, taking the phoenix ring, and he activated it to call Matilda. Meanwhile, the sweet smell of the square's pastries attracted Hanukkah, where Clara didn't miss the opportunity to remind her that she had already surrendered to Ed. She was surprised that they noticed, while Clara insistently and annoyed said it was more than obvious. And to top it off, she cornered her by asking if she got nervous looking him in the eyes. Hanukkah replied that she felt more comfortable and warmer, which Clara judged as the ingredient for the bad part of a relationship. The friend zone being the only one interested, needing to make Ed desire her, or at least want to protect her. Annie heard all that with her usual calm, admitting that Clara was right, although she knew she was the one who had improved Ed's reputation, and still felt there was something more. And finally, for her part, she was still the clumsy teacher she always was, generating doubts about how she got the position. However, her greatest skill was knowing good people, a coincidence that allowed her to bring instructors like Glass or Fubbles, and right now she had met the best assistant she could find, Anissa Highland, recognized by all her superiors for keeping the Kralfy chaos in line. And Anissa had easily managed to gather information thanks to her quality as a person, although her true personality was only known by her friends, and for her life was based on massacres shown according to her convenience. And with that strategy, she had investigated Ed, finding nothing normal, even reviewing his history since childhood. And while she diligently cleaned, she was aware that since she entered the academy, she had to rely on herself due to financial difficulties, so she admired Lorettle for her ability to manipulate, although she wasn't even close to her level since she had learned to read people. And she saw Ed as a person with conflicts resulting from authoritarian upbringing. And in that extensive paragraph of analysis, she described him as a rich boy who profiled submissive people and disposable, although she also detected a lack of confidence in his opulent life. And after being disinherited, he became more manipulative. And Anissa had a clear objective: to discover Ed's feelings for Hanukkah and rule out if he was a womanizer. And for that, she planned to approach him as a delicate and submissive girl. Just then, Alfie arrived with snacks, surprised that Anissa had already prepared the tea. However, she ended up spilling it, thinking she would receive a gift from her assistant. This time, Anissa worried about her so sweetly that it even caused her a bit of cringe. And meanwhile, Ed thanked Bella for having washed his uniform, although she didn't see it as a problem. Also, she noticed that Lucy was very attached to him, curiously finding blonde hairs on Lucy's uniform, and vice versa, which confirmed that the kitten had been very clingy lately. The protagonist was surprised that Bella could extract so much information from a simple wash, thinking that maybe he was wrong to choose his career, and she also asked him to stop being so formal with her, something Ed denied, insisting on seeing her as his superior. He ignored her complaints, expressing that surely she had many problems with the people she cared for, and Bella replied that not as many as him, suggesting that he shouldn't see the girls as a burden, since their decisions were independent. Also, she put herself at his disposal if he needed help, now that she had more free time after the renovation of the Oakley's Hall. The protagonist was surprised by the speed of the changes, but Bella explained that it was thanks to the new students, especially one who had already decided to move. And Ed supposed it was Tanya Rothtaylor, his new headache and younger sister. Meanwhile, in his cabin, Jiggs told Ed that he would return to his hometown following Elka. Ed, for his part, confirmed that he would stay to study advanced magic, worrying Jiggs, who suggested he not overdo it again. He even touched his forehead, noticing that he had a fever, although Ed already knew the reason, and still Jiggs understandingly downplayed it to Ed's relief, and also told him that Isla and Taylor wanted to visit him to apologize, although he hadn't given them his address. Ed asked him to pass on the message that he didn't want apologies, something that, for the wild boy, was more indifference than tolerance. Still, the protagonist needed Jiggs's help, paying him to help him clean Glass's library. Jiggs would have accepted to do it for free, and so he told him that he wanted to make it his workshop, surprising his friend with everything he planned to do in just one winter, warning him that he would be successful if he didn't collapse in the attempt. And so later Ed reviewed his to-do list, aware that he had to start his intern work. Upon arrival, he was received eagerly, as Professor Alfie had worked so hard that she had collapsed. And in front of her were Clavius and a random person, Ed, to whom he explained that his mission would be to take care of administrative tasks, and above all, prepare the first-year positioning exam. Ed remembered that Glass organized that exam every year, so he knew the process well. The most surprising thing was seeing Clavius there, who, just like the random person, received the same task. This one was called Onyx, and only Ed was missing, whom Anissa already had well squared. And seeing Ed, Anissa knew that her friends were overlooking certain details, as she noticed that Ed had a womanizer appearance. So she planned to test him, devising all night how to personify her best strategy, looking for a shining appearance to make him fall for temptation and thus distance him from Hanukkah. And so in the Oran Mountains, the class assignment exam was being prepared, with Anissa starting her act, pretending to be a clumsy and not very resilient girl, while Ed showed himself understanding, although he had to hear that the girl still saw him as a somewhat strange guy, whom she still didn't know whether to trust her friend with. Although Ed didn't care too much, and Anissa tried to advance to the next point of her plan. However, it was he who led the conversation when he asked her if she wasn't tired after working so hard as an assistant. And taking advantage of the opportunity, Anissa approached and flirtatiously took his arm, thanking him especially for his help. Also, she commented that they both had something in common. Their families had left them alone, although for different reasons, And in Annis's case, it had all been due to economic issues, talking about that hard stage of her life. Ed looked at her strangely. According to him, he saw her as a survivor who had dealt with everything. However, her problem was that now she was acting very sweet and tender, and not like the cold girl she was supposed to be. So much so that he had to catch her when she slipped on an invisible stone, after which she pretended to be very excited, to the point of needing to calm down. And in reality, Anissa was just looking for a quiet place to review her plan, noticing that the boy seemed safe and trustworthy, although she still didn't rule out that it was all part of an act. And while reviewing her strategy, she thought about the steps, finding common ground, showing capability, but vulnerable enough to seem like someone who needed protection. And she mixed a bit of maturity with a touch of innocence, and closed with her little accident, during which, by the way, Zedit had a moment to confirm that the protagonist had excellent pectorals. Basically a muscular nerd, who unlike the average noble, knew what hard work was. And to top it off according to her, his face seemed carved by the angels themselves. It was right there when she realized she was falling into his traps, getting terrified, but determined not to be dragged down by those charms. And meanwhile Ed calmly contemplated the view from the mountains. Although his head was still full of worries, and one of them was Tanya, the villainous young lady, raised amidst politics and deceit, wanting to be the best at the academy and also become the first council president. Remembering what Bella had told her, Tanya had arrived before everyone else to secure her place. Theoretically, she would have time to prepare for her. But there was a problem. She knew the girl well, yes, but she had no idea who Ed Rothtaylor was before possessing him. There was no prior information to the story, so she didn't suspect that her own sister considered him basically trash. Unlike the big stars of the academy, especially Lucy, the mage who received the blessing of the Archmage Glock with Minnie Rothtaylor, excited by such a gathering of nobility, expecting to fit in easily and enjoy her school life. Arriving at the dormitory, where she was greeted by Bella, to whom she entrusted carrying her things, as she had to go somewhere else first, walking like an adorable mini-villain, while only thinking of getting rid of the man who had stained her surname. And later, she read her patriarch's letter, who had given her his blessing to be his representative at the academy. That left her excited about the atmosphere, where she knew that even though she was of royal blood, she even had to show respect to her superiors. And in her first chat, she spoke cheerfully while drinking tea, letting loose all her poison against her brother, convinced that she was handling the conversation very well based on gossip. Meanwhile, she looked down on Ed as a ridiculous heir without perseverance, proud, and incompetent, who bragged about being a great mage and was glad he had been expelled. However, after a long while, she finally noted that it was not a conversation, but a monologue, directed at the woman Keprin had suggested she meet, a dangerous merchant with whom she had to choose her words carefully. And now that woman clearly exuded an aura that intimidated Tanya, as if a snake was about to devour her. Although Lorette was not angry, but very interested, and while the protagonist dealt with a long list of tasks for the winter, and he had also acquired 2 new skills, particle explosion and origin wind. Both were intermediate-level techniques he had learned thanks to Glass's books. However, he still had a big problem. He couldn't use magic directly, not even to light a simple fire, so he had to depend on his kitten, or human lighter Lucy, who remained worryingly light and excessively powerful, so Ed took her outside with him, where like a jealous kitten, she smelled a rival's perfume, and Ed knew it must be because he had spent the whole day with Ansi. Although what worried Lucy most was noticing that he was sick, and clearly still traumatized by the last time. She rushed to heal him. However, while passing energy to him, she noticed that his magic was empty, and the protagonist told her that it was manageable. And although the girl didn't fully believe him, she preferred to take advantage of the situation to make a strange request. And so Ed ended up reading while stroking the head of the happy kitten. Just when Lorettl arrived, surprising Ed, since she could have easily called him at her store, but she seemed to have something more to discuss with him, without stopping observing the curious scene before her eyes. And meanwhile, Tanya continued looking for allies to crush Ed, this time choosing another terrible option. Elka, to whom she offered to show her antiques, not noticing that Jix was behind her, who heard everything and approached, looking furious, although Tanya only noticed his excellent craftsmanship and great magical power, needing to have him on her side. And his gaze was perhaps not that of an ally, asking her if she was a Rothtaylor. Upon hearing that yes, Jigs completely changed his happy attitude, giving her a used magical engineering object. But that would improve her resistance. Also, he asked Elka for her notes, beginning to fill the nervous Tanya with documents about different classes and articles, both feeling satisfied, while the little girl barely managed to carry them, not understanding what was happening, believing that he had not understood her offer. But Jigs interpreted it as a classic sibling fight, something that made sense if one knew Ed a little. Although the heat rushed him to leave, and Jigs happily said goodbye to meeting her, introducing himself as a great friend of Ed, and wishing her good luck in doing a great job, as good as his, wishing her good luck with a simple touch. That ended up knocking her down, leaving her completely confused, meanwhile Alfie on the verge of collapse. She admired Ansie's energy, who had done her part of the paperwork very well alone, although she complained that Onyx and Clavius didn't do their part of the paperwork well, while Ed did it excellently, in addition to being good at solving practical problems. This surprised her, seeing that he wasn't the spoiled brat she had thought, and then Alfie told her that she and Ed were equally persistent, telling her that she had secretly followed him during his investigation, discovering his excellent camp in the forest, made entirely by him. Also, his grades had improved so much that Glass recognized him. The most surprising thing was that he had made a contract with a spirit, and Anne was surprised to see that the boy was really competent, with Alfie comparing them both, and she saw that her concern for Hannock had been exaggerated, seeing Ed as a good boy, without bad qualities. However, the more she thought about Ed, the more she began to get excited until she was completely lost in her professor's eyes, who finally watched her jump up, needing to calm her heat, so she opened the window, blowing the documents away, and the professor worried, thinking it was due to overwork. But it wasn't that, but love, since she had completely fallen for her friend's man. And then she realized an even worse problem. Ed had made a contract with a spirit who would surely report all her flirting to Haneke. Trembling with nerves, she shot out like a bullet, leaving her professor completely confused. Meanwhile in the forest, Mook was with Haneke, who, although she had always professed love and tranquility, now cried upon hearing her friend's betrayal, and just then Tanya arrived. At the worst possible moment, remembering that Loretal had sent her with the kind and sweet Janica, who had now turned back into the terrifying Janica. Meanwhile at the camp, Loretal told him that legendary items were hard to get, with Ed thanking her for the help, despite how tired she was, and although she was drinking tea. She told him she was there to rest, and Ed understood. As time passed, like the phases of the moon, in a winter that while bringing tranquility to nature, for those who lived beyond, it could bring feelings of loneliness. Although Loretal seemed more interested in why Light slept comfortably on her leg, even more when Ed answered, in a rather random way, that it was because of winter and thinking she was exaggerating. She preferred to change the subject and told him about the sealed grimoire, which surprised Ed, although what she really wanted to show him was her promise letter, reminding him as a good merchant that recovering the investment was the most important thing. This made Ed nervous when the girl approached him maliciously, and although without wanting to pressure him, told him she was just looking for him to take her side. Ed understood that well. That was the dispute of Act 3, where Loretal faced Fiona Cluel, who planned to reach the presidency to gather enough power to confront the darkness of the family. Rhoda and Lore, and she asked for his support, being her only wish, and then walked away. He doubted that his support would be of any use, and she knew it, as she was an insignificant student, which hurt the protagonist's feelings a little, but she clarified to him that she wasn't looking for a gain, but to feel his support, throwing the promise into the fire under the astonished gaze of Ed, who, despite knowing her as the merchant of 1,000 faces, never expected to see a sincere smile. And so the next day Ed got up early, out of habit, leaving the cabin with Lucy, remembering the previous night when Loretal mentioned her sister, who had much against him. Although he felt it was just sibling resentment, so she had sent him with people who knew him well, hoping he would visit them before confronting him. And right at that moment, she arrived with her whole entourage, Ed's little sister, having no idea what kind of relationship they had. And at first glance, when offering him a gift, she looked nervous and scared, but not hostile, so Ed thought that at least her original version must have had some human decency. Even so, the girl was still clearly terrified, remembering the Ed of the past, trash that mistreated and humiliated the servants, treating them like animals, while she, although trying to restrain herself, ended up exploding when trying to stop the abuse, only to be intimidated by the disturbing idiot that was her brother, and now completely different from the kind gentleman in front of her, who gratefully received her gift, inviting her to sit down while he prepared tea and asking her to ignore the giant kitten at his door. Excited to hear about his sister's academy life, who confirmed that she had met many people who spoke of him, although he doubted many knew him, limiting it to Jigs or Hanukkah. But only the last name unlocked Vietnam memories for her and her workers, who, although they tried to describe the girl as kind and gentle, in their minds, the memory of a giant dragon making them scream while coldly threatening them predominated. And Ed, worried by that scene, noticed that although he wanted to deny it, she also saw him as bad. And so, without knowing, he apologized for the idiot he might have been, promising to cheer her on in her attempt to reach the student council. And although he knew he had no chance, he felt a certain attachment to who was technically his little sister, although her expression indicated that this relationship would not be easy. And so later, the little girl returned to her room, exhausted from dealing with what she thought was an act, although she remembered how a giant dragon almost incinerated her for speaking ill of Ed. Understanding that Hanukkah really trusted him, getting confused that, instead of with so many elites like her, or Lucy, her brother managed to maintain such a good act. Just at that moment, Lucy appeared from one side, whom Tan already remembered as the stray girl from her brother's house. But Lucy approached, recognizing her as Ed's little sister, offering her help with whatever she needed, and leaving. It was then that Tanya turned and saw on the door where Lucy had left a golden plaque that revealed the genius Lucy Merrill. Meanwhile, in the rose garden, Annis asked Bella to find a tall guy, and handsome, distinguished, confusing Lamade, who had no experience whatsoever in dating, which immediately discouraged her, and Lamade apologized, thinking that since she worked so much she wouldn't have time for that. Just like Ed, whose name made Ansi tremble and Bella worry, with an expression of one more biting the dust. And then Ansi ended up being honest, after discovering everything she had in common with him. She had been struck, which meant that Hanukkah had found a good man, only now she had to look for a replacement to forget him. And Bella thought Ansi's desperation was because of Hanukkah, although she didn't think she was cold enough to look for a replacement so quickly. And Ansi admitted it, remembering that Hanukkah had been distant and also that she had to continue working with Ed, which had her desperate. Still, Bella saw this as an opportunity. It was good that Hanukkah, always so perfect, could also look like someone who needed to be protected. Annis understood this with a smile and sadness, thinking that if Hanukkah was not well, she would end up going straight into Ed's arms, who at that moment found her in his camp. Although he had a lot to do seeing her like that, he couldn't help but stay by her side, offering her a cup of tea, and asking if she was okay. Although she didn't want to talk about the topic, Ed understood her, wrapping her in his blanket, getting very close to her. And although he didn't know exactly what was wrong with her, but seeing her so bad awakened his instinct to protect her. And in the end, Hanukkah ended up snuggling up beside him, feeling his warmth in the middle of the cold winter. Then they tell us about the Rothtaylor past. When the patriarch was not there, everything seemed peaceful. However, after the death of Arwen Rothtaylor, the heiress of the family, a new heir predominated. The dark Ed, an idiot who, as soon as he had some power, acted as if the whole world belonged to him. That's why Tanya despised that boy so much, who couldn't stand his challenging gaze and made fun of her, knowing that no matter how much she tried, she couldn't do anything, and he even offered her the chance to end his life with a dagger to the heart. But Tan was no longer capable of doing it, and although he couldn't hit her either, for her to see him mistreat his family, and the territory's servants filled her with impotence, and day after day she was despised by that look, living increasingly like a soulless being. However, now that Ed had been expelled, she saw the opportunity to prove her worth, starting with the assignment event, which began with Anis carrying a heavy basket while climbing over Laura, of Ed's alpha male, who was just confused. And for their part, Alfie's was excited to prepare the final parts of the exam, walking in the Orem Mountains, where the exam would take place, and now Professor Glass finally held the leadership, changing many things, since the magic stones were not hard to find, intentionally scattered everywhere, and with no point difference. The only goal was to bring them to the scale, an easy test that anyone could pass. But the kind professor, being a disciple of the lunatic Glass, sought perfection, and this time she would make them fight monsters, spirits and wild animals in an absurd difficulty that made the Orem Mountain infernal survival exam rated. and the objective was to prevent anyone from managing to reach Class A, something very necessary for the development of that act. That's why Ed avoided dissuading Alfie from her crazy plan, although later he would have to apologize in writing. Also, there would be no fatalities, since the students would only fight against illusions created with a vision disc that materialized monsters, just needing to install them, and everything would be ready. And the most important one was the purple disc, carried by the always reliable Anise. However, seeing that she was delayed, she heard someone approaching to offer help, thinking it would be Onyx. But to her surprise, it was Ed, whose mere aura gave her a critical blow to her hormones, making them slip, ending up being caught by the boy, ending up in an even worse position, and dropping all the discs. Luckily, Clevius arrived to the rescue, saving all the discs and taking them to where Ed was still holding Anise. However, just as the boy tried to return them, the discs began to crumble in front of each other, leaving everyone in shock, letting go of Anise, who screamed as she fell. And Ed knew that this was the same as the combat training a year ago, in which Taylor should have won. But everything ended very badly, even leading to Haneka's loss of control. And this year was also an important event, since in this the first-year students, desperate to prove their worth, they forgot that it was only training, using any means to win, having to be stopped by Taylor, and this attracted everyone's attention, including St. Claris, who had remained hidden, although her fan sense was excited remembering it, knowing that the most important thing was that relationship with the saint, since her power would be vital for the confrontation with Lucy, and if she wanted to reach that level, the first-year students had to go crazy, and for that none should reach Class A. And everyone had been stopped by Alfie's and her destroyed purple disc, and the professor didn't know what to do. Clavius watched as all his effort was lost. He was no longer even ashamed, he felt responsible. However, Ed proposed not looking for culprits, since the important thing was to find solutions for many to reach Class A. And for that he had a plan, to use Clavius. Meanwhile, Tanya was happy to feel that she was truly among the nobility, seeing the member who surpassed everyone in importance. Even St. Claris, who went around receiving bows everywhere, although she wanted to avoid them. But no one seemed to really listen to her. Terrified by her status, everyone moved away except Tanya, who approached smiling to greet. The saint recognized her surname, remembering that she had baptized Keprin when she was even younger, and that the blonde assured that she would too when she grew up, getting along well with Claris. Although Tanya only saw all that as a method to gain supporters ahead of the elections, her real goal was different, the same one marked by the starting gun, and regardless of which faculty they belonged to, everyone ran at high speed in search of the great benefits of Class A. And many showed confidence, like a red-haired boy with glasses who barely started the race. He was quickly left behind by Joseph. Meanwhile, Tanya, who was lagging behind, thought the mission seemed too easy, so she decided to save energy and move forward slowly. And then she noticed a girl who seemed to be hurt and approached, only to discover that she was a weirdo, who wanted to stand in the snow barefoot, only to then jump in kawaii style when she froze. And the childish and cheerful girl told her that she was simply fulfilling her wish list. But for Tanya, it was nothing more than a crazy person, who probably hit her head hard. And still Tanya introduced herself, surprising the girl with her status, who thought all Rothtaylers were amazing. And although the blonde still harbored great resentment towards Ed, considering him trash, the weird girl tried to be formal. But since everyone was the same at the academy, Tanya didn't allow it. This pleased the girl, who introduced herself as a peasant named Killy Etch, apologizing for being strange. And although Tanya had to concentrate on the exam, unlike Killy, who didn't seem to care much, so she decided to help her achieve her goal, to get a little closer, taking her hand, starting to run together, with Killy excited to have a friend her age. Although Tanya warned her to calm down, as she couldn't be that friendly with everyone. And still, she preferred to focus on hurrying up. And 30 minutes later, the redhead was confident in his victory, until a frightened brute, Clavius, wiped him out with a single blow. He thought it was completely inappropriate for his superior to do something like that, but he realized that it was as easy as Ed had warned, remembering how he himself had gotten him into that mess along with Annis, having to make the test harder for anyone aspiring to reach Class A, while Annie was also determined to give her all to solve the problem she had caused. The plan was simple. Onyx would take care of security and Alfie of the paperwork, although that meant they wouldn't be able to sleep a second all day. With that resolved, only Ed was missing, who would be in charge of guarding the altar, although the professor doubted they would be in condition due to his magic state. And Ed still had a plan. Once there, he had to repair the purple vision disc, besides that he would use magic stones to recharge his magic. And although he couldn't even hear Mook yet, he thought that with Clavius and Ansi buying him time, he would be ready to release a large amount of magical power, determined not to let anyone pass. Meanwhile, among all the students beaten by the grim Clavius, completely unleashed, the terrified Killy and Tanya arrived. Luckily for her, it was an explosion coming from the tower, where Anis was distracting Clavius, which Tanya took advantage of to drag the carefree girl away from danger. While in the North Tower, Anis, outstanding in theory and very good in combat, to the level that no first-year student could dream of defeating her, now faced Joseph Geidelpist, Dorothy's brother, who, unlike his sister, Joseph was an authentic magic genius, who without setting foot in the academy, had reached the intermediate rank, also condescending towards a defeated Anis. This annoyed the girl even more, who asked him to hurry up, lamenting always acting like a diligent person, but who had complicated everything by destroying the vision disc and not being able to find a solution, until Ed, without flinching for a second, led the situation. And what bothered her most was that upon inevitably losing, she felt the spark again, putting all her trust in Ed to solve it. Meanwhile, Ed welcomed his first visitor, reminding him that he only had to place the stones on the altar. Joseph, seeing how strange the exam was, wondered who would receive the others once he defeated his superior. And although Ed suggested he shouldn't worry, Joseph sensed that he should see something more hidden. And in the end, it was all about buying time to better understand the environment, glancing at the vision disc, knowing that he had to be cautious. That what a difference from Ed. To be a mage, he didn't even have his own magical energy, and he depended on magic stones, thinking he wouldn't be real. And Joseph decided to attack him quickly so he could go eat as soon as possible. And so he exploded the place where Ed was, confident that his intermediate magic was complicated to avoid, feeling victorious. However, Ed easily emerged from the explosion preparing a fire attack. Joseph confidently predicted he would use ignition, or embrace, anticipating the movement exactly, but he was surprised to see how the flames engulfed him. But even so, he knew that no matter the potency of the spell, it wouldn't penetrate his magical defense. Aware of his enormous magic reserve, he only had to wait for the fire to go out to respond with an ice strike. However, at that moment, he heard Ed's voice, who like a demon passed through the flames, reminding him that his shield only defended magic, grabbing him by the shoulders to slam a tremendous knee into his face, with which he suggested to Joseph not to be overconfident. And barely on his feet, he promised not to be and prepared an ice strike, but it was blocked again by the ignition flames. And seeing that Ed was using the same technique as before, he decided to literally respond fire with fire using Embrace. But inside the flames and with Mug's blessing, Ed passed through him again, lunging with his dagger. Joseph managed to stop him at the last second, confused by the attack, although feeling that he was still faster by capturing the dagger with his shield. However, Ed retreated and warned Mug to activate explosion, and with that explosion, Joseph flew out, bouncing several times against the ground, until he sat against a tree, trying to analyze the situation. There he understood that from the beginning Ed had only used spiritual magic, hiding the spirit inside the fire, which allowed him to create that explosion. Also, he noticed the vision discs that Ed hadn't even used, and understood that he was facing an impossible rival. Finally deciding to give up, and he threw his magic stone. Ed turned towards her, but Joseph tried to surprise him with an ice spear, which Ed dodged. However, he failed to avoid the punch. It was going straight to his face, although it didn't really hurt him, only activating the wind element, Matilda's automatic defense, which sent Joseph flying, destroying everything in its path, until leaving him trapped among the remains of a tree, where he finally accepted defeat. And they congratulated him for managing to lower his guard a bit, and incidentally, he earned the admiration of the boy, who asked his name. Sometime later, Ed handed Joseph over to Onyx to heal him, meanwhile far away to Jiggs. And Elka, with her worried that her friend would follow her to the magic faculty, when he could have been the first in some of the others. But Jiggs didn't care about being the best, and still knew that in the combat faculty, he would never be the best, since that position was occupied by Clavius Nortondale, the same Clavius who was brutally knocked out in front of Kaylee. And Tanya, while Oni arrived worried about everyone, taking Clavius, and the girls continued with the exam. And 20 minutes from the end, they had their last challenge in front of them, the once object of fear and hatred for Tanya, the quite tired Ed. Although first we learn the story of St. Claris, who was raised in her faith to lead an absolutely pure life. Still, she had two owners, one planted by Bishop Verdier and another driven by someone who professed the complete opposite of that white purity. A romantic troubadour who found beauty in every color that nature gave her, the cities and the people. She was the guardian of the sacred relics, his romantic one, who used to sneak in without anyone noticing, only to sing songs of the world to Claris, being her only friend and her greatest inspiration to want to know what was out there. And the troubadour said that the sincere affection of a single person was worth much more than living adored by hundreds of faithful. And that girl with her huge smile left the church to study in Sylvania, dedicating herself to traveling around the world in her free time. And she related those trips in the songs with Claire, encouraging her to travel through those places, to feel sincere hugs, and to walk that path full of colors that contrasted with the imposition of a pure white that she lived in her confinement. And for that, Verdier would help her enjoy everything without damaging the church's reputation, giving her an artifact that hid her identity, turning her into Killy, which allowed her to feel happy by being ignored. Without bows or flattery, and without that pressure, she could be the childish girl she wanted to be, knowing that no one could discover her, except the one who already knew it. And her last challenge, Ed, who offered her the chance to leave, but if they decided to stay, he would unleash all of Merylda's power, enveloping the battlefield in a green blizzard that barely allowed them to stay on their feet. And Claris noticed it, since that magic even for graduates was very unlikely to be controlled. So she decided to give up. But Tangi, although she remembered how traumatized her last encounter with Uno left her, she didn't want to keep being afraid of her brother. So even if her friend gave up, she wasn't going to, sure that she had to live up to her status. Not like her brother, who was always mediocre, doubting if what she saw was just an illusion, deciding to go straight to the main body. But Merylda, with a simple puff, made them retreat, and in the middle of the confusion, Tanya confirmed that it was not an illusion. While Claris looked at Ed, so different from the nobles she had imagined, since they were kind, refined, and with a warm smile, but according to the stories Tanya had told her, she considered him scum, and although she didn't understand much about the outside world, Claris understood that Tanya's resentment was deep. So determined, she asked him to follow and aim for the main body, while she would be the bait, sure that due to her ability it was impossible to die, although the blonde doubted it. But Claris had already taken a step forward, supporting her first friend, and Tanya then remembered how the powerful Clavius was easily defeated by a strange light, assuming that her new friend had a special power. But what really motivated her was that, although she seemed like a coward, Claris stepped forward in the battle, thinking that maybe there was a brave person inside her, very, very deep inside, because she was crying at every step. Although the wolf initially watched her with pity, and the closer she got, the more she began to dissipate her power with the divine protection law, the high-level spell automatically activating, being basically a human bullet, and falling before arriving. Ed only felt pity for the strange move, until beside him, Tanya surprised him with a direct shot, sending her flying and even completely disintegrating him, but everything was an illusion disc. And then some arrows fell at Tanya's feet, and Ed gave his last warning to his little sister's confused gaze, who didn't understand how he could be so powerful, and seeing him approach with that strength, she closed her eyes, terrified and on the verge of tears, feeling as imposing as in her childhood, but he approached, apologizing for not wanting to fall into nepotism, letting her pass and taking her magic stone to deactivate it, and knowing that if he helped her directly, she would be even more upset, congratulating her for moving forward, even in the face of such a terrifying illusion, and she still confused. She looked at him while he, with a big smile and carrying his sister's gift, congratulated her. And although her response was to cry, which Ed considered a bit excessive, just for passing the exam, then Claris hugged her friend and clumsily threatened Ed, although he didn't even pay attention to her, since the exam was over and he had to do all the paperwork. And Claris understood it just as her voice began to change. The transformation spell was fading. She had lost her artifact in the fight. That meant that her nice school life would also end just when Mook brought the artifact to Ed, who returned it to her. This left Claris confused while Ed headed with Alfie, trusting that everything had returned to normal. And the script followed its original course, but he didn't notice that small error, the one that made the saint's eyes fall on him, who ended up very hurt, so the professor entrusted Onyx to take Crabius away and let Ed rest. And before leaving, Onyx noticed a figure at the tip of the obelisk. Meanwhile, Merylda watched the exhausted Ed, stating that no matter who you are, a sunset like that will always be beautiful. And although for Ed it was too much reflection, Merylda thought that this was something very human of him. In the end, humans live so little that they don't manage to understand the details. No, what a good phrase. And in the form of a mini wolf, she suggested that he learn to appreciate the little things, but he only saw her as a chatterbox who kept lecturing them for being so malicious, and at the same time so careless, always ending up injured. And she recommended that he look for someone to support him, preferably a girl, whom she coincidentally described exactly like Hanukkah. And Moog wanted to support the wise man, but by revealing his deception, he ruined the plan. And then Ed remembered when Hanukkah visited him, asking him why he was so bad, but the little wolf suggested he not inquire about that, since it would help Hanukkah to see how hard the world was. So he decided to leave before running out of magical power. And Ed was surprised that even in wolf form, she was so difficult to maintain. Although she suggested that this was the proper way, because she would not tolerate seeing her as a beautiful girl. Although he was referring more to power issues, and she laughed when she saw that being so smart. He was so gullible, jumping on his head to remind him that such a powerful spirit would not make only one contract. And then she vanished into the air, leaving Ed with doubt, which he immediately understood. Climbing the obelisk to find the one who had lent him her power, Lucy, who was in a very uncomfortable place for naps. However, she preferred it to being in an empty cabin. Ed observed the height of the substitute altar, where the end of Act 3 was taking place, and after Clarice realized the darkness of the church, the Inquisitors of Telos would go to Arkan, condemning Clarice, convincing everyone that it was the right thing to do, including Fienna, the Royal Guard, Loratale and her mercenaries, even the protagonist's group, and everything would be in the hands of a girl seen as the villain, trying to protect what her grandmother adored. The awakened Lucy, who managed to destroy half of her attack forces, but over time her energy ran out, and she was defeated by Taylor with her ultimate sword technique. And only after leaving the girl on the verge of the end did they understand why she wanted to eliminate Taylor's apostles. Although the pain of the misunderstanding fell on Lucy, who by nature always sought to do things without help. And Ed knew it, not intending to stop her while keeping her company, but he understood that he wasn't so cold as to sacrifice Lucy, since it wasn't really a bad ending, because as Glock told the little girl before dying, the Academy would move forward through its strength, but at some point it would need Lucy, waiting for her to help at that moment. And Lucy, knowing the weight of those words, had to pass that test, and lying on Ed's lap, he knew he wouldn't stay idle, and although he heard how lonely the girl felt, he could only promise to let her know when he could be with her. Meanwhile, Clara returned to the Academy, leaving a gift for Bella, and then told her she was going with her friends for some snacks, hoping to catch up. With this, the maid crushed the foot they gave her, aware of what the girl expected, and she generated an extremely tense atmosphere, in which she didn't even know how to enter, trying to make a joke to ease the tension. But it finally broke when Hanukkah directly asked Annis if she was stealing husbands. For his part, Ed set up wind barriers to protect his cabin when he received a visit from Bella, who had come to take Lucy away, who was throwing a tantrum because she didn't want to leave. And since they wouldn't let her go out during the blizzard, they doubled the surveillance on her, and May also kept insisting that Ed talk to her casually, but he refused. Also, Bella doubted she could endure that weather, although Ed only planned to protect the supplies. And the roof, since he would take shelter in Glass's library, which made her more calm. But he doubted she would be fine facing her first crisis as a leader, and she while holding her biggest problem, expressing that he would soon have a bigger one, although she closed the details. Meanwhile, Hannock asked Ansi if she was interested in Ed. Confused, Clara tried to find an explanation, but nervous Ansi admitted it and told the truth, at least in the part where she disliked him and wanted to test him, trying to convince Hanukkah that he wasn't her type, insulting the absent protagonist quite a bit. With this, tearful Hanukkah seemed to understand her, and Ansi achieved her goal, apologizing for what she did. Hanukkah burst into tears, feeling betrayed by her friend, although in theory she wasn't anything with him yet. But Ansi calmed her down, affirming that they were more than friends, but less than lovers. These words excited Hanukkah, even to excessive tears, thanking her for caring about her, and hugging her now that she knew Ed didn't like her. While Clara observed that everything had been resolved, until she saw Ansi's face that indicated the complete opposite. She then suggested to Hanukkah that she was fine, go look for what was hers, and she immediately ran out. Clara, meanwhile, had to deal with the third party, who immediately broke down asking her to find her a man. Then she changed her mind, preferring to break stereotypes and wanting to enter gears low, causing a huge sensation of cringe, while Anise tried to convince herself that once winter ended, she could forget him, but to her bad luck, Alphys decided to celebrate by including all the scholarship students of that year as her new assistants, Clebius, Onyx, and most importantly, Ed, hoping that the atmosphere would be the best for everyone, except for Anise. Meanwhile, Hanukkah returned cheerfully with Ed to suggest that he train with her mid-rank spirit. He was happy to see her so happy after the last time, although she pretended nothing had happened. Even so, upon noticing that she was the only one not on the stage, he considered her his friend. Meanwhile, Hanukkah was still confused about how she had managed to contract with Merylda, so he told her about his little trick, the Phoenix ring, and he told her a little about his future plans. Seeing that with his magic in that state, he couldn't do much, although he hoped to be ready for when winter ended. Meanwhile, he remained engrossed in the library during the blizzard like a dedicated student. Although for him, the one who really tried hard was her, the best of her grade, and with the elections approaching, he knew she was going to receive a lot of attention. He preferred to remain neutral towards Anashi and Hanukkah, but Ed was clear that his role would be quite small. And at that moment, something clicked in Hanukkah, and she remembered that Tangi was going for the council, and she asked Ed if he got along well with her. He replied that in theory no, but he did want to have a good relationship, since they shared the same blood. She then understood that Tangi's issue was just a sibling tantrum, so taking the sleeve of her uniform, nervously, she asked him to tell her what she could give the little girl as a gift. He asked her what she had done, and although she said nothing, in the end she confessed everything. But for him, it wasn't serious. And so he reached the blizzard, with no one leaving unless necessary, with the wind roaring. The agitated Clarice couldn't sleep, not only because she remembered her terrifying senior, but because it seemed he knew who she was. If that happened, all the effort for that school life and Verdier's help would be ruined. Remembering how she had obtained her information, although she had really only overheard what Joseph was saying to his friend. But now knowing that as soon as the blizzard started she couldn't leave, and wanting to protect her quiet, colorful school life, she decided to escape, wearing her disguise, hoping to maintain her newly acquired freedom. So she would go for him. Meanwhile, in Clebius's past, he was immersed in deep darkness, getting used to that twilight. Remembering that after the entire Nortondale family turned their backs on him, the only thing he really had left was the memory of the only person who stayed by his side. His brother, especially that moment when he stabbed him in the heart, and the dying man whispered a curse in his ear. That's what led him now to want to get away from Alfie's laboratory, as he felt he hadn't measured up as an assistant during the exam. And although everything else was going well, Alfie was happy to know that was the only reason. And upon realizing that if he really wanted to, he would stay, smiling at him and asked him to stay. And although he wasn't entirely convinced, he ended up accepting. Meanwhile, in the forest, Ed felt comfortable, since although his physical talent was nil, he had managed to push it to the limit, thanks to magical engineering and spiritual fusion, hoping to improve a lot during his week in the library, which was not only clean thanks to the favor he asked Jix, but it was also very organized. And although he noticed that his friend hadn't kept the secret, and that he went with Elka, with whom he left everything impeccable, having to thank her later. And so it was time to start, focusing on Gloco's eye, which increased magic, and on Delhim's clock, which reversed time and removed damage over a certain period, moving all the materials to start. But he noticed that he had forgotten his tools, so he would have to go back. Meanwhile, Clarice, repeating her friend's mantra, began to analyze if the world, full of colors, was really pure white snow. And while discovering the river, she thought she was about to arrive, feeling the excitement of the adventure, since although she seemed clumsy, she was very strong, surpassing even those who were already powerful holy mages, and all thanks to her blessing, which returned the damage they tried to inflict on her twofold, failing to be hurt by anyone, except Ed, who as a believer who received the baptism of telos, could hurt her. However, as part of the same faith, if he recognized her, he would never be hostile, so she feared that he really knew her secret. Upon reaching the cabin, she tried to open the door, but it was jammed by a cauldron that ended up knocking it down, then filling the entire place with what she believed was blood. Seeing in terror how all the walls were covered in a red liquid, getting more and more scared, until she heard footsteps trying to hide just as Ed, in a version of a horror movie assassin, entered seeing the chaos in his cabin, while Clarice hid on the verge of a heart attack, watching the Plota pass by, until suddenly he appeared above her with a bloody knife, and then he recognized her as Kylie. Not understanding why she was there, she, already desperate, unleashed her power, sending him flying, in a huge flash of divine power, leaving him at the bottom of the cabin with books flying, and a large trail of dust, which upon dissipating showed an unconscious Ed. Then Clarice fell to her knees, seeing that her reflexes had just eliminated someone, immediately beginning to confess to her God, thinking that now she couldn't be a saint, but a girl who would burn in hell. And then Seth got up, bloody and furious, scaring her so much that she almost went with St. Peter, while he only saw more problems. Meanwhile, the Vila Academy received the news, knowing it was Kaylee, and yet remained calm, organizing everything calmly. For that very reason, her subordinates admired her, and she trusted the blessing that protected the saint, so she preferred to look for her alone, leaving the dormitory in the hands of her main maid. But the peace ended when she told her that they had seen the girl heading towards the North Forest, territory appropriate for the man, with excellent luck in love. Bella thought that in such a storm, a couple alone in a cabin would inevitably end many romances, so she completely lost her calm and ran at full speed, for the only danger a saint can run. And in the North Forest, there were rumors about a mysterious expressionless man, dressed in animal skins, although most were just exaggerations, since Bella knew that Ed was a kind boy and hardworking, and even though he was always interrupted by women flirting with him, recognizing him as a reliable man. But considering his popularity with women, she saw him as a headache, especially when it came to the saint. So she entered the cabin only to find him injured, with Clarice defending herself with a chair. Needing an explanation, and after receiving it, Bella understood everything, but she had to leave soon, or the storm would catch them, although Clarice didn't want to put down the chair, and Ed understood why she was there. And even though he didn't want to deviate from the script, he had no choice but to apologize directly to the saint. So she would let go of the chair. She finally lowered it, and upon doing so both understood that he knew her secret. He excused himself, stating that by being baptized by Telos, he could see through the illusion, and he insisted again that she let go, aware that it was the only way she would forget him, and not do strange things, and he assured her that as a noble, he understood what it was like to live oppressed, and that he understood her double life, although he still asked her if she was really okay with her freedom. Clarice, confused by the boy, whose freedom seemed more like a form of survival. She found him very different from the colorful life he had promised Dale, with the protagonist being the coldest part, and dark, and with this expressed she apologized, leaving towards thee and on the way Clara, and apologized to Bella, and although she knew that upon returning everything would calm down with a hot soup, but in that cabin remained Ed, a boy who was much more than the typical first-year imitator, and his idea of freedom had changed, and still he was glad to have gone to Sylvania just to meet him. With a look that said, another one fell captive, but she decided to ignore it. And with the arrival of spring, the first thing Ed did was go to the exclusive restaurant La Place, thanks to an invitation from Lorettail, who was amused to have the owner as her servant. And although Ed only saw him suffer, Lorettail had her reasons due to the scarcity of supplies during the winter. The chef had decided to order an insane amount of useless products and then cancel the order. In this way, he left his competitors without supplies, which for Lorettail was not ethical. So no matter how much the chef begged her, she would not limit her orders, preferring to ask Ed to accompany her to classes. And on the way she was honest, expressing that she had to reduce deliveries due to economic problems. And Ed was worried, but she seemed confident that there would be no problems as long as unnecessary expenses were not incurred. However, she suddenly changed the subject upon noticing that Ed didn't have books, and since she was poor, she had to ask for them at the library, but for her, it was an insignificant expense. But she remembered She was talking to a semi-vagrant and recognized her insensitivity, so she offered to buy them for him. Although he refused, more interested in the school elections, Yaya hesitated to participate due to lack of time, hoping Ed would do it with her support, but he clearly didn't want to. And then the girl thought of Tanya, whom the protagonist did want, although she knew that, like Loretal, it was impossible. Besides, in the end, the victory would belong to Fienna, and Tanya's fate was, no matter how much she tried, being overwhelmingly defeated. Still, Loretal showed tenderness beside him, asking if he would support Fienna, although Ed had no interest in that. Maybe he would only support his sister, which pleased Loretal, hoping that with her sweet side. And admitting to being jealous, she would deliver a critical blow to Ed's heart, trying to check his results. But he ended up shaking her off. But Ed couldn't feel anything until the aging, which interested Loretal greatly, although she didn't know why. And with that information, she only needed to wait until then. However, for that, Ed needed to make sure that the great dragon at the end would be defeated by Taylor, bringing peace to the world. So he had to ensure that Clearys and Fienna supported the protagonist, and that he grew little by little in the arenas. And with the exam going perfectly, Clearys lived her school life, and Tanya, although she knew she would be defeated, felt encouraged, perceiving that everything was moving in the right direction, feeling peace, without knowing that a very upset Fienna was about to withdraw her candidacy. Meanwhile, in a dark room was a desperate and terrified Clevius, seeing that he was invited to a duel again, which he clearly didn't want to attend, just like with Jix. And it was all the fault of a first-year student who wanted to prove his worth by challenging the best. Like Hanukkah, number 1 in the 3rd year, Clevius, the best in combat, wide because he was trendy. And although it all started with Clavius, who seemed to be avoiding him, the boy assured that afterwards he would go for Elvira. And then for Jix, although Jix didn't consider himself the best in magic, but the student ignored Lucy's natural disaster, going directly for the technically strongest. Jix considered him pretentious, although the boy tried to be respectful, and the wild student made it clear that no matter if his targets were Hanukkah and Wide or himself, he wasn't on the level of any of them, and he stated that he wouldn't even get past Clavius, suggesting that he shouldn't have such a distorted view of reality. And so later, Jiggs met Ed and told him about Wade Callamore, a subject who had challenged all the promising students, and who also had his sights set on him. Ed recognized that subject. He was the son of a prominent general who had become obsessed with being the best, defeating everyone in his faculty, then going after the promising students, including Jiggs, whom he would defeat, finding him after a fight that would leave him badly wounded. But the frenzy of that subject ended when he was defeated by Taylor, and Jiggs invited Ed to the welcome event for first years so he could meet him, although the protagonist wasn't interested. So he said goodbye walking through the academy, feeling the energy of youth. Meanwhile, Jiggs watched him relax, forgetting to mention that he had seen Fienna. Very depressed, except when someone mentioned Ed, to the point that it even bothered her with that. But he supposed it was better to tell her when he was sure, and with spring dissipating the winter cold. And while Lucy dealt with a new enemy of her naps, a butterfly, and Hanukkah congratulated Ed on all his progress, suggesting he look for an intermediate grade spirit. The protagonist noticed that she had found her teacher Mode, where like any girl she sought some flattery, so he indulged her. Hanukkah explained that finding an intermediate spirit was like a journey, having to find one that vibrated with him. The protagonist had no idea how, since neither Moog nor Merylda were like that, and she suggested he try something different from his elements. And she reminded him, in passing, that this contract would be with destiny. That sparked that beautiful story in Ed of a spiritual master sorcerer, who evoked the romance of wandering through nature until finding his destined spirit. So he began to focus his magical power in his eyes to be able to see all the spirits that Hanukkah had selected. Although Ed felt harassed knowing that they were always around him, she affirmed that she liked having them close. So the time for nominations began where the spirits stepped forward, introducing themselves and showing their talents as if it were an audition, where even Moog, who was the weakest, felt like the great judge, and Ed felt that something there was not right. But not to hurt Hanukkah's feelings, he decided to let it go, although he didn't see love in that. Meanwhile, at the new student event, a very significant event where the rookies were welcomed. However, none of the heavyweights were present, neither Hanukkah for personal reasons, nor Lucy for personal reasons, leaving the deans worried that the event would be boring. Luckily for them, The presence of the noble and graceful Fianna lifted the spirits of the environment. And during a chess duel, she showed her ingenuity, in front of the only one brave enough and arrogant to talk to a member of the royal family, Wade Callamore, having a battle of wits in every move. But at the same time, both seemed to have self-esteem problems, and Fianna felt that despite knowing how to judge people well, she doubted she had done it correctly with him, while Wei seemed to face the desire to lower his arrogance. And it was something she felt personally, since after throwing Ed out, she had seen him resurface once, and again, until becoming an enormous presence admired by his peers and juniors, and a constant reminder of her mistakes. But she felt that if she just dwelled on that, she wouldn't have learned anything, reorganizing her thoughts. And she seemed to regain her former confidence, making her next move, and she thought that after 4 days, she could go to the northern camp, sit with Ed in front of a bonfire, and simply talk. And she believed that everything would be resolved, until one day, her plans were shattered by the death of Ed Rothtaylor. Meanwhile, Tanji wrote a letter to her dear father telling him about her experience in Sylvania, deciding to keep the honor of her lineage as a priority. And in her schedule, she mentioned that she had managed to make friends, and that she was working hard for her goal of becoming president. Although she doubted she could defeat Fianna, she had also met and begun to admire Loretal as a great merchant. Although she doubted whether she herself could handle the negotiations for the grimoire, and she also mentioned that the family shame. Ed had completely changed, becoming diligent, and she told him a small dream from her childhood, where she walked through a field of lilies with 2 people. One was the deceased and smiling Arwen, and the other, although she thought it was her father's hand, now believed it could have been Ed's, who perhaps when his sister was alive, was not the Scoria she knew, hoping he would return to that past, saying goodbye to the letter. Meanwhile, Keprin read the same letter, holding a poisoned dagger which he handed to his servant to take to his subordinates, whom he would send with Tanya to help her with all her burdens, convincing the academy with the grimoire business. And after this, Keprin removed the glove from his hand, showing a monstrous arm with an eye. This was a high-level technique called cause and effect determination, with which he could see the result of the variables he generated, and he used all his mana to charge the orb, being a very difficult technique to execute, but which accurately determined the future towards which his actions would lead Ed. And in his vision, Ed's end was on a cliff in front of Hanek's desperate screams upon seeing him fall into the abyss, which would unleash the girl's fury, so he knew he would probably lose his men. But he was willing to make sacrifices. And so 3 days before Ed's death, Tanya gave up, as Fiona had a ridiculous lead on her, and there was no way to beat her. But then Jiggs greeted her with his usual joy, and even invited her to have tea with Elka. That was enough for her friends to start admiring her, something that only grew when Loretta L. greeted her, and invited her out, and then Lucy too. In the end, the sad Tanya ended up acting like a mini queen, enjoying the moment. However, once in her room, she reflected that all that affection wasn't really for her, but for being Ed's little sister, believing then that the trash wasn't him, but herself, until those thoughts were interrupted by the vassals of Kadic and Nox, whom she was happy to see, and they would help her with the grimoire negotiations and the candidacy. Although there were rumors changing everything, Fianna would not run for the elections. Hanek told Ed that, who, considering that possibility, imagined a scenario where Fianna, upon seeing Keprin's darkness, would use her potion as part of the royal family, and president to start a crusade against the Rothtaylor family. Just when they were going after the academy, being in danger, Hanukkah noted his expression, and she got very close to his face, affirming that she knew he would intervene again. So she asked him this time not to end up hurt without her knowing why, promising him that she would help him. Ed admitted that he had preferred Fianna to be president, but Hanukkah knew he couldn't do much if she had decided it. All this while they looked very mushy. In Jig's eyes, who apologized for interrupting the love, although Hanek nervously denied that there was such a thing. Meanwhile, Jiggs focused on saying that Gina seemed like a new alpha who had lost her pack, regretting her decisions, having eyes he knew, those of someone who had lost confidence. And that was the real problem. In fact, he walked away, suggesting he prepare for a rain. And although Ed admired that perception of his friend, he also knew the problems that Kefiana giving up hating the Rothtaylers would bring, so he planned to intervene. But Hanukkah interrupted him, because taking advantage of the rain, they would train with their water spirits near the sea on the cliff. And seeing his friend's excitement, He smiled and thanked her, thinking about taking things slowly. Meanwhile, Lucy felt the rain approaching when she perceived a presence jumping to the ground and lighting the bonfire to continue sleeping. Jed arrived, knowing that even though it was spring, the rains usually depressed Lucy, so he hoped it would pass soon. And with the storm beginning while Ed arrived at the cliff, chatting with Mook about his training, until Ed noticed something and turned around, seeing two hooded figures, whom he recognized as enemies from Act 4, Kadik and Nox, the vassals in charge of darkness in the Rothtaylor house. These were veterans who have been part of the family their whole lives, and Ed aimed his bow at them if they were going for something important, and he greatly doubted it was to visit him kindly, and they greeted him as their young master. And with good reason, since they admitted that they had been sent to eliminate him, being repentant. Since they couldn't stand him before, they saw him as an arrogant guy who was only worth his last name. So they decided to remove him from the path with a poisoned dagger. But after finding out everything he achieved, they changed their minds. Today they saw him as a worthy heir, and they swore they would explain everything to Keprin to convince him to return to the family. But Ed didn't believe them at all, so they smiled maliciously, seeing how smart he had become. With Kadik unleashing his wind attacks, which Ed easily dodged, however quickly Nox, with his hammer wrapped in flames, went for him, and Ed barely moved to shoot an arrow, although Cade protected his companion. Meanwhile, Nox, with a look full of resentment, reminds Ed of that moment, in the middle of his twisted game, in which he damaged a maid's eye, who turned out to be his daughter, and with that accumulated rage he advanced. However, the flames were stopped by Ed's shield, who accepted the blame, understanding the reason for the fury. But he didn't believe that revenge led to anything more than the abyss. Those words only enraged Nox further, who attacked brutally, shattering the shield in one blow. Kadik watched in silence, amazed at how Ed kept dodging every brutal attack, although she knew that only one more blow was needed to finish him, and it was a matter of time before despair consumed him. And little by little Ed was cornered at the edge of the cliff, and while Nox prepared to deliver the final blow, and the confident protagonist only waited for the moment, making his dagger pierce his rival's back, seriously wounding him, and as he altered, he saw how all the moves he made were to prepare that blow, which Ed finished with an explosion, and from it appeared arrows that hit Kadik, confused about how Ed had become so strong. And although she criticized him for not attacking to kill, since he wouldn't give her another chance, unleashing a series of brutal bursts aimed directly at him. However, from the dust, he emerged still standing, having protected himself using Nox's body. But Kadik kept attacking, ensuring to finish him this time. But before reaching him, a water tiger named Lyja appeared, leaving the confused villain trapped in a water bubble, slowly drowning him. And while Ed lowered his guard, Nox surprised him from behind, and despite being on the verge of collapse, he kept fighting with a ferocity Ed couldn't anticipate. And it was that detail at that unexpected moment that activated the Tempest blessing, unleashing a brutal whirlwind that pierced Nox, but incredibly he was still standing, staggering with the poisoned dagger pointing directly at Ed, who kept Kadik under control. And upon seeing Nox finally fall to his knees, he knew the victory was his, although Nox considered it pretentious to expect it to be his end so quickly. And Ed is the one who asks for mercy, returning the dagger to his hands, aware that as long as his father wants him dead, no matter if another Fendron eliminates him, being a totally gray life, so he prefers to give him his life there. And although it would leave a big void, at least for his loyalty to the family, he grants him revenge. Nox takes it, piercing his body strongly just as Hanukkah arrives, apologizing for the commotion, only to see how the impaled body of her beloved is thrown over the cliff, running desperately to catch him, only to watch him sink into the darkness. And with the intense rain falling, Nox thinks about eliminating the witness, but his body no longer responds. However, his expression turns into absolute terror when before his eyes, Hanukkah unleashes such great power that it would still make the most veteran mage tremble. Nox, upon seeing the invocation technique of the Supreme Spirits, those that are above high rank, is surprised, telling them that there is only one per element, which can only be invoked by the power of the irate Hanukkah. She well remembered learning to invoke Glaskon, and now she unleashed her energy, driven by pain and fury, calling the sun that embraced the earth, a colossal being, whose tail covered cities and whose power burned mountains. This was the fire spirit, of the highest rank of Orpes, which just invoking one hand was enough to turn the entire forest to ashes. Although Knox didn't understand what was happening, what he did know was that he was facing certain death, and the burning light enveloped him, about to reduce him to ashes. But before being completely consumed, Merelda interrupted, and a wild blizzard swept the air, covering the vassals and shouting at them to flee and tell what they had seen. Knox picked up Kadic and left at full speed, while Merelda had to deal with Hanukkah, possessed by pain. However, when she tried to move her out of the way, she didn't disappear, and the spirit made her understand that the one who had invoked her was Ed, calming her immediately to a half-alive state, barely emerging from the ocean. Remembering how the Eredal had asked him about his work on magic artifacts. For him, it had been a success, since he managed to create the Hames hourglass, capable of reversing his wounds for a second and eliminating the poison. But now that hourglass had been used, and the blow from the fall had filled his open wounds with salt water, and with his body entering hypothermia, he remembered that he had spent all his energy invoking Merelda, and that the effort of months on the clock had been exhausted in a single use. But at least he was still alive. As he moved forward, he understood that the only way to break Keplerin's cause and effect was by dying, at least once, since if the vassals arrived with Tanya, then he had to fake his death until the grimoire negotiations were over. Although for that he had to stay alive, and with his body failing, he felt relief to see a giant dragon descending from the sky. They had finally found him. Hanukkah didn't waste time with words, running directly to hug him. Ed understood her concern, thanking her with the same silence, returning the hug. And already in a cave, Hanukkah understood his plan to hide and was ready to help. But Ed suggested that she first stop crushing his wounds. She immediately let go, embarrassed, and Ed knew that there were still many things to do, and he couldn't waste time. And meanwhile in the cabin, Lucy, although seemingly trapped in her laziness, practiced the art of waiting, and not with boredom, but with peace, knowing by heart every step of Ed's routine. And that was enough for her to be sure that when he arrived, he would secure the camp, while she slept comfortably, listening to the turning of pages, although her waiting nap was interrupted by a blood essence. And although she didn't want to get involved, she thought about how Ed would congratulate her for defending the cabin. So she got up. However, when she met Knox, who was pretending to be a vassal who had been attacked by a wild animal, Lucy immediately warned him that if he wanted to live, he should tell the truth. Meanwhile, on the cliff, a professor found the poisoned dagger, complaining that this chaos always happened on his shift. And seeing that the seal was used, he assumed someone died. And from that height, it was impossible to find the body by morning. And seeing the situation, they recounted Ed's death, all from the perspective of a witness, Hanukkah, who confirmed that the culprits were the Rothtaylor vassals, with the professor understanding that he should alert the director. However, he noticed a presence approaching. It was Lucy, who in a matter of seconds was in front of them, affirming that she caught the culprits just before running to take Ed's blood-stained bow, and disappearing in a huge flash of energy, with everyone aware that they had to hurry before it was too late. But Lucy torturing, the vassals discovered that they were there because of Taylor advancing towards the academy, and it was for the person they went to support, little Tanya, destroying a large part of the dormitory to enter, furiously demanding to see Tanya. And immediately the group of servants led by Bella tried to stop her, using magic to contain her while trying to talk to her. However, Lucy didn't want to talk. Full of rage, with a simple move she shattered the magical artifact and the magic around her, to Bella's terrified gaze, who saw her bloodlust when asking for Tanya. And meanwhile Wade came out victorious from his fight against Elvira, who saw him as arrogant just for defeating a superior. Although the boy accepted it, thinking that Jiggs was still missing, who watched him somewhat surprised. And the entire audience recognized that in the first year, the geniuses were Joseph and Wade, successors of the Calamore sword, which was about to start the duel with Jiggs when they heard the crash, followed by explosions. The evacuation immediately began, with Wade and Jiggs working together. Wade suggested looking for Bella, but Jiggs knew it was too late, seeing them all trapped in a time prison, conjured by Lucy, who easily replicated Glass's spell just by seeing it once, demanding to see Tanya. To Jiggs' confused gaze, and at that moment, one of the few free servants called him, and while he helped with the evacuation, still not fully understanding the situation, he heard a servant say that if what Lucy said was true, Ed Rothtaylor had died. Jiggs stopped immediately, while the others continued, understanding that if a Rothtaylor vassal was responsible, then the main suspect was Tanya, and without saying anything else, he asked them to go ahead. Wade tried to stop him and asked him to evacuate like everyone else and not seek revenge, but Jiggs ignored him and ran at full speed, knocking down the door, seeing Tanya's room empty and not seeing anyone who had seen him. He looked for her in the only possible hiding place, the closet, where he found a terrified Tanya, crying in fear, and Jiggs recognized that all the evidence pointed to her, but thanks to Ed, his reputation was very good, and it made no sense for him to order his death, so he would give her the chance, asking her only for the truth, asking if she had ordered her brother's end, but she shouted agitatedly that she didn't do it. And although he couldn't be sure she was telling the truth, and despite being devastated, remembering his lifeless friend, he had no time to think, because no matter how he looked at it, if everything continued like this, Tanya was going to die. And although he didn't understand anything, he covered her with his coat and asked her not to leave, sure that if Tanya died, and Lucy got her hands dirty with blood, those would be things Ed would never have wanted, deciding to confront Lucy. However, behind him appeared Wade, tired of chasing him, asking him not to be so foolish. Facing the impossible, that he comply with Lucy's demands, handing over Tanya, who was terrified to see the boys. But Jiggs wasn't going to back down, and Wade, considering it a foolish option, took control by force and propelled himself to hand over the girl. Meanwhile, Lucy's attacks ended with a statue falling at Clavius's feet. In terror, he recognized her as Dorothy, one of the best in alchemy, and seeing the powerful Lucy before him, full of hatred, he preferred to escape at full speed, crying for never having peace in that academy, tripping to fall pathetically in the mud, suffering for being a coward, and Elvira found him. And she saw him as pathetic, although she wasn't any better, since during the duel she lost all her potions, having to go for more. But seeing the situation, she knew that only the best could get past the monster, until the staff arrived in about 30 minutes. And seeing that Clavius had already given up, she sent him to seek help in the faculty, saying goodbye to him as she marched to battle, leaving Clavius feeling even more pathetic. For his part, Hanukkah arrived with Ed and told him everything, and upon hearing that Lucy went for Tanya, he got up still injured, deciding to take care of it himself. And meanwhile, Lucy remembered how she got sick from the rain and was cared for by her grandfather, and although she hoped she would take better care of herself, she also asked her to remember that feeling, knowing that over time, getting sick or getting hurt would be something rare for her, being surrounded by people who would give their lives just to reach a level she could easily achieve. And so currently, no matter how much many tried to stop her, she knew it wouldn't take her long to finish everyone, being a mage that no one could rival, descending to the ground, remembering that the old woman promised her that her innate talent would make her life boring, forgetting what pain is. But for her, that was a big lie, crying for her wounded heart, and when she took a step, a huge explosion enveloped her. But she emerged unharmed. This was courtesy of Elvira, who thought she could achieve something against Lucy, but her casting speed was excessive, although she didn't plan to give up, and with a single move she was repelled, ending up injured on the ground, with no possibility of getting up, smiling, since now she understood that those blows were not magic, but pure mana, and Lou advanced, falling into a trap made with artifacts designed to alter mana. And Vera had combined them with a red reagent capable of absorbing it, and using it as fuel to activate a complete circuit. And if she activated them all at once, she thought she could evaporate all the mana in the area. And although she knew that with that all her life's creations would be ruined, she had to buy time for the students to evacuate, deciding to activate the circle, absorbing all the energy in the area, until the devices ended up overloaded with mana. With her totally incredulous, upon seeing how everything exploded with mana, believing that this had never happened, because no one should have that much mana, and in case they did, they would be a being that no one could defeat. And so in the time it took Lucy to deal with the head servant, the 14 elite servants, the 2 best fourth-year students, and the alchemy genius Elvira, only 3 minutes passed to defeat them all. And as she passed by the battered Elvira, she grabbed her leg, not to fight, but to stop her with reason, knowing that if Lucy had wanted to, she would have already destroyed everything. But the fact that she kept buying time could only mean one thing. Inside her, the idea that Ed hated seeing her like this was still fighting, and yet Lucy would decide that after seeing Tanya. Preparing the finishing blow, when a bestial figure descended from the sky and attacked forcefully. This figure, to Elvira's surprise, was the fearful Clebius, ready for battle, which didn't last long, since with a small fraction of his power, Lucy defeated the best student in the combat faculty. Meanwhile, Wade and Jiggs immediately began their duel, it being a battle of pure swordsmanship, with Wade resisting not only what was the swordsmanship of the island family, but also the power of a beast. Combining freedom with theory, he had to block the fast blows until finding an opportunity, and upon deflecting one, he created a blind spot in Jiggs, which he aimed at with homicidal intent. But a wind blade deflected his sword, leaving him defenseless, receiving a straight right to the face that brought him down. And Jiggs asked him if he would still insist, and out of pride, Wade barely managed to get up, laughing like a maniac, expressing that he couldn't help but fight the strong, attacking enthusiastically, seeking fun. But Jiggs only looked with disgust and stopped the blow, making it clear to him that he wasn't looking to fight, but to win, and if he had no way to do it, then he was nothing more than a coward. And face to face, he demanded him for not having taken advantage of his opportunity to face the strongest. Mage, seeing him as a mere coward, shattering his guard, and as a beast charged against him, stopping before eliminating him, leaving him defenseless. And Wade, cursing, he didn't want to fight an impossible opponent, and for Jiggs that was his biggest limitation. He was a simple coward. But at that moment, a noise alerted him. It was Lucy about to enter, but she stopped upon hearing a voice criticizing the warrior's pride, mocking those who sought certain death by trusting too much in their abilities. That's why Clebius was always scared. It was his way of not dying, and yet even seeing it that way. He knew the day would come when his feet wouldn't respond, when his body would tremble, but his hand would remain firm, and that day he would unleash all his power. And so, to Elvira's surprise, Clebius kept advancing, aware that he would be defeated. Even so, he unleashed the beast within him, moved by a conviction and with Clebius's blood flying. Elvira saw Lucia use magic seriously for the first time, making a 100% fire pillar, ravage everything in its path, and yet she remained firm in her promise not to kill anyone. So she attacked in that way, feeling that something so monstrous would not die so easily, with the beast surprising her from behind, barely saving herself thanks to the wind blessing that tried to send him flying. But Clebius remained firm, although more and more blood gushed from his wounds on the verge of collapse. However, with every drop shed, his bloody eagle grew, nourished by his cursed sword. And for the first time, he was putting Lucy in check with the family's forbidden technique. The Nortondale technique, the blood sword, increasing its attack power. Lucy simply contained him, with no idea how to respond, forming circles of magic to try to cage him. But she couldn't stop the warrior's advance, who faced her head-on in a brutal clash, which increased her magic and repelled with a large flash, leaving the warrior bloody on the ground, with wounds flowing like a fountain, while he remembered when he was just a child, and all his family saw him as a demon for being a user of the cursed technique, with which he had eliminated many. And everyone looked at him with disgust, everyone except one person, who comforted him with a big smile. And so, the time that he mastered the forbidden art, the sword demon Clebius stood up again, ready to advance, proving his brother right for the first time upon seeing a true monster before him. Lucy, who was now using her superior magic divine punishment. Meanwhile, Jiggs ran through the hallways with Tanya, thinking they were about to escape, when Lorettail appeared in front of them, and Jiggs took a defensive stance, although she maintained her facade, affirming that without him, Tanya wouldn't have gotten very far. And seeing that attitude, Jiggs asked her if she had heard anything about Ed, although she pretended to know nothing. And he didn't trust her, asking her to express what would happen if the little one had come alone. Lorettail, without masks, made it clear that she would have torn her to pieces. Jiggs saw this as inconsistent with her personality, so she already admitted that she would have tortured her first to make her confess, while Tanya denied being guilty, but Lorettail, seeing that she couldn't beat Jiggs, let them go. But he now distrusted even more, understanding that having the merchant as an enemy was Sylvania's biggest mistake, not because of her hostility, but because of what she might be hiding behind the door behind her back. And for the first time, he was paralyzed without knowing what to do, but he was still alive, all thanks to not having noticed what had happened outside, where the rain fell on the great battle, where Elvira, upset, cried asking them to please stop upon seeing the bloody Clebius, managing to stand before all the powerful spells they had cast on him, remembering how his brother comforted him when they treated him like a monster for eliminating people, affirming that they were responsible for challenging him out of mere pride, showing him the painting of the hero of the Nortondales, the beast Velkus, who bravely charged against adversity for his family, affirming that Klebus could be a hero just like him. And so Klebus, loaded with more power, returned to the attack, rejecting his brother's words, understanding that every time he lost control, his inner demon unleashed a sea of blood, a monster that destroyed everything its crimson eyes reached. As now, that he had left behind any sense of morality in his colossal attacks, charging against Lucy, who threw all her power in the form of lightning, hoping to finish him. However, when the flashes ended, his astonishment was upon seeing Klebius and his enormous sword, pointing directly at her neck, and with the spilled blood, Klebius remembered when that blood belonged to his brother, who dying felt relief that this time it was him she eliminated, because at least she could forgive him. And he asked her with a big smile not to feel responsible, and with the memory of his hero's death at the hands of the monster, he gave up, only grazing Lucy's neck and stopping the final blow. Tired of continuing to shed blood, not wanting to be a hero or a monster, falling to the ground, losing all his power, but with the consolation of having bought time for the others to escape. And Lucy watched him at her feet, understanding the blood sword technique, which grew stronger with every drop of bloodshed, becoming stronger the closer he got to death. However, it wasn't enough to reach her, except for that moment, either because she was overconfident or because Klebius's conviction was stronger, seeing her end near for the first time, feeling fury for never having felt that feeling, realizing that she had experienced fear, finally understanding it, and she had to eliminate any possibility that someone could kill her. So she charged with a huge amount of power against the defenseless Klebius, but a water arrow got in her way. She turned around confused, and the barely alive Klebius confirmed his assumption. The son of a bitch had survived. And now we return to Jiggs, who was protecting Danya with no time to waste, so he decided to talk to Lorettle, until Hanukkah burst through the window glass, to everyone's surprise, falling onto Lorettle, who had no idea what was happening, and the cheerful girl shook off the water like a puppy. And she turned to look at Tanya and Jix, and from Lorettle's perspective, she was so calm that she only saw two options. Either she was crazy or the most logical thing, and a somewhat confused Hanukkah asked if they had interrupted something. But Merylda assured her that they had arrived just in time. Meanwhile, Ed arrived, surprised to see Clavius, who still considered himself an idiot, knowing that even if he gave his all, this would always be the result. But seeing how the others, even being weaker, had decided to fight, he didn't want to be left behind. And while Elvira ran to help him, Clavius writhed on the ground, seeing how his survival method had been ruined by trying to be a hero. Still on the verge of death for that old dream of his brother, and Elvira carried him, while he regretted not having escaped, since in the end his effort was insignificant. But Ed thanked both of them, as their efforts were not insignificant at all. Although Elvira looked at him with annoyance and Klebius didn't believe her, falling unconscious after all that. And Ed knew it wasn't condescension, knowing that every one of the characters in that academy knew that no one, including himself, could have done something like that, seeing the destroyed battlefield and everyone evacuated, managing to hold on for only 10 minutes against one capable of devastating armies, the final boss of Act 3, the awakened one, to whom the protagonist apologized for dying, admitting that he had improvised the whole plan. But she didn't even listen to him, walking towards him, crying, believing he no longer existed. But now he was there hugging her, to comfort her in the midst of chaos. And meanwhile, returning to Jiggs, whose perspective, instead of showing him a calm Hanukkah, made him see a giant and terrified spirit, and a Hanukkah in demonic mode looking for Tanya, which made him, for the first time in his life, feel fear, thinking that both girls were about to go crazy over the loss of Ed, and nervously traveling to approach, scaring her enough to start her attack, containing her, while telling Tanya to run like crazy until she found some residential building, and asked some noble family for help. But she worried about him. However, Jiggs had made his decision. He would contain them for as long as he could, although she should be grateful that she was Ed's sister, or she wouldn't have gotten this far for her, who started running like crazy. Jiggs, relieved, could now let loose, starting to reason with Hanukkah, admitting that he understood her feelings, since he also loved someone, although Hanukkah was busy explaining everything to the Erettle. Just noticing Jiggs, who told her again that he knew that feeling well. The simple fact of imagining losing that person filled him with rage, shouting that he knew she loved Ed with sincere sweetness, words that made the confused Janica blush, who listened to him while he, like a romantic, asked her to keep that passion in her heart, being the last thing he managed to say before a great flash struck him down, leaving him almost dead on the ground. And Janica, embarrassed, poked him with a stick while expressing that Ed was still alive, so he should stop saying such embarrassing things. Meanwhile, Ed held Lucy in his arms, in whom, like the seasons, the change in her emotions could be seen when remembering her grandfather, thinking that what she felt for him and for Ed was the same, wanting to be cared for by him. But there was a difference, and with the rain stopping, she understood everything, when she pushed Ed away blushing and confused, because just hearing his name and his voice, her heart ignited, terrified to accept her true feelings.